two frontline spinners plus Ash Gardner means that they're settling in for the long haul.
And there's quite a few in the Australian team who are pretty decent with a good off break as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Can be called into, we need to get our overs done quickly, let's jump in and away you go. So she comes in again, and that is a much better delivery. It is not a no ball, and that's just left by Litchfield through to the keeper for no run.
For a very first for a very first ball faced in a test match.
Yeah.
And I think
so. It was a good leave. It was tempting. It was and there's free slips in play for Kate Cross. As Kate Cross comes in again, and that's pitching on middle stump. Quite a good Yorker, but played quite well by Litchfield, and they make a quick single from that.
Good to finally get off the mark. Only took her two. Oh, another no ball!
Second no ball of the day.
What is happening?
So hopefully we're live now. It seems we are. So welcome everyone to Guerrilla Cricket featuring White Line Wireless, where we're bringing you live coverage of the Australian and England Women's Ashes series.
Just to let you know, we're live, okay?
Thanks, Mez. As Kate Cross comes in, and that's pretty much a repeat of a delivery. Pitched on middle stump, not a no ball this time, and just worked onto the offside for a single.
If you've missed our coverage, Australia four runs for no wicket. 2 of those runs have come from no balls in the first. 5 runs for no wicket, with Phoebe Litchfield on 1, having gotten off the mark, and Beth Mooney on 2.
And Extra is leading with 2.
Yes.
Maybe 3 actually.
I think it's 2 for the time being.
As Kate Cross is it again, that's a 4th stump line, coming quite full and just defended for no run.
So a question for you, Supun, and also a question for Twitter. What's your predicted series scoreline?
Oh, that's going to be a tricky one. So you can reach out to us at Guerrilla Cricket, or you can chat in the on YouTube, or I don't know if you've got my phone number. Don't call me while I'm on the air, but you can call me afterwards. And
send him
if you don't have my phone number and you find it, I'm a bit worried. As Kate Cross comes in again, and she's getting a little bit of shape, but left again by Litchfield for no run.
That ball kept quite low. It didn't carry to Amy Jones, the keeper.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what this pitch does. It's been a while since I've seen a game at Trent Bridge. I think it's a good scoring opportunity this first couple of days based on what the pitch is, but day 3, 4 and 5 is going to be spinning quite a bit is my prediction. So as Kate Cross comes in again, and that's played by Litchfield, and it's through the gap going all the way to the boundary, and that is a 4. So first 4 of the game.
And first 4 of Phoebe Litchfield's test career.
Yes. So that's her first 4. There'll be her first 6. There'll be her first getting out.
No, first century before that.
First 50, first century. Then she'll need to get out. So there's a lot of firsts for her in this first innings of the game.
I was looking at the results of the county championship games at Trent Bridge, and fans of women's tests having results might be a little bit disappointed in that only of the 4.
As Cross comes in again, and this one comes up a little bit short, about waist high, and Litchfield just cool as a cucumber, just plays it down to the ground, and there's no run there.
So Trent Bridge has hosted 4 county championship matches, only one of which has ended in a result. There was 1 rain-affected draw and 2 high-scoring draws. So, but they were 4-day matches. This is a 5-day match. So hopefully that last day will make the difference.
So, and on YouTube we've had a few people join us: Stephen Kelk, Rich Turner, Satahu. So welcome. I hope you enjoy us. Like we said, feel free to comment.
And that was the end of the first over. Australia are 9 runs for no wicket.
With extras making up 2 of those runs.
Yes.
I'm pleased to note too we are now actually on both YouTube and the Gorilla Cricket website. So welcome
Wonderful.
everybody. We only missed like an over, 2 overs.
Yeah.
1 over.
Good.
Oh, nothing.
Teething issues. It's all well done.
Thank you, producer Russ.
Lauren Bell is into the bowling attack, so right arm.
Medium fast.
Medium fast, fast medium. What's the difference? Someone just tell me. As she comes in, and good line, comes up again a bit short, about chest high, but defended quite comfortably by Mooney.
So before we were on the air, I was saying that I wouldn't be surprised if Heather Knight actually did mean it when she said that England was going to bowl, because they've chosen to go with 3 frontline same options plus of course Nat Silver-Brunt, but only one frontline spinner. So that says to me that they want to be a bit more aggressive in their approach.
As Bell is in again, and that's gets a surprising amount of bounce there. Goes through to the keeper for no run, and well left by Mooney, but it was still I think everyone was a bit surprised at how much bounce it got in quite a bit later. It was straight seam, and then got quite a bit of bounce from that straight seam.
And she's coming around the wicket and cramping Mooney quite well, not giving her any room.
So Mooney currently on 2 or 4. As Bell is in again, and she's getting a good line. Mooney leaves it. There's not much swing there, but if she keeps that line up, she'll get some swing going, and she'll tempt Mooney into playing an aggressive shot there. And it's just a nice, calm start to the day today.
Well, I'm not sure 2 no balls in the first over is super calm, but Lauren Bell is doing a good job at calming things down.
Yes, no balls from her yet. As she comes in again, and that's a half tracker, and it's only a hit off to the mid-on for a single, and that should have been dealt with a bit more harshly, but you get what you get.
Yeah, it's a good thing that happened quite very early in the innings, because Beth Mooney should have destroyed that. And in case my question to the socials didn't happen while we were yet to be on the air, tweet us or comment on YouTube with your scoreline predictions for the series.
Yes, I don't think the GPL is running today, Russ. We'll keep that for Gorilla Cricket hosted games, as Bell comes in again, and that's just driven through the mid-wicket for no run by Litchfield.
And a reminder for the points format for the Women's Ashes. This test match is worth 4 points, 2 points for the draw, 2 points each for the draw, and 2 points each for every white ball game. And there will be 3 ODIs and 3 T20Is. So that's a total of 16 points.
It's a lot of cricket.
That's a lot of cricket.
This is a month of cricket. And Bell in for the last ball of her over. She comes in full line, defended well, coming in at about 109 kilometres per hour. Russ.
There's a little bit of social activity so far. A big shout out to Rich Turner, Sudahu, Stephen Kelk and Jay Grover, who have joined us on YouTube, as well as Daniel Kevy, and Haroon Sharif. So Leah Lavender Gorilla says, morning all, I have the best internet detectives on. The case of the phone number to call into the box of dreams that the promises animal titties can have.
Oh dear.
Thank you very much, Leah.
Oh dear. But yes, if you do happen to be an avid cricket fan, which you're listening to us, you are, and you maybe thought about trying your hand at sitting in the box of dreams and commentating, feel free to reach out to us at our emails. What are we using these days, Russ? Whitelinewire at whitelinewire@gmail.com. whitelinewireless@gmail.com. As cross comes into Mooney, and that's worked away to the onside for a single. So Australia currently 11 for no loss.
So this is a little bit of an interesting layer onto this test match, is that it's both Australia and England's first test under their new coaches. Matthew Mott, of course, leaving to join England's men's white ball setup, and Lisa Kitely choosing to come back home to Australia.
As cross comes in over the wicket to Litchfield, and got a little bit of shape there, but Litchfield saw it coming and just let it go to the keeper. So no run scored there. Yeah, it's always the question, like how, like there was a period of time where the Indian men's team went, I think, about 9 months without a coach. And
Did they?
They did really well. So it's like, how important are coaches really? If you have opinions on that, please tweet in.
Well, famously, Shane Warne did used to say that the coach is what they took to and from the ground.
Yeah. So remember to tweet into us, use @Gorilla Cricket, and on YouTube just comment away. As cross comes in again, and that's driven, but just to mid wicket, and there's no run there from Litchfield. But I have to say, I'm very impressed with Litchfield. She's like, they haven't really tested her. There hasn't been a real bouncer or anything, but she's just seen all the deliveries and just gone, yeah, I know what to do here. I'm comfortable, and yeah, there's 3 slips into her. There's a gully. There's a mid wicket. There's a
short leg.
There's a short leg for some reason. As cross comes in again, and about a 4th stump line, and just defended by Litchfield, no run.
If this is the first time you're hearing about Phoebe Litchfield, she's been a bit of a viral sensation. When
Not COVID related?
No. So she's 20 now, but when she was 15, there was a viral video of her having a net session, and everyone in the know of Australian women's cricket pretty much nailed her on as a future star, and I guess she's realizing that right now.
As cross comes in again, and that's a bit loose, and Litchfield bisects the field on the onside, is racing to the boundary, but it's being chased behind, and it's going to be stopped short, so there's going to be 2 runs there. I think they've managed to get a third.
That looks like 3.
So 3 runs to Litchfield, denied a boundary, but she now moves to 8 off 12, and Australia 14 for no loss at the end of that over.
Getting some miles into the legs of Sophia Dunkley.
Oh, sorry, there's one delivery to go in this over.
Having a look at the forecast, it looks like there's some chance of rain around 3 p.m. Local time. So that
I'll be asleep by then, so I
Yes.
don't care. Russ, on the other hand, will be up, managing the box of dreams. And cross for the final delivery, and that's played on the middle and leg stump line, and no run there. So very well done by Litchfield, and Australia 14 for no loss. Russ.
Thank you, Supun. I'm going to have to speak quietly because otherwise I'm coming through as an echo. Actually, I can always mute you guys. Mog says, I'd offer to come in, but my YouTube comments have been brutally ignored. Can't believe it, am I? Daniel Keevy on YouTube says, I love how Russ is the man off screen, just those beautiful dulcet tones. I don't believe that's true, but thank you anyway, Daniel. And Dana Patterson says, it was so relaxing to watch your first link, just 2 doors and a dangling wire. I can put that one back live if you'd like, Dana. We can watch it in your things.
Don't worry, you will get to see Russ on your screens
Eventually.
soon. We will be figuring out how we're going to keep jumping from spot to spot as we go through today. As I think this is
It's Lauren Bell.
Lauren Bell. Back in the attack. Well, she wasn't taken off the attack, and that comes in. That's a bit of a wide line, and punched away by Litchfield, driven away for a boundary. That's her first 4 in an international test match. Very well done to Phoebe Litchfield.
Was that in the air to backwards point?
We'll just look at the replay. No, played
No.
down on the ground. Very well done. Backwards point. Did a big dive to try and save it, but they were about a arm's length away.
expertly timed.
We will have our jingles coming in maybe a little bit later than the events happen. We'll keep a backlog of them, and if need be.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Safuni.
As bell in again, and that's got a bottom edge, and it somehow skips past the bowler and goes down to mid-on for a single. So that brings Mooney onto strike. Litchfield moves to 13 and Australia 19 for 0.
Yeah, that went quite a long way for a mistimed drive.
It's always one of those things where you get the bottom edge and you have no idea exactly what's going to happen. It could go all the way to the boundary, could hit the wicket, it could, I don't know, go into space. As Bell comes in again, much better line, and Mooney hits it, thinks she's got quite a lot on it, and it turns out she just hit it literally in front of her and runs into it as she starts to run. So good bowling there from Bell. I'm quite impressed.
I think she was. I think Mooney was worried that she might have chopped on,
Yeah.
and was maybe looking to pad the ball away from the stumps. For
Bell in again as she comes in over the wicket, and that's a wide going down leg and just caught by the keeper, who I keep forgetting
Amy
their name.
Jones.
Amy Jones. There we go.
for as Sophie Eccleston gives an early congratulations for to her wicket keeper.
Yeah, I mean, look, the wicket keeper doesn't know the ball's going to go down leg side.
No.
So anytime a wicket keeper manages to catch it, well done.
They should raise their bat. Oh, glove.
So two balls to go as Bell comes in again, and that's over. And that's a much better line. I think she's figured out her line to Mooney. That comes in short but not aggressive, and Mooney just defends it back to Bell, and there's no run there.
For fans of the England team, you may already know that there were two warm-up games, Australia versus England A and England versus Australia A, in which both English teams absolutely clobbered the Australian teams. I think Tammy Beaumont scored a double century, so maybe that augurs well for this Ashes series.
As Bell comes in, and that's a wide line, sort of like a T20 delivery, and Mooney doesn't even try to play it, as it just goes back to the keeper for 4. And Russ.
Quite a few comments coming in.
Oh, that's great.
I'll turn myself up. Warren says you need to move into a duplex part where the GC Radio Global Broadcasting headquarters.
If you want to fund us, we are more than happy to.
Join the Patreon.
Dan Keevy says, howdy Boxer Dreams, just when you know that the White Line Wireless is linking to a weird site. Yes, we know. We lost the...
Have we lost the White Line Wireless website, Russ?
We've lost the White Line
Oh,
Wireless
no.
website. It's now
Yeah.
owned by some random company. And Lee asked, do we know who the black armbands are for?
Oh, that is a good point.
I think there was an incident somewhere in the UK. We will look into that.
Hopefully it's not for the submariners who are stuck in the Titanic, because I don't think they deserve it.
And I just spoke that entire piece without a mic that was actually on. So
Sorry, I've got
we'll
to
try
stop
them
you.
again.
I'm sorry, Russell, you're virtually inaudible on the YouTube and website feed.
He had himself
You,
on
not
mute.
everybody.
As Cross comes in and got a little bit of swing there, but Litchfield's not tempted to go for it, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was only coming through Sapun's mic, which is a metre and a half away. I will take those tweets again at the next opportunity.
So the black armbands are in commemoration of an attack on 3 people in Nottingham, where this game is being played, and where 2 of the victims were students at the University of Nottingham.
That's quite sad. As Cross comes in, and that's on a leg stump line and played off the pads by Litchfield, and they should get at least 2 here. And it looks like they have. So Litchfield moves to 15, Australia 21 for 0.
That's 15 of 16, so...
Great run rate. Great run rate. And like I said, she's been comfortable all day. It has been 20 minutes, but she's been very comfortable for those 20 minutes. Nothing's really pressured her. So we'll see what England end up doing with their field and with their bowling to try and apply a bit more pressure.
But especially with a brand new Duke's ball, and also from Kate Cross, who is absolutely a very decent swing bowler.
As Cross comes in again, and that played and missed, and almost an edge by Litchfield, but that's what England wanted to see. That's the shots they want Australia playing, and that's what they want the ball doing. So about a whisker between ball and bat there.
Well, we were talking about first in Phoebe Litchfield's career, and that was her first test play and miss.
So there's still 3 slips in and a gully and a short leg as Cross comes in and misses her line there, goes a bit too wide and swings away. That just goes through to the keeper for no run.
Just on the warm-up games again, it's so the both English teams ended up clobbering the Australian teams. But I would also add that the last time the Australians played a warm-up game, it was before the T20 World Cup. They played against Ireland and lost, and ended up winning the tournament.
That's what warm-up games are for, to work out your issues.
Exactly.
As Cross comes in, and that's Litchfield hit it with the bat, and it went down to the ground and straight to first slip. I think that I would say that's a miss-hit there.
It's a much better line from over the wicket. It really cramped Litchfield, and she didn't decide to leave until very, very late.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the first delivery where she's been a bit under pressure. So, as Australia still on 21 for 0, Cross comes in, and a really good middle stump line, and just defended by Litchfield for no run there. Australia 21 for no wickets lost.
Colin Suter says Messi Jess is in the background like a judgmental parent. But thank you, Messi, for being in the background to actually sort out all the issues we had. Bobby Van Eric is saying, excuse the mess. That was from yesterday's packages built. She's seen there's pictures of her packages that are coming in. Very exciting. And Leah Lavender Guru says, poor Lauren will never get an end named after her at her home ground.
I'm not sure I understand that. Could you explain that to us, Leah?
We've also got one from Mog that says, is the Box of Dreams inside the signal shed at the rail crossing? It's right next to the rail crossing at Moonee Pond Station, so that's why you can hear various things. I'm hoping that at 10 p.m. we should hear the freight train, and that's really loud.
So Bell continuing with her attack, comes in, and the most extravagant leave we've seen so far. Mooney brings the bat down and lifts both arms in the air to say, I don't want to touch this, and no run scored there.
As far as the series outlook for the Women's Ashes is concerned, this Australian team does look the most gettable in recent years, especially with Meg Lanning dropping out.
Yeah, there has been quite a dominance by the Australian women's team for quite a while. As Bell comes in, and that's a leg stump line and worked off the hip, going down to the boundary, but there's a sweeper out there who grabs it and throws it back in. I'm pretty sure they got 3 runs there. No, just 2.
Just the 2.
So Mooney's still on strike, 6 for 14.
So I think the last time we saw Alyssa Healy captain the Australian team was in the T20 series against India, where they definitely won 4 games, and depends what you think about super overs, but they love the super over.
I love a super over. I love a World Test Championship ending on a super over.
I also love a tie.
As Bell comes in, and great line, played late by Mooney, but just defended for no run.
Tentative shout by Amy Jones, the wicketkeeper.
Yes, for an LBW when the bat definitely hit the ball. So typical, we can keep appealing at everything and anything. So Bell's only conceded 8 runs.
Off of 15 balls. So
And she comes in again. And that's really good line. It's hit. Mooney tries to work it onto the onside, but misjudges it. Hits her on the body, and no run scored there. So,
yeah, hit her just above the pad, and the ball was definitely high, most likely
Yeah.
going down leg. So
yeah, no LBW, but it seems like Mooney's getting a little bit. She shouldn't need to be playing these shots, but Bell's doing enough with the ball that she's second guessing what's happening. As Bell comes in again, and that's down leg side, but caught, let go by Mooney and just caught by Jones for no run.
I think the pitch is behaving a little bit unevenly because there have been balls that kind of spat up, like that last ball,
Yeah, there's been bouncing, there's been a bit of swing. It's a good pitch so far.
and balls that didn't carry to the keeper.
So it might be one end's better than the other. We'll see how it goes throughout the rest of the day. Do remember to tweet into us at Gorilla Cricket if you've got any comments that you'd like to share. As Mooney comes in again, and that's just worked over the mid wicket for no run there. Sorry, as Bell comes in again to Mooney and worked over for no run. So Australia 23 for 0 after, I think it's 6 overs, 7 overs?
6 overs.
6 overs. Litchfield looking comfortable. Mooney looking a little bit nervous. Tentative is the right word. Not nervous, tentative. And Russ.
Yeah, Leah Lavender Gorilla comes back and says that would be because it would be the bell end, which is a for a knob, which was then followed up by Edith Condon, who are really missing and not being the producer's box. Said that missing the opportunity to have the line route to head from the bell end. And Warren says, "Now you're gone" might be the most appropriate jingle ever.
As Cross continues her attack, Free slips in, and that's swinging slightly away from Litchfield, who just goes, nah, not touching it, and no run scored there. So Free slips a gully, exactly the same field as before.
Just without the short leg.
Yeah, so short legs moved back a little bit squarer. We've got someone at point. Got a shortish mid on. No, they're moving, so they're not mid on anymore.
There's a shortish, wideish mid-off.
Yeah. As Cross comes in again to Litchfield, and that's a half trucker that's just played straight down onto the ground, and the ball's not going anywhere. No run scored and no threat. So that just looked like it just fell out of her hand rather than being the ball she wanted to ball.
Didn't she literally hand the ball back?
Yeah. So Litchfield stopped the ball moving, and then just picked it up and gave it to Cross because it's a nice friendly game.
From an English perspective, they've really had to regenerate their bowling lineup.
As Cross comes in again, and that's left by Litchfield, but it was just whizzing past to a 4th stump line, so that's a good bit of reverse swing there. I'm not sure if it quite reversed, but
Bit early maybe.
Yeah.
But that was probably the tightest leave we've seen in this game. And yeah, compared to the Ashes test in Canberra early last year, the English seam bowling attack has definitely undergone some regeneration.
as Cross comes in again on a leg stump line, and that's just hit over the square for no run.
I think it's the first Ashes match without Catherine Siver-Brunt since 2008. And of course we also had Anya Shrubsole retire in the interim.
So 2 deliveries left in the over. We will be having a change, and we'll be swapping around ourselves in the box of dreams. As cross comes in, and that's driven by Litchfield, goes past the fielder at Gully, and that goes all the way to the boundary for a 4.
They are for each other.
Litchfield moves to 19 and looks extremely comfortable
So her highest score in an international test match,
and counting.
and I'll be saying that quite a bit today. And that's quite a good delivery, and the fielder at Gully was just a little bit delayed in reacting to it.
I think you're being a little bit harsh. That was a very good shot.
I am a bit harsh. And 1 delivery to go for cross. As she takes her time getting back to her mark, and Litchfield's going, what do I do here? As cross comes in, and that's left again by Litchfield. Just runs past the wicket for no run, and that's Australia 27 for 0 as we have a bit of a change in the box of dreams. What? Oh, I'm going to keep talking because that's what I'm supposed to do. So,
Come in Australia. Can you hear Austria?
yes, we can hear Austria. How are the kangaroos
Brilliant.
over there?
There are no kangaroos in Austria. Very popular postcard for the tourists in Vienna.
We are getting you on screen very shortly, so I'm joined here by Richard Asher, and Russ Degnan will be jumping on into the ball-by-ball chair in a moment, but I'll carry on until he's ready.
And I'll be doing socials.
As Bell comes in, and that's a bit of a sort of a nothing delivery, and Booney doesn't do anything with it, so there's no run scored there.
How are the kangaroos in Australia, by the way?
Roadkill.
Nowhere close to endangered yet.
No, they're a pest.
They're in good health. Always good to hear.
And Russ, can we hear you?
I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes.
Sounds like you can hear me.
That. As that's a very quick single there by Mooney, and a bit of an overthrow as well, and it looks like they've run 2. So that was Bell there, just played through to cover for a quick single or 2. I lost track there. There was a very zoomed in shot on our host broadcaster feed.
Yeah, so we were asked on the Twitter feed to give a bit of a rundown of where the match started, since we weren't broadcasting when we did start. So, Spuden,
Okay.
the toss.
The toss. Australia won the toss, chose to bat, and England said, "Yep, we wanted you to bat because we wanted the ball." And then we've had Mooney and Litchfield out for now 7 overs, and they've been working the strike pretty well. Australia 28 for 0. As Bell comes in again, and there's an outside edge, but it doesn't carry his third slip, and there's no run.
I think I'm going to take over ball by ball from you as well.
Thank you, Russ.
Because you're obviously getting a bit throat sore.
Yep.
But what's your take on the pitch? Any movement?
There's a bit. It's doing different things in different places. So we've seen some surprising bouts. We've seen no bounce. We've seen the ball not carried to the keeper. I think when it comes time to the spinners, it's going to show quite a bit happening.
Here is Bell, number 9 so far. It's down leg side to Litchfield, and it's picked up by the keeper. No run. Score remains at number 28.
Yeah, quite a bit of those leg side deliveries so far today, and they haven't really done anything. Like there hasn't been no one's played it loosely, or it's just been one of those things where it's there. I'm going to bowl it, and the exact same thing's going to happen. Amy Jones is just going to catch it behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's interesting to see conventional fields after the last week. Here's Bell again. It's outside off stump short, and Litchfield just leaves it alone. Goes through to the keeper.
Very smart batting. Normally you'd be tempted to try and cut that or pull it away. But very smart, very calm, just only going to play the shots that she wants to play.
Just a little bit too full for that, I think, but there's a fair bit of bounce coming off the pitch there.
Have we got one ball left in the over on your
Yes,
side?
one ball left.
Brilliant. If you could give us a cue on that, because I'm behind you on my feed, so
No
just need
worries.
to know. End of overtime for socials.
Well, here is the end of the over, and it's Bell, and it's full, and it's defended by Litchfield straight back down the pitch, and no run. Richard, to you.
Right. A few things to catch up on then. We've got Mog saying, hi Richard, did you see Wien topped some liability index? It regularly tops all sorts of indexes actually for best place to live and also grumpiest city. How those two fit together is an interesting question. This reminds me, says Leah Lavender Gorilla, of my favorite Bismarck quote. I'm not sure what this is, but anyway, might be something to do with the Austria thing. The quote being, Bavarians, the species linking humanity and Austrians. I like that.
By Bismarck, did I mean General Bismarck from like...
The 19th century, the
Yeah,
Prussian leader who unified Germany.
Feel free to send more detail on that.
Av Condon, resident historian, please jump in and add in.
Are we ready for the next over yet?
We are. Here's crossed, it's short, and it's played backward a point by Mooney, and no run again. You can keep going though, Richard.
Yeah.
Go for it. If
Yeah,
we're
I'll
behind.
squeeze one in between balls before the spinners come on, and there's no time to do so. So Matli von Erich is confused by the whole Austria-Australia thing.
Yeah, the same
says
country.
Strange accents.
They are the same country.
I am not putting on my Austrian accent today because I'm actually South African. So any Austrian accent would have to be put on. But long story short, I do live here. I'm mostly South African, a little bit British, and am a Brexit refugee by virtue of my British passport and living in Europe.
Here is cross, and Mooney's trying to smash that on the leg side. It's gone miles over backward point, and runs away for a couple of runs for her.
I have no idea how that happened.
We used to call this, when I played cricket, a German cut, because it looked like it went off the back of the bat, and unlike the French cut that comes off the inside edge. So we're bringing the Austrian to the cricket now.
Yeah, we just can't shake off the Teutonic theme this morning.
So everyone was very, very confused in the field there. And by the time they realised where the ball was, it had reached out to the boundary.
Very lucky from Mooney. He's cross again, and it's just short of a length, and Mooney plays it back down to mid-on. Score's still none for 30.
So it's one of those deliveries where, I'm sure it's going to be replayed quite a bit onto socials.
The good thing for Mooney is he tried to smash the shit out of it, and that meant that it went miles over gully instead of just kind of looping up and being caught there.
Yeah.
But in interest, it might indicate that the pitch is holding up a little bit as well if she's getting through the shot so early. So wait for Cross to come in again and bowl in over the wicket to Mooney, and she's smashed that straight down the ground. It's been dropped by the looks by Cross because it went straight back at her. She put the hand out, it fell down. That is not a wicket. Mooney runs through for a single, goes it to 10, but that's a big missed opportunity for England.
Yeah, and it's one of those,
you hope it sticks.
You hope it sticks, but also you hope if you screw it up that you don't do any damage to your arms or fingers. But definitely in the air, got the whole hand to it and just grabbed a little bit too early by the look of it, and it spun the ball out of the hand.
Yeah.
Just the fingertips, maybe.
Mooney living dangerously here. Didn't time that at all, trying to drive down the ground, just chipped it straight back. But got away with it. Here is Cross to Litchfield, and it's Fuller, and she drives, and that's a much nicer shot, straight down the ground. It's going to run away for 4.
It's a very quick outfield, and yeah. We got 4.
It's going to pick a random jingle from our producer.
2, 3, 4.
Is this a German count?
I'm pretty sure that was a German count. So, the German counts for 4 there.
What are the odds? Because we don't know what any of these jingles are.
No, they've been gifted to us by the team at Gorilla Cricket, and we'll explore them as the test goes on.
He's Cross again. She's left that alone. Litchfield, that's big, man. She's out. She is out. She left the ball. It pitched on Moff. It's going to hit off, and she's going to walk off out for 23. Australia 1 for 35. A terrible misjudgment.
Terrible misjudgment. No review taken.
It was plum.
Yeah. I thought it was a little bit higher, going down a little bit down leg, but
You can see here it's pitching on off. Well, I mean,
there's a definite review there that would probably end up being umpire's call.
yeah, but it was hitting off stump.
Yeah.
Pitching on off, hitting off. Bit of movement in from cross. Really nice delivery. And a good innings from Litchfield. She looked like she was very comfortable right there until...
It's the first time she's lost her wicket in international cricket.
I mean, there's always a first, unfortunately. Well, actually, unless you're Stuart Law.
And Richard, over to you.
Yeah, hi. Well, I suppose the most relevant tweet here is from Warren saying, I hope you are going to get through the backlog of all these tweets. I can offer a categorical no to that. Of course, if we had a young and digitally savvy whippersnapper like Messi Jez, he'd be able to do that with no trouble. But with me scrolling in the wrong directions and trying to keep up with the game, there's 2 balls old. I might miss a few, but just to complete fun, Bismarck, he was a Prussian politician, as I think some of us learned in school, best remembered for coining the term Realpolitik. Dr. Ant Condon says if you're going to hunt roos, go for the smaller ones. Killing the big males leads to a population explosion.
And the big ones fight back. Like, they will punch you and kick you.
Yeah. Mog says, thus begins Litchfield's career of never quite meeting her potential.
It's too early for that,
call,
Mog. Let the test finish first. Like, not everyone can be a standard English batsman.
She hasn't even had a chance to throw the bat down in a fit of anger in the change room yet, which will also be a test first.
Elise Perry's come out to play.
And it's going to be Bell again from the other end, and it's wide of the stumps and left alone by Mooney. No run, still 1 for 35.
1 for 35, a bit of late swing there, but as it's already past keeper. And I was right.
It was missing.
Hawkeye saying impact was the ball was missing.
This is the problem when you're in a debut. You don't really want to review. You really need Mooney to be no, you need to review that because we've lost a wicket.
Mooney should have said that.
Australia's lost a wicket they did not need to lose.
They'll regret that.
Here's Bell again. It's full and Mooney tries to drive but doesn't really go anywhere, just dribbling out onto the offside.
Yeah, Mooney's timing has been a bit off today. Like, there's been just every time she's batting, like every 1 in 4, it's just been slightly mishit, slightly misjudged, and she's been lucky.
Bit of a slower ball there, though, which might have played into that. Here is Bell again, around the wicket to Mooney, and it's wide. Mooney's wiped at it, and she's got it over point. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4.
They are for each other.
That was like good hit, but I don't think Mooney was in that much control over it. It seemed like she played it just a little bit too late.
It was quite wide and moving away as well. She really kind of stretched out at it to try and get that over point. So still,
boundary's a boundary.
That is true. A run is a run. Is a run is a run. Here's Bell again, round the wicket to Mooney, and it's full, and she tries to drive it again, doesn't really time it, but she's still got it through mid-off, and the outfield, as Sapun said before, is very quick. It's going to almost make it, it's going to be a race, and it is the ball that wins the race. A valiant effort from the fielder. But
1, 2, 3, 4.
You love to see that, just it gets there with like an inch to spare.
Yeah, that was like a really good chase down from the 2 out. There were 2 following it down on the onside, but just missed it.
Mooney takes a score onto 1 for 43 off the 9.4 overs so far. Just the one wicket with Litchfield, leaving a ball that she didn't need to leave, and nor should she have let it. Should have reviewed. His bell into Mooney's pads, and Short just doesn't manage to get it away, and Short legs in there very quickly to field. No run.
So far, I'd say Australia's on top's the wrong word. Australia's okay, but England's niggling at them, and they're forcing some false shots, and they've paid off for Australia, but I think it's a matter of time before there's another wicket if they keep this pressure up and keep these lines.
Yeah, there's a little bit of looseness from Mooney. This one's full. She drives well, but straight at cover, and there's no run. That is the end of the over. Richard.
Stephen Kelk says on the YouTube comments, I've had the YouTube feed on without sound during a meeting. It's an interesting experience trying to piece things together from the chat, the score, and the expressions on the faces. And there's a smiley on top of that comment. I imagine it is. And then Haroon Sharif says, and of course it had to come, at some point this morning, Phoebe from Friends can probably bat pretty well too. I imagine she would somehow. I'm not sure she would have made 23, though. I would still rather have Phoebe Litchfield in my side. Would also say it's one of my new favourite cricketer names.
Yeah, Phoebe Buffet, I think she'd be good at like one level down, but when you get to international test standard, that's probably a bit too much for Phoebe Buffet's understanding of cricket.
No, well, you just know that she would surprise everyone by hitting 1 for 6 and then get out.
Yes. Yeah.
That would be the Phoebe Buffet script.
Strikes me as more of a spinner. It's got that little madness go to it. Just on the Litchfield, I'm a firm believer I shall wait for this ball from Cross, and it's a full outside off stump, and Perry lets it alone. I'm a firm believer in the idea that there's a moral element to LBWs, and that if you deserve to be out because you played a terrible shot, you should be out. And Litchfield's shots definitely sat within that.
Yeah. So now I'm trying to think after that quote, after that tweet, where the rest of the Friends crew what positions they play in cricket.
It's quite scary because there are people out there young enough now that may not remember Friends.
Would they listen to us, though? Here's Cross.
No.
It's
no.
full outside off stump and
we
left
are
alone.
talking to our audience. That's true.
Perry leaves it. She has the most faded helmet I think I've ever seen. It must be the one she made 200 and odd with in the sun.
If you make 200 in the sun, you keep that helmet until the helmet's in a position where if you crash with it, don't wear it again.
Here is Cross. Over the wicket to Perry, it's full, and she defends on the offside. Straight back to Cross, who misfields, but it goes to mid-on.
So this is the first over since she's come on that Perry's actually started facing delivery, so Mooney's been hogging the strike a bit.
Yes, but she's allowed.
Yeah.
I've heard of people keeping their helmet, though, or keeping their test caps, of course, and not touching them from the day they were first issued. I haven't heard of that for helmets. Is that a common thing?
I think it's just Elise Perry. She's allowed to do whatever she wants.
It's the lucky helmet now, so you'd never give it up, right? Here's Cross, and
Let her be eccentric.
Short of a length, and it goes through gully. They dive. I'm not sure if they took a single there, because they did. So the score goes on to 44.
No, I don't think that was a chance. I'm pretty sure it bounced before it got past gully.
Yeah, straight into the ground,
Yeah.
but a little bit edgy.
A little bit edgy.
Cross is 1 for 27 off 5.4 overs, so she's gone for a few runs, actually.
Yeah, 2 no balls to start with as well. That's the other thing that happened at the start of the innings. The very first delivery was a no ball. So, Mooney 18 off 30, Australia 44 for 1.
I'll have to check which of the multiple pages of soundboard jingles we have, which one the no ball is on, if any. Here's Cross. It's just into the pads of Mooney, and she turns it around the corner. She'll get a single down to backward square leg.
Now back to the question of Friends and their cricketing. I have a feeling Monica would be a keeper.
Because she's loud, or
she's got a lot of chat and she's sturdy. So she'll be behind the stumps all day, every day, no problem. Rachel would be useless in any part of the game.
Long stop.
Cow corner maybe.
Harsh. Here's cross. It's on a length and Perry's on the back foot and she plays it into cover and she gets a quick signal, but they'll make it quite comfortably. Well run. Takes her to 2 and that's the end of the over.
Richard.
Okay, well, it seems quite cruel that we're having the friends discussion once Phoebe Litchfield is already out. Although it was a sprightly little innings, to be fair. It was hardly a disaster as a test debut. Anyway, Warren says Monica would be a Douglas Jardine-style captain and number 3 bat. Katie says Chandler would definitely be a wicket-keeper. I do agree he would probably be the one in charge of that kind of sledging side of things.
Can you
Phoebe
be any
Buffet
worse?
running between the wickets would be excellent, says Jay Grover. And apparently if you Google search Phoebe running, you'll get an idea of what Jay Grover means by that.
I definitely do want to do that Google search, which I'll do in a little bit when I'm not on the air.
Yeah, we'll have a change. Well, we're about 8 minutes away from the next change, so you can have a little bit of a break, Spoon. Just looking at Elise Perry. Her test career, batting average of 75 and a bowling average of 19.9. That's pretty good, actually, isn't it?
That's pretty much unbeatable. Like, 75 as an average. Right.
Helps if you've hit a double ton and you've only played 11 tests. But Eccleston's going to come on to bowl. Unfortunately, we don't have the jingles because they're all on Anth Condon's account, but we'll sort that out by day 3 or 4. She's going to be coming around the wicket with her left arm orthodox, and it's full to Perry, who's driven it beautifully through the offside for 4. Absolutely creamed that first ball. It was wide and full, and she took full advantage.
Is that a bit of old Looney Tunes?
It is definitely Looney Tunes.
That takes me back.
I'm not entirely sure what Looney Tunes that's from, but maybe Mog, if it was Mog, can tell us, or if it's someone else, they can tell us. Really packed field in for Perry here. There's a short leg and a silly point and a short cover.
Which is interesting because Perry's normally quite a good player of spin.
Here's Eccleston, and it's a full toss, and she's hit it straight down the ground, but straight to mid-on. It's you're less likely to get Perry out with full tosses.
Yeah, I do not like spinners doing too many full tosses. Like, the point is you spin it, so let it bounce and spin. Like, a little bit of flight
that's
in
an
the...
interesting theory, Sapun. I play with a lot of spinners who got a lot of wickets from full tosses. Here's Eccleston. It's on a good length, and Perry's forward in defence and plays it straight down into the ground in front of Shiller's silly point. A tiny bit of turn early.
Just trying to think how you could crowd Perry more here. Like,
it's like it's the 9th wicket on the last day, and they're trying to get her out. Here's Eccleston again, and it's full, and Perry's driving a little bit uppishly. Eccleston dives and stops it, but it was on the bounce.
I think they just need to put a leg slip in because they've got... Yeah, there's slip, silly point, short leg. They just need a leg slip, and then she's fully covered.
It's Eccleston again. It's full, and Perry again defends on the offside. You can have multiple silly points though.
Yeah, there's silly point, stupid point, really stupid point. Just the closer you get to the
Short
batsman.
leg, short, just like next to short leg. Silly gully, really stupid gully. Here's Eccleston. It's full and into the pads of Perry. Chips. Well, it doesn't chip it, but drives it, bounces twice to mid-wicket, but there is no run again at the end of the over. 12 gone for 50.
We will have to put the Friends thing to bed at some point, but let's give it one last whirl because people are still talking about it. Leah Lavender Gorilla says Joey would play the Watto part, mainly wasting reviews. I would add to that, actually, some specific situations that come to mind. I think Ross would be very good at staring disbelievingly at umpires when decisions are declined in a kind of really kind of way. And I think Joey would be pretty well cast for completely missing the ball when fielding in the deep against the setting sun and just not seeing it whatsoever.
Yep, the kids totally agree with all 3 of those.
I see Ross as an opener with a lot of like batting ticks. Just like really neurotic.
Yeah. So like Steve Smith, but like 10 times worse.
Yeah, but an opener.
Well, do tweet us if you're really young and you have no idea what Friends is. I'd love to meet such a creature.
Here's cross into Mooney. It's outside of stump and it's left alone. It's been very popular on Netflix and other things, I think, Friends. It was kind of had a second life almost for some bizarre reason. I didn't like it the first time around.
There's elements of it which are really good, and most of it's like rich people problems. So,
Well, they must have been rich because they had the largest apartment in New York.
yeah.
This is well documented. Here's cross again into Mooney, and it's into her pads, and she's tried to hit it on the offside. It's hit the pads. Cross has gone up for a huge appeal for a ball that pitched probably about half a foot outside off stump. And short leg dives in, catches it on the bounce, but none of those things are going to get you out.
No, and you can tell how not unneeded Cross's appeal was, that no one else on her team joined in the appeal. So it was just Cross appealing. And not a banana.
Here is cross again, and it's edged and caught. No, dropped in gully. It was just short of a length. Mooney tried to flip at it. It just spooned up towards the gully fielder, who dived to the right and then put it down.
That you don't get those chances all that often, and it was a pretty well shot. Let's just see. It's
Got two hands, but was balanced. I'm not entirely sure who was fielding there.
Danny.
Oh, Danny Wyatt. Yes, of course it is.
Right.
Really? How is she on Test Debut? That's amazing. Here's cross. It's full, and it's Perry's driving as well. This time it's straight at gully. Really in the game if it's White again. But Wyatt again. But no run this time. Safely fielded. Scores on 1 for 51.
Yeah, a couple of that Mooney. England are going to regret that drop from Mooney. But at the same time, how Mooney's going, there'll probably be another chance in another 2 overs.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an edgy inning so far. He's cross and it's full outside of stump, and Perry leaves that alone. Cross is getting the edges. It's just enough movement just to induce those kind of outside the bat type of shots.
Yeah, definitely. And none of the batsmen have been really, like, Mooney's definitely not settled. Perry's only been out there for 13 deliveries now, and she's had a good boundary, but I think she's just taking her time.
We'll probably want to do a changeover maybe after the next over. We need to work out who's going to do ball by ball, because Richard's on the rotor for it. This is full from cross, and Perry's driven it beautifully straight through the fielder at mid-off for 4.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
That is the end of the over. Richard probably can't do ball by ball.
I'm happy to go again.
You're going to go again?
Yeah.
Very good.
That's a good solution. That's a good solution.
As long as someone gets me a glass of water.
I'm probably best off sticking on the socials, actually.
Very good. We can bring Messi in to summarise then at the end of the next over, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Tony's
if
rotor's
he's got
in
a
it.
more aligned stream, it might be better. It's quite discombobulating.
Tony's rotor's an absolute mess. We've destroyed it. Don't tell him. He's probably listening. Hi, Tony. Any tweets, Richard, while we wait for the...
right, so that's the end of the over. Sorry.
Was. My apologies.
Still 2 balls to go where I am. Both English teams are just throwing away sitters, says Dan Keevy. Catchers win matches. Dan also says no one would stare at the camera like Jim Healy. Hope everyone knows who Jim Healy is. Cultural reference, I'm lost. There was some stuff on YouTube. We're being hailed as chilled. This is a much more chilled commentator vibe than the usual GC anarchy.
There is a bit of a cultural difference.
Eccleston's back in the attack, and she's over the wicket to Mooney and wide outside of stump, and she's driven it out to a deeper point. She'll just take the single.
Yeah, there is a, like, we all enjoy our cricket. Wallace is usually a little bit more laid back. Gorilla's a little bit more
I mean, it could just be me. I got a lot of comments about being chill in the previous Test match.
That is me as well.
Well,
it's true.
Could it also be? Hang on. Are we all Southern Hemisphere people on at the moment?
We are. Here's Eccleston, and it's into the pads of Perry. She goes forward and defends, and it just dribbles down the pitch for no run. She's coming around the wicket to Perry. So comes in again quickly, and Perry's driven that one. It's full, but there's no run as it goes to mid-off. Score remains on 1 for 56. And, no time for summary comments because Eccleston is a very fast mover. Not Jadeja fast, but getting close. Off a 3-step runner. It's full into Perry's pads. She drives to mid-on. Again, no run.
I think Stephen O'Keefe's still the fastest spin bowler in terms of short run-ups and like how quickly they go from ball to ball.
It's Eccleston again, and this one's full to Perry, and again she defends on the offside. Gets it past the silly point, but it goes straight to the short cover.
So that's 5 deliveries in under, 2 minutes?
Yeah, the over rates won't be the problem today, particularly with Eccleston coming on early. Although, is the over rate higher for the women's? Here's Eccleston again, it's full to Perry. She's just pushed it back down to short cover. That will be the end of the over again. We will do a change.
I will fill in with some tweets while that's happening.
Also
Anthony
drinks,
Condon.
Richard, so you've got as long as you like.
Drinks, right. Do we just keep talking for drinks? Yes,
Absolutely.
we do. Okay, here's one completely out of context because I probably wasn't paying attention earlier. Anthony Condon says, Stephen, we use aerosoled Valium in the box of dreams. Helps keep the feral kittens under control. Things are sometimes funnier when you have no idea of the context. There you go.
That's about being chilled.
It's about, the box of dreams is the comms box.
Yeah.
It's
it's
international remote box of dreams.
It's all a bit arse about, to be honest, because Australians are supposed to be the boozy swearing types, while the English are reserved and proper. And all of a sudden, we've got very reserved Australian types not matching up to the boozed, sweary gorillas in London. So it's all arse about.
It's such a shame when stereotypes don't deliver. I find I do think in general an all Southern Hemisphere commentary team has a lot to be said for it. But then I am biased.
We do need a beer sponsor. So if anyone does want to sponsor us for beer, do get in touch. And on that, we've got a little drinks break jingle that I believe is time to play.
All right.
Drinks break. Drinks break.
That's one of my favourite jingles that we have. So, but yes, it is a bit different in the Box of Dreams when we have a few slabs of beer that are available free of charge. So
slabs.
As I said, call is out there. If you do want to become one of our sponsors, do get in touch.
Excellent. Do we have a Kiwi on board?
Not today.
Today's road. Not today.
There's a couple of Kiwis in the squad somewhere.
In the squad, that'll do. I think they do chilled the best.
Yes.
Out of everyone, Southern Hemisphere or Northern Hemisphere. Actually, I think they lead the way, and then I'd like to think South Africans come next, and Aussies are third most chilled.
Well, the other thing is that White Line Wireless is a bit it's misleading people a bit with its theme, because the actual theme song says ball by bloody ball, but I haven't heard a swear word since then. It's really disappointing.
Shocking.
The swear words usually come out for bad cricket. And
yeah, true.
We haven't seen too much bad cricket yet today, so I've got them ready to go. I've got a few old classic Aussie swears, which I'll bring out when the occasion calls for it. Now, Messi, what have you thought of this morning's session so far?
Well, it's weird, isn't it? England should have one wicket, but it shouldn't be Sophie Litchfield's.
Yeah. Phoebe Litchfield.
Because at the end of the day, I must admit I was with Russ. I thought that was plum, that ball that she left, and it turned out that you were right in terms of it missing the stumps altogether. But then they go and drop
Mooney, which
Mooney, which is that's unforgivable. They may pay a huge price for that. Their bowling hasn't been too bad on the whole, and the wicket's got a bit in it, which they're making a bit of use of. I mean, they've still got, 3 slips and a gully, I think?
Yep, 3 slips and a gully and a few other odd things every now and then.
But
nowhere near as odd as Ben Stokes would come up with.
Oh, that's true.
It looks frighteningly traditional.
And Natalie Skyver-Brunt is warming herself up. She's going to come into the attack. So we're almost back at a live play. As she comes in, and that's just driven to the onside, straight to the fielder for no run by Mooney. Australia 56 for 1.
So you're going to be Mr. Summarising, Messi, for the next half hour?
I'm happy to be if you're happy to stay on socials.
Yeah, I'll just get myself in a discombobulated tangle if I try and watch the cricket too closely. 2 balls behind.
You'll need to do some time travel.
Yeah.
As Skyver-Brunt in again, and played pretty well by Mooney, but straight to the field and no run. So it's someone does. Is it Skyver-Brunt or Skiver? Like is the
Siver?
Siver.
Nat Siver-Brunt. She used to be just Nat Siver, but then she married Catherine Brunt, so they both took the double barrel name. It's interesting. I think it's the only international. Oh no, South Africa used to have it as well, didn't they?
As Shiva comes in, and that comes in, bounces lower than Mooney was expecting. She misses it completely, and it goes just to keep a no run there. So the pitch is doing weird things. It's bouncing unexpectedly. It's not bouncing unexpectedly. There's a lot happening.
It's more interesting than Edgbaston.
Sure. And there was a bit of an edge there that didn't carry through to the keeper, as that's a middle stump line and defended by Mooney, straight back to the bowler, no run.
I have to say it was a great relief to get a day off after Edgbaston to recover, because I don't know about you, but I was shot after 5 days of that.
That third session, that was I ended up waking up for it, watched it, couldn't get back to sleep, and then completely unproductive at work. As that's in again to Mooney, who just plays that out to cover, and there's a bit of a misfield, but they're not running on that, and everyone's having a bit of a chuckle.
Oh, we see
that
the
last
English
test at
bucket hats are
Edgbaston.
there again. They're dreadful. Sorry.
So here's the thing: if you're wearing a bucket hat, you might as well just wear an actual bucket.
Yeah.
Like, or just as Siva comes in again, and that's driven by Mooney. They managed to get a run there. The cover was a little bit deep, so that's 1 run off the over. Australia 57 for 1. Richard.
So, GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot wrote almost 10 minutes ago now, I am struggling to put my finger on a woman's version of Bazball without getting thrown off Twitter and hated by womankind. That is a discussion point we can certainly come to if it gets quiet later on today. I'll just do some catching up. Ravi Neer says, is Elise Perry just another alias for Cara Danvers, aka Supergirl?
Cara Danvers is Miss Marvel, or Captain Marvel. Oh, Carol Danvers, sorry. I've got my superheroes confused.
The
There's a man who knows
correction.
his superheroes.
There was a correction that came in later. Ant Condon, wait, Supergirl is Cara Danvers with a K, and Captain Marvel is Carol Danvers? ? Is that a correction or a joke? I know nothing about superheroes. I'm going to get out of that conversation. Leah Lavender Gorilla says, I start getting the feeling that an Australian commentary that is less sweary than the English one is just wrong. And on that theme, over on Twitter, we did have I assume no one will be rolling out the C-bomb a la the bear from Stephen Kelk, and that sounds like a challenge to me.
As Eccleston comes into Mooney, who just plays it onto the onside for a quick single. That was a better delivery from Eccleston, not entirely in the air for once, and it actually did bounce before it got to the batter. And she's in again to Perry, who's got that's a hit and just missed by short legger Beaumont for no run there. And there's a lot of pressure on Perry with the spin. There's
it was a drop.
As Eccleston in it again, Perry gets it through the cordon surrounding her, but it just goes out to square leg for no run. Sorry, to point for no run. So there's quite a... don't understand this pitch to her, or this field placing to her, as Eccleston comes in again and Perry just bumps it back to Eccleston for no run. So there's a short bit on, there's 3 people around her just at the bat. It's a very... it's not, for someone of Perry's skill, I don't believe it's the right field. As Eccleston in again, it hits it past a point, onto the square, and no run. So, very quick over from Eccleston, as we've discussed earlier. Australia currently 58 for 1. And
She's taking me by surprise, that's for sure.
One more ball.
One more ball.
Richard.
as Eccleston comes in, and that's just defended by Perry, no run. Off to you, Richard.
Jay Grover says, I thought the white line meant something else, and I'm severely disappointed. Mog says, look, if you really want to up the profanity, maybe I'll roll in on the weekend and add some spice. What can I tell you from YouTube? We are here after a fiery day 5 at Edgbaston. That's true. So, of course, it's going to be chill and relaxing today. That was Haroon Sharif. I can confirm that even when you're watching in a sensible time zone, Edgbaston was challenging on the nerves and exhausting.
Yeah. I've got to say, I'm a little disturbed about the depth of knowledge about friends and superheroes.
We haven't even touched my pop culture knowledge, Mez.
Oh, where's that? Where's the peak of that one?
Do you want to go through shitty CW soaps? I can go through anime. As you have a bunch, it's again, and that's driven by Mooney, by Sexter Field, and that's racing all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's beautiful.
So Mooney seems to be getting back into her form. That was a much more deliberate shot. She knew exactly what she wanted to do there.
And it wasn't quite in the slot. It was just a tiny bit short of a full length, and she just played it beautifully in terms of timing.
And Shiver it again, and that comes a bit short, and Mooney just defends it to mid-off for no run. So Mooney 27 off 44, Perry's 10 off 24, so and a run rate of 3.8 and over, which is pretty good for this type of... It's healthy, it's not dangerous, nothing too risky anymore over the last couple of overs. The Australian batters have calmed themselves down.
It's not actually an amazing over rate by England either. They're still only bowling 13 to 14 an hour, which in women's cricket is relatively slow.
As Shiver comes in again to Mooney, who just plays it down to cover, and the fielder comes in and there's no run. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what this pitch does in 2 days' time. And I have a feeling England are going to regret only having one frontline spinner.
I think you might well be right.
Okay,
I should give you a weather update after this ball.
As Shiver comes in and Mooney whacks it and drives it again straight through. cover for 4 more runs.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
That was gorgeous. She was certainly not quite getting her rhythm earlier on, but it looks like she's really moving into it now, and that could spell really ominous news for England.
One thing I have noticed, whites of the England team versus the Australian team are very slightly different. So
Yeah, they're too bright for mine. I like the creamier version.
So do let us know on Twitter which white you prefer. Do not make a white supremacist joke. If you do, we will not read it out. As Shiva comes in again, and that's played by Mooney, but it just goes out to Gully for no run. So
It'd be interesting to see how long England maintain these very attacking fields, because clearly not having a sweeper out on the cover boundary, for example, is costing them quite dearly at the moment.
I think they can easily get rid of one of the slips and not be worried.
Yeah.
Like, there's too many slips in, and the balls Australia are not playing those shots. Shiva comes in again to Mooney, who just defends, and there's no run scored, and that's the end of the over. Australia 66 for 1. Richard.
Leah Lavender Gorilla says, I'm still confident I have you beat in the realm of obscure pop culture knowledge.
I don't doubt
that. Mog says, Jesus wept, that 4 jingle has been dug up from the bottom of the deepest crypt.
Mog knows where it was buried.
There's more chat about superheroes. On the whites, is the difference less here between the cream and the white than it is in the men's test team?
I think it's the same.
I think it's the same, but when they've got the jumpers on, you can see it more clearly.
Yeah, the jumpers are a lot more cream for the Australian team.
Because on my telly, it does look, it doesn't. The Aussies don't look as cream as they did at Edgbaston, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But more cream than the English white. Are we clear?
We're clear. I was going to mention the weather forecast has been updated. The Met Office are now predicting a 60% chance of rain at 2 o'clock with a thunderstorm warning. So we may well be interrupted this afternoon. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 4 o'clock. They're saying 60 or 50% chance of rain.
And
So
Lauren Filer comes into the attack from the Radcliffe Road end.
This will be interesting.
So another right arm fast medium.
She's reputed to get a lot of pace off the wicket.
Well, let's see what she can get. So I think, that's the one thing we haven't seen yet, express pace. As she comes in, and that's angled in. They've appealed, and it's been given LBW. It's hit the pads. Will this be reviewed? So that was Perry on strike. Just waiting to see. They're discussing it, and she hasn't made the tee yet.
Yep. She's reviewing it.
That's reviewed.
I think that might be too high.
Yeah, too high and like a bit the angle. I would say maybe down leg, or might be just over the top of leg stump.
But what a way to
to start
go with your first ball in international cricket.
Yeah. So that's it was a very good delivery, very good start, very good intent. So Australia currently 66 runs scored. It was given out. So, and for some reason it's taken 2 minutes for the umpire to actually do the VAR hand signal to get it up to the third umpire. So I haven't talked about the umpires yet today.
I don't think it's called VAR in cricket, actually.
Sorry, DRS.
So I've just on my extremely delayed feed seen the initial giving out, and you're telling me they still haven't got to the decision process yet.
Yes.
No.
But it does. That tall bowler and quite a tall batter. It did look high on the one glance I've had so far.
So we're going through the ultra edge now. It does seem to be pad first.
Oh, it's an inside edge. It's definitely inside edge.
Inside. So it won't be given out. I don't think anyone caught it off the edge. So and
That's
Perry
relief.
survives. Had a very good start from Filer.
Yeah, what I can tell you on the weather radar is that it's not as if there's a front coming in. It's just thunderstorms suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and not that far from Nottingham at the moment.
As Filer in again,
Ooh.
and that's bottom edged by Perry and just saved by Jones, and lucky not to chop that back onto her stumps there.
Perry looks very uncomfortable, doesn't she?
Yeah, she was comfortable against the spin, but this pace is just messing with her a bit.
It's definite. She was playing very late on that.
As Filer is in again, and that's line, and that's driven by Perry, but it just goes down to Gully. I don't think it carried for it. Definitely didn't carry for a catch, but that's exactly what England want to see. So there's a bit of mistiming and a good save by Gully as well. Saved a boundary there. So Perry's still on 10 and just feeling the pressure a little bit. As a Filer it again, middle stump line, yorked and dug out by Perry through the covers for a single, and that brings Mooney on strike.
Filer reminds me a little of Bruce Reed, that sort of ranginess that she has, the tall and skinny and long arms, very long arms.
And just checking her pace, what's she getting to?
I haven't seen it on screen. It looks a little ungainly, but it's very effective.
So Mooney's facing Filer on 31 off 48 at the moment. Filer comes in, and that is a rank full toss, and that's smashed away by Mooney, but there's a sweeper out there, and they'll only get one run from it. Has it been called a no ball? No, it hasn't.
I think that's just an indication of how hard she's trying, though, in a very first server. She's really trying to give it something.
Yeah, just released it a little bit too early in her delivery. Has Filer in the game for the last ball of the over, and that's cut by Perry, and it goes all the way past Gully, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is a member.
And Richard, how are the socials?
Yes, Josie Oak, and if I can just explain, this is somebody who is British, according to description, and whose handle is Woy Pom, but has adopted a very appropriately South African name on Twitter.
Based in Johannesburg.
Based in Johannesburg, as I read. So well done on that. Nonetheless, Josie Oak, who is British, living in Johannesburg, says, bit of a shocker, that decision. Looked like an inside edge, even when I saw it first. And then Dr. Ann Condon also says Netherlands chasing 211 against USA in the ODI WC World Cup qualifier. It's also something good to keep an eye on today. Nepal 5-for-1 chasing 339 against the Windies.
That's got a long haul.
Yeah. But for those who'd like to follow multiple formats of international cricket on multiple continents, there you go.
Most of our listeners will be interested in that. We did at one stage in Wildlife Wireless cover 2 cricket games at once. We only did that once. Never do that again.
It's hard. We tried it on Gorilla one time. It was confusing.
Shiver comes in again, and that's driven by Mooney straight back to Nat. And she manages to stop it. And no run scored there. So Australia currently 72 for 1 in the 19th over. Mooney on 32, Perry on 15. And they have moved a slip out of the slip cordon, so there's got first and fourth slip by the look of it, as Mooney plays that down to gully for no run.
It's a strange setup, isn't it, to have a first slip, a fourth slip, and a gully?
Yeah, you'd go first, third gully, wouldn't you? Like you'd cover more.
Yeah.
But
they must think she's just more liable to cut it hard and miss something, I suppose.
And shivered again, and that's a bit of an edge from Mooney, but it doesn't carry to anyone into slips cordon, and no run there. Yeah, I'm just trying to. They're not bowling at the line to like tempt the shots, tempt the miss hits over that would go to slip. So why you'd position it like that, it gets a bit complicated, like a bit unknown, as that's a middle stump line, and Mooney just plays it just off the pads and no run there.
Dan Liebke's got an excellent idea in relation to the DRS, or the VAR as you call it. He said it'd save a lot of time on the DRS if they just looked at the scoreboard. Perry out for 10, self-evidently ridiculous. You'll have to change your on-field decision.
That is a great idea, Dan Liebke, as that's a full toss, and that's not treated with the disgust it should deserve, and no run scored there. Very well fielded from the England team there. Dan Liebke will be joining this call over the weekend, so you will be able to hear him and Kat Jones and a few others throughout our coverage of the Women's Ashes. And as I said earlier, if you do want to join us, feel free to reach out and email to us at whitelinewireless@gmail.com. Shivering again, and that's defended by Mooney for no run. And that's the end of the over. Australia 72 for 1. Richard.
Over bowled, lovely. Let's start off the social run through with one quick and easy question. Warren says, which Ricky Ponting wine are you enjoying today? Are we doing that in this game?
Unfortunately, Ricky Ponting wines did not make their way over to the Box of Dreams,
which is interesting because they hail from Australia. They were enjoyed in England studio, but not in the Melbourne studio.
I understand that Brian 001 was looking at ways to try and get some to you, though. So don't be surprised if they do turn up there, because he's a very, very generous supplier of victuals.
It will be worked out. We live in challenging times when it comes to distribution and what do we call it? Delivery chains, supply chains.
Supply chain, yes.
But it will turn up if you want it bad enough. And Jolly Ollie also says, morning gorillas and wire walkers, excited for today's play. What are we thinking for a reasonable score today?
We'll get to that in a moment as File is into Perry, who just defends it onto the onside for no run. So Perry's on 15 off 30 deliveries.
Assuming no rain, of course.
Yeah, assuming no rain, I think getting to 160, 170 by the end of the day's play. Like
260, 270, surely.
I'm worried about Perry, and I'm worried. There's been a lot of misplays so far from the Australian team that they've been lucky hasn't turned into wickets, as that's played on the hit by Perry and no run.
Well, I mean, they're due to bowl 90 overs in a day, and I think there's a good chance they will. And they're currently scoring at 3.5 and over, which I see no reason for them not to continue with. So that'd give you a score of about bit over 300 if they get all 90 overs in, which I think is a reasonable thing for them to aim at. This is the first 5-day test match they've played in a long time, actually, so they've got plenty of time.
And bowlers...
And that's short ball, comes up to about shoulder high, and Perry can't do anything with it, and it just goes back to the keeper for no run.
There's just so little very, very long format cricket in the women's game, even less than in the men's game now. So the tiring effect on bowlers could be even more pronounced, and you would expect that if the batters can hang around, that run rate should go up.
Yes, especially with England only having the one spinner, isn't it?
Correct.
So what does anybody else reckon? Tweet us in with your predictions. We're not doing a GPL today, but there's no reason not to predict.
As Filer comes in again to Perry, and that's a hitter on the hip, and just no run scored there. So Filer's doing really well. Like, it's a good debut from her.
It is. That pace is still worrying Perry, isn't it?
We still haven't seen how fast she's going.
It's annoying.
As Filer comes in, and that's middle stump Yorker, and Perry just digs it out to cover for no run. So we'll have a bit of a change at the end of this over. Rustic then will come in for ball by ball. Missy will stay on summaries, and Adit will come in for socials. So Australia currently 72 for 1. And Lauren Filer's been getting about 74 miles per hour on average.
That's not bad.
And that's the end of the over. Just balled into Perry, who just defends it down, and no run there. So Australia 72 for 1 after 20 overs, and we'll just have a bit of a sting.
Guerrilla cricket featuring White Line Wireless. More swearing from the commentators about the game than the listeners about the company.
Well, I don't know. I'll be fucked. We've had too little swearing today to make that jingle valid.
I couldn't resist though, Messi.
Welcome back, Russ.
Thank you.
So you're on ball by ball. I'm on comments or socials.
You're on comments. Adit's going to do the socials, I think. Unless you want to change.
No, that's great. That's great. It's much easier. I'm all for the easier life. So what's your read, Russell?
It's very even so far, I think. I think England will be disappointed they didn't take some of those chances, particularly Mooney. They're getting a little bit of movement. Filer's had quite a couple of balls to Perry that really seamed in the first couple. She's adjusted since then, Perry, to adjust it. The scoring rate's, I think, relatively high for a women's test too.
Well, yeah.
And here is Siva, and it's into Mooney. It's just short of a length, and she turns it around the corner for a single. Takes the score into 73. Your thoughts, Messi?
Well, I mean, one of the reasons for the scoring rate, I think, is that they did maintain quite attacking fields for quite a long time. They're starting to put some more defence out now, but in a way, I mean, Perry will bat all day and be quite happy if she's still on 70 at stumps, but Mooney is very dangerous, it seems to me. As the longer she stays in, the quickly she tends to score.
Here is Severance, just on a length, and Perry's on the back foot and plays it straight back down the wicket. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Mooney, she's on 33 now, but she just really struggled for timing for the first 20 or 30 balls, and as she finds it, Perry's the other one, of course. She'll just bat all day if she gets the opportunity. We know she can dig in. His Siver's short to Perry, and she's pulled it past the fielder. It was close to square leg, but she's got it through, and that is another 4. Takes the score to 77. Perry to 19. We've picked the wrong sting for that one. It's still learning how the soundboard works after. We've basically increased the number of jingles from about 20 to about 120.
Oh wow, that makes it a bit hard, doesn't it?
Yeah. we got to move it around, and the jingles with the 6s on it are actually on board 4, and I thought that was the 4-4 board. It was not. Siva to Perry, she's defending back down the wicket, so poor Punz.
In my defence, the iPad did say 4.
Fair enough. Yeah, so some of the labelling is a bit random.
It was.
Yeah, I'm sure Elise Perry would be quite happy to be the first woman ever to get to 2 centuries in Test matches.
Yeah, I mean, bit far away from that. But Perry's on the back foot this time, plays out to cover. We got a speed read finally on Siva. We haven't been going on file. She's going around 103 k's an hour, so not super quick.
That's around, what, 62 miles per hour?
Somewhere around that. I think it said, but I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
You're on metric, Russ. Hypermetric.
Is Siva again to Perry on the back foot, and she's played it into cover. She'll get a single there as it fielder comes around. Score goes on to 78, and that's the end of the over. Indeed.
We have a few tweets in. Mog's trying to get me fired, essentially saying that we do need to swear a bit more. There's.
I warned you. He mentions Bradman's, doesn't he?
What was that?
I bet you he mentions Bradman's. Oh yes, he does. Yeah.
We have Colin Suter saying, informing us of the speeds in Lauren Bell's last over, which was 73, 76, 75, 76 miles per hour. Dan Keevy saying, is the scoring rate high, or is England just bowling weird lines? I think it's less weird lines and more weird fields earlier on.
There's been some bad balls too, I think. There's been a number of balls that have not been great.
And Robbie, who says that England have only one frontline spinner, but both Wyatt and in particular Knight can turn their arms over with their right arm offies. But
here is Filo. It's down the leg side. It's Perry's pads, but it's stopped by Jones, and there is no run. Fowler has a very interesting run-up, Messi, that she sort of moves her arms, and there was some footage a couple of days ago of, I think it was Eccleston and the slips when she was playing the warm-up games, of them teasing her essentially as she ran in. Well, I assume it was teasing her. It was.
She starts off with very, very straight legs. Her knees don't bend at all for the first couple of strides, and then she is weird to look at.
Here's Perry, and it's short, and she's pulled that. That's an absolutely brilliant shot because there's two players back at deep square leg and fine leg, and she's split them right down the middle for another 4.
Bounce me, brother, with a solid 4.
On Ravi's tweet, I did think it was really interesting that England opted to only go with the one spinner, especially since Australia's going with 2 plus Ash Gardner, and it's not like England don't have good backups. And
here's Father again to Perry. It's way down leg side this time. Perry can't even reach it. No wide given though, so score remains on 82.
And I was just thinking that if Charlie Dean or Sarah Glenn aren't doing anything next week, there is an England team in London who are in dire need of a spinner.
Well, somebody said, Moeen Ali could be replaced by Sophie Eccleston. The only problem would be the number of heart attacks in the pavilion at Lord's.
Here is Filer. No, she's pulled out of her run-up because she's dropped the ball. It's dribbled down the middle of the pitch. Stopped by Mooney.
That wasn't an attempted mankad?
No, I don't think so. I think she accidentally rubbed it against her knee as she ran in. And then kicked it. At what point does the ball become legal? Remember, the ones that just dribbled out on the offside that get smashed to the boundary. This time she's bowling to Perry, and it's just short of a length. She plays it back down the pitch. Remember, Alan Border smashed one in the West Indies before. They ended up at cover, which was very amusing and not. Except for Curtly Ambrose.
I think they changed the law after that. There was one Warner hit too, I think, at one stage that bounced about 5 times. I can't remember. Yeah, that was a miss. I get the feeling that Filer is almost trying too hard at the moment. The first few balls were great.
This one's short of a length, and Perry's played it off from the offside, and she'll take a single. Takes her to 25. Yeah, you think she's striving for pace?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean that's what she's expected to do, is to provide pace that nobody else has got. But if she's doing it at the expense of her accuracy, her first 3 balls were fantastic, and then after that it just started to She bowled that full toss and she's losing her line. She'd be better off to slow down and get it straight. That's better.
Well, that is
Whoa.
better because it's been caught at gully. Mooney's gone onto the back foot, edged. It's up and into the chest of the player there. And I think it was Kate Cross who's taken the catch. A very nice catch, a very nice ball. And Mooney is on her way.
After you've gone.
33 or 56 Mooney. It's just short of a length. She's tried to play on the offside. She's played a number of shots like that. This one's got the edge and it's carried straight to cross. Big wicket, Messi.
Excellent field placement too. Huge wicket because Mooney was starting to look really quite comfortable. And I mean I don't think that I haven't seen the speed for it, but I don't think that ball was as fast as the previous ones. But it wasn't even an edge. She played it off the middle of the bat straight to that. What was it? Force slip or gully?
Bit of both, I think. No.
Yeah.
Because they had a gully in, so they basically, for Mooney saying, I mean, good piece of captaincy, right? They've said, this is a shot she'll play. She'll play it in the air. They put two fielders there, and she fell into the trap.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really well done. So yeah, good on her for getting that ball right finally, and sucking her in. You're right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a off-cutter actually because she's rolled her fingers across the side of it as well, so it probably bounced a little bit more than Mooney was expecting and moved away. What's on the socials?
We have Leah saying, "Come on, say Brad menu, so and so's," and we have Stephen Kelk who has come and gone from a meeting and now. Actually, I don't know if he's back from the meeting, but he asked for us to wave to him. In order to keep his meeting interesting. So, hello, Stephen. And Anthony Condon says, "Producer, please pump up the volume on the Zoom channel a bit." Thank you, Producer Supun. We also have Perky Bumfinger saying, at Jeremy Henderson, bit quiet on mic, mate.
Am I? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll up it a bit and start shouting and get sweary. Is that what you're after?
Yeah, I think that's a bit better.
Okay. I sometimes forget that I've moved my mic away from my mouth. I'm sorry about that.
There was it must have been the end of the over because Perry was on strike and it's been to her pads. She's managed to get it down on the onside, and the new batter will be Talia McGrath. It's 4 matches, an average of 40 so far in her test career. Test stats for women are always a bit challenged because they play so few, but
yes, yeah,
she's a very good player.
Yeah.
And,
I'll let you do it.
Next one's full, and she's just defending on the offside.
The ICC doesn't even do rankings for women test players because they don't have to make it worthwhile. So the closest you can get is the ODIs, really. And actually, Talia McGrath's not in the top 10 of the ODI rankings.
This is a Siver again. It's full, and Talia McGrath just plays that on the onside, but there's again no run. Yeah, the other thing, of course, Messi, is there's so few women's tests. It's actually interesting. There seems to be a real push to play more of them, particularly not just Australia and England. So,
yeah,
very enthused to see that come about. The opposite direction to men's test cricket in some ways, because they seem to be playing fewer and fewer. Siver again, it's full, and McGrath's driven that, and she's driven it well down to mid-off. There will be another boundary.
I've got no idea if there's a jingle playing or not.
Oh, you can't hear it? That's interesting. No. It should come through on the Zoom call, but there was a jingle playing. The nice shot, a little bit upish, but clear of the fielder.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the game that Talia McGrath plays, doesn't she? She's not one to go into a defensive mode.
No, it'll make for interesting cricket. This one's into her pads, and she's played that around to square leg. There's a chase on down towards the boundary. It's going to be a very close run thing, and it is the ball that wins. The cameraman has given us a shot from about 400 yards. But I can make the assumption that it hit the boundary because the fielder stopped running. Didn't throw it back.
Yeah, well, that would make sense.
Lovely shot, though. Great time with the ball, McGrath.
She is, and she's a very fast scorer, certainly in white ball cricket. And I don't think she's going to change that, is she?
No, Siva's full again, and McGrath again is down the ground. Siva got a hand on as it went past her, but they'll still come back for two. So McGrath getting a real move on. Siva not really hitting her lines either because that was just too full. End of the over, it did.
We just have Warren saying that allegedly their first choice name was Chasing the Dragon to Long On Wireless. Presumably. Any thoughts on that?
Did you see Jay Grover's one saying picking Eccleston and causing a tsunami of heart attacks at Lord's long room sounds like a win-win to me. Also piss off Mooney.
Yep, that's right. Well, why stop with just Eccleston? Pick Eccleston and Dean. Two of them.
Yeah.
They can bat.
Well, they might pick a keeper as well.
Well, maybe they can just drop one of their all-rounders and play 4 pace players and a proper keeper.
Oh dear.
I was suggesting to bat Root at number 8, so that they could fit Ben Ferguson. Anyway, wrong game.
Very much.
Yeah, let's stick here. Oh dear. We're back.
We are back. Filer's short, and it's been pulled by Perry. She can't bowl that line and all length to Perry, but it only goes for a single this time. Takes Perry to 27. Scored at 2 for 95. Australia rolling along at the moment.
I'm a little perplexed. I'd seen somewhere that they'd sold 15,000 tickets, but obviously it can't be for today because Ridge got a capacity of 17,000.
I think
I'd say there are about 3,000 in there at the moment, maybe 4.
Yeah, I think that's for the entire test.
Right.
That's
a little disappointing, actually.
So far.
Yeah.
Test is young.
They'll come in on the weekend, obviously. I will certainly hope so. Filer's going to come in again, bowling over the wicket to Talia McGrath, and it's short of a length, and McGrath's on the back foot. 2 slips in the gully. It's more of a spread field, but interesting. Eccleston had a field that was very, very attacking, but the rest of the time it's been just very standard fields. It's boring watching standard fields, don't you think, Messi, after the last week? Why isn't there a short leg and a square leg standing behind each other? Surely that's the way of the future.
It does your head in, doesn't it?
It does a bit. His Filer again, and it's again short, and again McGrath's on the back foot, but she's played it straight to gully. Again, no run. Filer's just a bit short at the moment. She got that ball to Mooney. It was just that slightly fuller length. The seam is helping her, and she's tall, which obviously is going to get it up. But I don't think she's quite quick enough to get a bouncer in that's going to trouble either McGrath or Perry.
Yeah, there's been very little sign of any swing too, is there?
No, seam movement. It's a relatively green pitch, but no swing. His Filer again, it's full, and that one got up a little bit on McGrath as she went on the back foot. But she plays it straight back down the pitch.
It's an interesting colour pitch, actually, because it's predominantly brown, but there are little patches of green around it, which makes you wonder if there are some bits that will be livelier than others.
Yeah, it implies a little bit of moisture, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Filer's starting to flag a bit too, for me. I guess when you play a lot of one-day cricket, you don't necessarily have long spells. This is only her 4th over, but I'd probably incline to rotate them on a 4-over spells, which I think they've mostly done. She's again to McGrath, and this one's short down the leg. It's a terrible ball. McGrath doesn't even bother to just play it or even look at it.
That's not a zone.
No, it's almost certain that may not be certain. They may forget to take Filer off, but she's definitely reaching the end of this spell because it's a tired thing. But still, 1 for 12 or 4 overs is a good starting point, and she was very unlucky. Well, not unlucky because it wasn't out, but was close to getting Perry out with her first ball. This one's full, and she's fallen over in a follow-through, and it dribbles back into a prone body in the middle of the pitch. No run, end of the over, 2 for 95.
We have Perky Bumfinger on YouTube accusing me of tripping when I suggested to bet root at 8. I mean, I'm just following the vibe. Stephen Kelk followed on saying that he'd like to see Root and Jimmy bat together sometime. Parentheses, or promote Jimmy to 3. Either way feels very baseball.
I've got a proposition that baseball actually doesn't exist. That it's a creation of the psyche designed to give people something to hang on to give them a feeling of something to believe in. It's like, I'm somewhat agnostic. It's like a religion created to give people reassurance about something, but it doesn't actually exist.
Well, what baseball literally is just an offhanded line by Andrew Miller, a random journalist.
Yeah, that's right. And everybody's grabbed hold of it because they wanted something to label it. It's the way we are today. Everything's got to be labelled, and then you've got to be either for it or against it. You're not allowed to have any grey areas. So I'm in the process of composing an article for the Smaximum, which is the newsletter for all Gorilla Patreons, which hopefully I'll get done for this weekend. Just explaining why baseball doesn't exist. There's a weird field now. Do you want to describe it?
Well, I will in a sec. Eccleston's in and it's full to Perry and it's defended down the pitch. This is the attacking field that Eccleston's gone with. She's got a short leg, a silly point, a short mid-off, although they should be standing right next to Eccleston as the ball is bowled, plus a slip and the keeper. This one's into Perry's pads, and again she defends straight back down the pitch.
It seems a waste of half a fielder to end up with a fielder almost next to the bowler, doesn't it?
Yeah, I hope it doesn't go between them. They'll dive into each other trying to field it. It's Eccleston into Perry's pads again, and it's full, but again Perry just defends, resisting the temptation to try and drive that through the onside. Eccleston number 6 off her 3.5 overs so far, and again this one's into Perry's pads on a length, but Perry just turns around the corner and there's a big dive by Beaumont to pull it back in before it can go away for a single.
You wonder how long this can go on for. I mean, I suppose Perry could just do this all day, but...
yeah, I feel like Eccleston's going to bowl a lot of overs somehow. This one's full to Perry and she's defending. Because she's not getting a lot of movement or anything off the pitch. It's just kind of thrown up into the slot. And, it might be more interesting when she's bowling to Taylor McGrath, though, because McGrath may be less patient.
Yeah.
Here's Eccleston. This one's short and Perry's on the back foot and plays it past those two fielders, but there's another fielder right behind the other two fielders at mid-off, and there is no run.
It's one of the beauties of Eccleston as a bowler, isn't it? That she can stay on the spot consistently in such a way as to just maintain that pressure and not bowl a lot of loose deliveries.
Yeah, in women's cricket, you do find sometimes with the spinners that there's not enough pace on the ball for them to beat the field, or enough power in their shots to beat the field. Yeah. So it can be a bit grinding of just, cat and mouse, of not able to breach the field, but just kind of pushing those gaps.
Yeah.
Are we switching to a movie?
Oh, it's changed channels because State of Origin is over or something. Hang on.
We'll get our listeners back onto where it's in a second.
We'll catch up on some tweets in the meantime.
There we go.
Jay Grover.
Jim, there we go. We're waiting for Philo to come in, but you can go ahead.
Jay Grover clarifies that 11,000 tickets have been sold for the test and 70,000 for the series overall, but can't find the breakdown.
Right. Thanks, Jay.
Here's Philo, and she's still on, and it's short of a length to McGrath and played back down the pitch. I would have taken her off. Her actions are looking a bit ragged as well, messy.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, it's almost lunchtime, so I suppose it would have been a good opportunity to give someone, the equivalent of Brooke, a single over before lunch. But it's her debut. She wants to try and prove something. It's not going to cost a lot in the over before lunch, and maybe she can find that perfect delivery again.
He's hoping from an England perspective. That is not a perfect delivery. It's very short on the pitch, definitely in her own half, and it balloons over McGrath's head outside off stump, left alone.
An
even session in the end, Messi, 2 for 95.
I think so. I think England would be relatively happy with where they are. I think Australia would be slightly disappointed. I think McGrath would be particularly Mooney would be particularly disappointed that she got out because she was just starting to look really good.
His father again. This one's also short, and McGrath's cut that and cut well. It's only down to a deep point though, so there'll only be the single. Takes her on to 11. Scored a 96. Yeah, I think I say 2 wickets before lunch is standard, and probably Australia's scoring a little quicker than England might like, but other than that, a fairly even contest.
So they'll have 26, maybe 27 overs before lunch, which isn't stunning, is it?
No, not for a women's game, because they do tend to have shorter run-ups, and they should be able to push through the overs much faster. Here is father again, and it's again short, and Perry's cut that and cut well.
That's
and it
nice.
will not quite reach the boundary. There's a big dive down there at deep point, and drag that back in. I'm not sure who that was. Danny White. So just the 2 for Perry. Retains the strike for the last 2 balls of this over. We're at 3 minutes, so we'll get another over in, maybe even more, because it'll be Eccleston after this if she pushes through.
We need the 100
I think they'll be happy to go to lunch. I mean, you're right. Filer just does look knackered. She's at the top of her mark, and she looks. Thank Christ, I've only got 2 balls to go.
His father, and it's full into Perry, and she's just defending it, but there's no one out there at mid-on, so they'll run away for 1 run. Puts McGrath back on strike.
It was noticeable after she delivered that ball that Filer just stopped in the middle of the pitch, put her hands on her knee and leant down. So yeah, it's a bit of a worry if she's that knackered after 5 overs in a 5-day game.
I think when you're playing mostly T20s in one days, maybe you. But yeah, I mean, it would be a worry across the whole day. Here she's again. This one's short of a length, and it actually seamed in a little bit to McGrath, who plays it back to cover, and there's no run.
We have Motley, who's posted a picture of their shelves, saying not quite halfway there. Well, keep going. Jay Grover says tripping and chasing the dragon. This is more like it. Dan Keevy attributes a quote to Messi Jazz saying Bazball the opium of the onside field. Leah says I remember Root and Jimmy bat together. Was the match Jimmy got his high score. It was a religious experience in a very confusing way. Dr. Ant Condon says that
it was so wrong.
Like most religious experiences.
Here's Eccleston. It's full to Perry onto her pads, and she's played it down to a mid-on. It is again no run. This tight field remains in place. Coming round the wicket, Eccleston probing away, number 6 off her into her 5th over. This one's full to Perry. She's got that one past the silly point, and she'll get at least 1 as it runs away to deep cover.
Past the very small inner ring.
Just the 1 though. Takes her to 31, but it brings up Australia's 100. I don't know if we have a jingle for hundreds for teams. We know we have them for players. Maybe hit one anyway, so just for fun.
Yeah, I don't think we do. Just play a random jingle.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100.
Fortunately, Eccleston didn't bowl like half an over while we waited for him to finish. But, McGrath's facing. There was a bit of a chat in between balls. This one's just short of a length onto her pads, and she's played it out to mid-wicket. Eccleston's got her hands in the air as if there was something on there, but I'm not sure what it would be because it would have not hit the stumps even if it had hit the pads. Furiously shining the ball for a pace bowling brethren Eccleston. This one's full into McGrath. She's played that straight back down the pitch. Again, no run.
Yeah, that little discussion ensured that this was going to be the last over.
Spunner's asked me what we're actually going to play in lunch break because we don't actually have anything. So I might flip the auto DJ on and it'll play the last test match for the men for 40 minutes or 30 minutes, and we'll come back. Here's McGrath.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Driving full, and it's out to mid-off. No run. And I don't know what will go to YouTube. It'll probably just be an empty room for 30 minutes, so enjoy that. Someone said it was Zen before, so you can enjoy the Zen.
See you eating all your toasted sandwiches that have been in the fridge or whatever it is.
Here is Eccleston. It'll be the last ball before lunch, and it's full, and McGrath defends back down the pitch. Fielded by a sieve of runt. The players will make their way off. Australia exactly 100 runs in the session, 2 for 100 off 27 overs. Perry's on 31. McGrath is on 11. We lost the wickets earlier in the session of the debutante Phoebe Litchfield for 23 of 32 to a ball that she left alone, was given LBW. It wasn't going to hit the stumps, but she didn't review. And Beth Mooney, who went back of a length, then played it in the air to cross at gully. A good session, Messi, for Australia, though, in the end.
Yeah, pretty even, though, I think, in the end. I don't think England will be too disappointed with where they've ended up. But it really depends on... an awful lot, I think, in this whole test match actually depends on Elise Perry, because she is that rock, has been in test matches for Australia, that everything else builds itself around. So if they can somehow get rid of her, it'll make a huge difference. I think the main achievement of this morning, though, was you, Russell, getting us on air, notwithstanding never having had to do it before, and with a few technical issues at the beginning, having us up and running and everything working really smoothly. I just want to say, well done, mate. You're the man of the match.
Thank you. It's going to be a long day. Let me put it that way. But we're going to go to lunch now, and Spoon will play a sting, and then you'll get to hear whatever we can find.
You're tuned in to White Line Wireless. We've got you covered, ball by ball by bloody ball.
forget your T20, forget your ODIs. Test cricket, that's the thing for me. I'm really happy to have with me somebody who also experienced the ups and downs of the day, in Tony Bishop. Welcome, Tony.
Hello, Messrs. Well, yeah, wow. What a test match.
Yeah.
That's the first thing to say, isn't it? What a test match. Then we can discuss who should have won.
Well, I mean, yeah. In a way, it's a sort of who cares thing, isn't it? Because it was so good. So, do you want to just summarise what happened today?
Well, I think so.
Not much happened, really. So
well, not much happened. Well, Australia started on 107 for 3. English pessimists were definitely thinking, oh, that's probably Australia's game. And just about every Australian I spoke to was telling me it was going to be England's game. England took wickets. They took key wickets as well. Fantastic spells from Broad and from Ollie Robinson. Even Moeen Ali got one ball to really rip and turn, and consequently they'd lost a number of key wickets. Had Australia. Head was caught by Joe Root. Green was bowled by Robinson. Khawaja was magnificent all the way through, but in the end, who else would make the difference but Ben Stokes? Carey was unbelievably caught and bowled third time lucky by Root, having dropped 2 ridiculously hard caught and bowled catches. The next ridiculously hard one, he hung on to. Some catches did go down. Certainly one edge went down, was not taken by Bairstow. But overall, Australia showed extraordinary nerve, particularly Pat Cummins. 44 off 73. They needed about 70 odd, I think, when he came in. He and Lyon got the job done, and I wasn't fully sure about some of England's approach as the denouement got closer. I think some of their thinking perhaps got a tad muddled. We can dive into that, but what I can absolutely say, it was a cracking test match. It sets the series up magnificently. England will be disappointed. They need to put it behind them. Australia will be thrilled, but they know there's 4 more to play, and we simply cannot wait.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Tony. So to summarise, Australia ended at 282.
You're going to summarise my summary.
282 for 8, winning by 2 wickets.
They did.
And Cummins ended up on 44 and Lyon on 16. They put on 55 for the 9th wicket, which is basically what won the game. Now, from my perspective, as you say, many of us Australians were not all that optimistic. The game swung repeatedly during the day. When Green came to the wicket and the score was 143 for 5, and Australia still needing almost 140 to win. I thought, well, this is about it. But Green and Khawaja managed to put on, 49, which put Australia to 192 and within 90 of a win. And yet every time it looked like Australia might be getting on top, then something happened. Green was bowled by Robinson, and the wickets were very much spread around. Everybody except Anderson got wickets. Stuart Broad had 3, Robinson 2, Moeen Ali had 1, Root had 1, and Stokes had 1. So it's not as if there was some sort of genius attack bowler who was going to win it. There was no sort of super spell from Broad this time. It was just sheer hard work by the English bowlers on that really, really unresponsive pitch. The pitch played pretty much as it had all match, kept a little bit low on occasion, but that's about as much as you can say of it. But
I take all of that. You're bang on, Messrs. I mean, there was a couple of moments when England really felt, we felt, as the English fans will have felt, that the momentum had shifted. Khawaja going, that was when the score I think was on 209. Carey going, it was 227 for 8. And then you were down to Cummins and Lyon.
Yeah.
And that was, we all know Pat Cummins has got a pretty cool head on his shoulders. You don't get to be Australian captain without, having that. Look at his win record. It stands up to any kind of scrutiny. But most English people thought then that was job done.
Yeah.
Sadly, from an English perspective, I do question some of the field placings, as I said at the beginning. It just seemed, they were trying to work that short ball. For too long, Australia were able to take their time. They were able to nudge ones and twos. And then there was one pivotal over. Maybe it was one over too far from Joe Root, because remember, he'd taken that phenomenal
Yes.
caught and bowl. He got that key wicket of Carey. But Pat Cummins said, right, now is about the time. It was like flicking a switch. 12 off 2 balls, and all of a sudden, the momentum shifted. You could see it in body language. Belief surged through the Australian pair and probably the dressing room and every Australian fan there. And just a little bit of hope seemed to drain from England. And that's, if you want to nut down a pivotal moment of the day, it would be, well, there'd probably be 2, because it was those 2 consecutive sixes when quite literally it was like a goal either side of half time in football. When you think everything's going well and then bang, bang, suddenly it isn't. After that, I'm struggling not to say I'm a little bit disappointed, because it was such a phenomenal Test match. It did go to the wire on the final day. Yes, the rain this morning helped that along a bit, but the fact is there were just there were chances that weren't taken, and I just felt England's bowling strategy left something to be desired. Jimmy Anderson had said he's not feeling he's got his rhythm. And just not having a second spinner. The ball was turning.
Well, almost. I mean, for the second innings, barely having a first spinner, because Ali's finger was so damaged that it was.
And he came on at one point, and although he did get one to rip and turn, and that ball that got who was it? Travis Head, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was a terrific ball, but nonetheless. After that, he was too easy to hit. He wasn't comfortable. Root always does a good job. Root always does a good job as a second spinner. He's not a frontline spinner. Okay, he once got 5 for 8, but that was on, a Viper's Nest dust ball, and the Edgbaston was not that. So I think England, I don't even think you could say what happened thereafter was about Baz ball or not. It just didn't quite seem to. There was a point at which they could have attacked, and they seemed to go on the we're going to bounce them out whatever strategy. It didn't work. We could be sitting here. I could be sitting here right now. It could have worked, and we could have been going, what a fantastic victory and what a genius Ben Stokes is. For what it's worth, I think he and McCullum still are geniuses, and they still are right for the game. We just lost by 2 wickets in an unbelievably tight and fantastic match. But it'd be very nice to win the next one.
Well, there's no doubt that on the field, Stokes is an inspiration, and he comes up with a whole lot of stuff. Not all of it works, but some of it clearly does. I mean, the dismissal of Khawaja in the first innings was a classic case of just playing with someone's head and getting him.
Well, it's doing what the opposition doesn't expect.
Yeah, the problem with Stokes, particularly when Moeen really wasn't fit enough to bowl properly in the second over, is Stokes wasn't either. I mean, he bowled 7 overs in each innings, and he was obviously in considerable pain. He did take a vital wicket in each innings, but it really does hamper England when they don't have that depth in a bowling attack like that, it seems to me.
Well, great series wins often have a great all-rounder that plays as an all-rounder. To be fair on Ben Stokes, he did bowl 7 overs. He was clearly playing through a pain barrier, and he only went for 9 runs and got a crucial wicket. The first innings, not so much. What did he do in the first? 7 overs again. Went for 33. So but as the Bear, you can probably hear in the background. who is off and heading for home.
And he got Steve Smith
Which is what the bear was just saying
Yeah.
in the background, which you won't have heard. But yeah, he did. But you know, the 7 in the first innings went for 33. The 7 in the second innings went for 9. What struck me about Australia was just how well they did time it and play the situation and the circumstances.
There was a time when Cummings had just come in, when people were genuinely talking about them playing through for a draw. And I said, no, that's not going to happen, because they needed 3.5 and over still, and they needed, 60-something to win, or 70-something when Cummings came in, and they'd just been so flat. That's what we haven't talked about, actually, is Usman Khawaja. Now, he did bat brilliantly,
magnificent.
but he made 65 of 197 deliveries. All up in this test match, he has faced 725 deliveries, I think it is, which is quite extraordinary when you think about it. For one person to face basically, 120 overs.
Well, first Australian since Kim Hughes. Am I right in saying only the second ever? I can't believe the Don's never done it.
So
but to bat all 5 days of a test match.
That's correct. Yeah, 675 deliveries all up. That is extraordinary. And there's no doubt that Australia would have had no chance of winning, given that both Smith and Labuschagne failed in both innings. But there was a period today when it looked like the fact that he was scoring at a strike rate of about 25 today might actually leave Australia in a position where they wouldn't get there, because not enough runs were being scored. And at the end of the day, the credit goes really to Pat Cummins for just taking it on in a really sensible but aggressive way towards the end.
But you've also got a question, I know Hendo kept popping his head round the door when he wasn't on ball by ball, saying, don't take the new ball.
Yep.
We're going, well, it's not actually our decision, Hendo, mate. but we understood his point. He clearly wanted that communicated to the many people who were listening to us today, which was phenomenal. We had a fantastic audience today, which was great. But I kind of saw his point. But at the same time, I was thinking, attack. If you got your foot on someone's throat, don't let it off. Attack.
Yeah.
And I just don't think England didn't quite do that in the way that they might normally have done. They seem to almost fall between two stools in doing that.
It was very strange,
because when you get down to that score, you kind of do a bit, don't you? You've got to defend to not concede runs, but you still want to. I would have just kept attacking and eventually trusting to something happening that would get the wickets, and they didn't quite do that. That's the only disappointment I have. That and the wicket keeping question and the runs that went down. Again, if you look at the drop catches and you look at the infamous no ball that took the wicket, that then wasn't, those probably lost the test match more than anything that happened in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I think it's
when push comes to shove.
Fair to say that folks behind the stumps, that Bairstow behind the stumps he had a really dreadful match. He probably never had one as bad as that again, but it's enough surely to make the England selectors decide that they really can't afford to have that happen again.
Well, I go along with that.
Take the gloves. I don't know what Pope's like as a keeper, but he couldn't have done much worse than Bairstow did. But I'd love to see folks in the team anyhow. I think he's done everything to earn it.
Well, and you know what I'm going to say, I'm going to say one thing about the declaration, because you will have discussed it endlessly on all the other wrap-ups.
I haven't minced my words about my views. Put it like that.
No, well, I might give you a counter view. If England had taken the chances they should have taken, and if England had had a serviceable spinner whose finger didn't fall apart, you'd have still been. We'd have probably looking back with you going, oh, well, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. And you can't legislate for some of those there. For those, you can't legislate for the catches that went down. Okay, don't count the Stokes one, but you can count about 4 or 5 chances behind the stumps that were dropped. And you've got a lot. You're bowling on the last wicket. You need a spinner that can give you some control and get the ball to turn from time to time.
Yep.
You need more overs out of him than what did Moen bowl? 14 overs for 57.
Yeah.
By far the most expensive bowler. And he bowled one ball I would say was a really great ball, and it was a really great ball.
Yeah.
But you couldn't rely on him. So at the time Ben Stokes made the declaration, he couldn't foresee that catalogue of things not going right. I'm not even going to blame that really difficult period for losing Crawley and Duckett when they should have gone off. It was a biblical scene of the darkest clouds. I don't think that's the reason either. I think they lost it in the field, and it gave Australia the chance to be as cool as they were. But you had to. But the door had been opened, and well done for them. They pushed it open, barged through.
Yeah, and that wicket from a no ball too, which.
I mentioned that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
still we've had fun.
Yeah, and it's been a fantastic
We've been drinking.
game. What have you been drinking?
Do you know what? I thought you'd never actually get around to asking me. Today, we have mostly been drinking. I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can get this in front of the camera. Don't think I can. We've been drinking Close of Play Cabernet Sauvignon. It is the Langhorne Creek Close of Play from the Ponting Wines range. It is a magnificent quaff, I can tell you. We've been thoroughly enjoying it. It's the 2021, getting hints of red berries, mint, clove. Great, it is genuinely tasty, and the whole Ponting range, courtesy of some generosity and our friends at Two Island Wines as well, means that for all of this series, we've partnered up with Ricky, and we've partnered up with his wine company. He is a genuine wine fan. He's a genuine wine enthusiast. Ben Riggs he partnered with, and his range stands up to some any wine expert scrutiny, and I know this for a fact because I've had a wine expert taste them all. So we're not just telling lies. We're not just making it up. Let me tell you,
it's gone through. You were a wine expert already.
Well, I'm someone who enjoys my wine, but for sure. But I know someone who does it for a living, and he's highly enthusiastic about Ricky's range, and we're very excited to have been able to create the offer for our listeners, which of course I'm sure you've been communicating on every one of your roundups.
Indeed, I have.
But in case you haven't, just in case you haven't, you can go to our website, gorillacricket.com. All the information is there, and you just click through to where you can buy. But it's pontingwines.com.au/gorillacricket, and the magic code, don't tell anyone else, is GC Ashes 2023. You get a 15% discount.
Tell everybody. The more the better.
Tell them all.
And the link is actually below this video. You can see it there.
Oh, well, there you go. And we're even more exciting. Hendo and I are already buzzing. We'd be buzzing a little bit more had England won. But the man himself, we're going to be talking to the man himself this week.
Mr. Ponting.
We're going to be Mr. Ponting. We are going to be talking to Mr. Ponting. We are going to be, we are going to be tasting his wine and talking about his wine, but we've got plenty of cricket to talk about as well. So I think we're doing that on Thursday, so that should be out and available and ready for everyone to enjoy on Friday. We cannot wait.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'm excited about that. I'm really looking forward to hearing that. Thank you for that, Tony. Now, that just leaves us with the Gorilla of the Day and the Tweeter of the Day. And these two are very closely linked because
the
Tweeter of the Day is today Jay Grover, who keeps us entertained, sometimes at huge length.
Endless.
Very frequently, and has a great sense of humor himself when we give him shit too. So I really enjoy Jay's presence.
Am I allowed to guess who the Gorilla of the Day is? I might get it wrong, but I think I know who it is.
Guess.
Am I allowed to guess?
Yes, go and guess.
I'd be giving it to Russ.
You'd be right.
Because I think he's just been so cool.
Yeah,
he's the most laid back. If he laid back any further, he would genuinely be lying down.
That's exactly right.
He's just amazing. We love him.
This is what Jay tweeted. He said, "I think Russ's default setting is mute, And then he said, I hasten to add, this is not a criticism of Russ. He makes a blissful change from you gobshites. And he was on with Hendo and me at the time. So, of course, he was right. But, yeah, Russell is one of those rare people on Guerrilla Cricket who only says something when he's got something to say, which is, doesn't stop me talking when I've got nothing to say, but I think he adds a great deal of wisdom and knowledge to our setting. So he's definitely.
Well, it doesn't seem like he seems like the sort of chap that nothing would phase. He'd be going, Russell, the whole studio's burning down. Oh well, maybe we better find some water. I mean, I don't think anything would phase him. He just seems Mr. Cool. So yeah, we love his company. It's been good fun.
Indeed,
and will go on being good fun. I'm glad to say.
Well, I've had a lot of good fun with you on this. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you all for watching. If you'd like to support us, and we would love you to do so, because there are a lot of expenses in keeping this going. The place to go is patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you can come a Patreon from as little as $2 a month through to there's a $10 level where your name will be in lights every time we're on air. And if you like this, please click the like button below, share it, and we love your comments either here or on the Twitter stream at Guerrilla Cricket. And we just love having your involvement. So thanks for that. We will be back as Guerrilla Cricket on Thursday for the women's Ashes from Trent Bridge at 10 to 11, I think is the same time.
Going to be an adventure, that one.
Yeah. The roundup will be back for the men's Ashes next, is it Wednesday or Thursday, the second test?
It starts on the Wednesday. The 28th or 20th. Is it the 28th or 29th, Hendo? 28th. It's Wednesday the 28th.
And we look forward to your company then. And thank you so much for being with us here. Good night.
Good night.
And now it's time for Guerrilla Roundup. They'll let you know what happened the other night when things transpire whilst you sleep. Right there in the loop you keep. And now it's time for Guerrilla Roundup. They'll let you know.
There we go. Hello and welcome back to Whiteline Wireless. Where we're bringing you the England women versus Australian women in the first part of the Ashes series. So as a reminder, if you're not aware, the women's Ashes is a 5-day test, 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20 internationals. And I'm joined here in the Box of Dreams by Russ Degnan. Russ.
Thanks, Pun. Great to be in the Box of Dreams. Obviously proudly supporting the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. Great first session. Good attacking cricket. Sometimes with the women's test, because it's worth so many more points than the others, they're very nervous about, and we'll see this maybe later in the game, which is why they've moved to a 5-day test. They're too worried about drawing.
Yeah.
Or sorry, too worried about losing to go for the win. So, so far though, Australia's running along at a healthy run rate.
They've got 100 at the end of that first session, 2 wickets down. So the wickets that went were Phoebe Litchfield from an LBW, which wasn't an LBW, but unfortunately she's brand new, and you don't want to review on your very first wicket where if you're not entirely sure, if you're not entirely confident in
it really needed Beth Moody to be like, no, I'm not sure that was actually out, but maybe she thought it was out. I thought it was out.
Yeah.
It deserved to be out.
I didn't think it was out because I saw it going down leg, and it turns out I was right. And Beth Mooney, caught by cross, bowled by Filer, 33 of 57. She'd been playing a whole bunch of missed shots and just getting lucky on a lot of them. And then it just ended up being that she got through to the end and just played one shot badly and it just got caught. So
still waiting for the game to start, and we were going to have Danae on. So Danae, if you're listening, jump into the Zoom call. Otherwise,
I'm right here.
You are right here. We're just waiting for a date to get you onto the screen then, so I can see you. Welcome.
I was just, thank you so much. I'm super excited. Great first session. I was just thinking about what you were saying about how many points the test is worth and how people can dig in a little conservatively, but also the 5-day test being played first up really makes a difference on how the points will be seen in perspective. If you are England and you win and you get 4 points, then the Australians have to go full tilt to get those other points from the 50 over and 20 over games.
And
so
Bell is into Perry for the first bowl of the afternoon session, and that's just left aside by Perry for no run. And welcome, Danae. Is this your first time with White Line Wireless or Guerrilla Cricket?
It's my first time with Guerrilla Cricket. I have shared some White Line Wireless time.
Back in the day.
Fact, yeah, back in Melbourne, calling Barry McCullum's very, very quick test innings.
As Bell goes into Perry again, and that's through slip and gully. It goes down to the third leg boundary, but it's chased down by the fielders, and they get, I think, 2 runs there, bringing Perry up to 33 or 59.
England will be ruining missing Perry.
I haven't really... the field they've been giving her and trying to cramp her in with spin doesn't seem like the best way to get Perry out. Everything I know of Perry, like spin, is something she's quite comfortable playing. As Bell is in again, and that's quite a wide line that Perry just leaves to get back to Jones. No run scored.
She has plenty of patience. Get her early. That's always the answer, isn't it? They just miss that chance. It's been interesting to watch. It's a pretty flat and fairly slow wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's slow, but there's things happening in it. There's odd bits that are bouncing, but there isn't really a rough. It's quite interesting as that comes in, and Perry just defends that down to square leg for no run. it's. I feel like day 2, day 3, this is going to be quite a difficult pitch to play on.
Yes, a lot of horizontal bat shots, and perhaps they'll actually be with the player right down on the ground sweeping. It's a new look England team, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't followed the England women's side for too long. So as Bell comes in, and that's driven by Perry, but just straight to cover and no run. So, but I'm liking their attacking. They're doing what they can to put pressure on, and there were a lot of false shots from the Australian batters in the first session, and they'll be looking to repeat that again. As Bell comes in for the last ball of the over, that's attempted Yorker but going down leg, and that's flicked away down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
And you know, we call WA wait a while here because everything, takes a bit longer to happen. That includes the coverage tonight, not from you fine selves, but there's a little bit of lag. So I'm taking my lead from you.
Okay, good. So that's the end of the over. Russ, socials.
Not a lot on the socials yet, but Muttley's given us an update on the Shells, but they've taken a rest. But do tweet in at Guerrilla Cricket or White Line Wire, monitoring that. The YouTube, Stephen Kelks was a bit concerned about our lunchtime. So I get nervous staring at the brick walls in the background, a sort of 1980s neighbourhood centre vibe. He wants more cats in shot. We'll see what we can do, Stephen, in terms of getting the cats in shot. It's
the cats are a bit of a distance from the camera, so there's a bit of logistics we need to work through.
We need to pick them up and hold them in front of the camera.
I have no cats to contribute. 2 dogs, though. I expect them to bark their appearance pretty shortly.
Well, the Moonee Ponds trains are letting their appearance be felt as Eccleston comes in to McGrath, who whips that through past the fielders close in, but it just goes to the fielder directly behind them mid-wicket for no run.
I'm a little envious. The conditions look amazing. Beautiful sunny day. It is raining buckets where I am right now.
It's about 23 degrees, but there is a chance of thunderstorms in about an hour or so. As Eccleston comes in, and that beats the inner field, and McGrath manages to run a quick single there.
Eccleston will bowl in 2 minutes, so I'll catch you at the end of the over.
I love spinners. I love watching them play. I hate commentating them, and I think every single commentator agrees with me. But Eccleston's taking a little bit longer for her third delivery as she comes in, flights it up, and gets to McGrath on the bounce and just defended away for no run. So Australia currently 106 for 2, jumping along at a run rate of about 3.7. As Eccleston's just messing with me here. Eccleston comes in again, flights it, hits the pad, but it's well outside the line. There is a half-hearted appeal from the keeper, like there almost always is, and no run scored. Eccleston in, and McGrath leaves it, and there's a little hint of turn, but nothing too dangerous, and everyone puts their hands in the air like they do care, but nothing really happened.
I think our broadcaster's incorrect on who's on strike, because I'm 90% sure that's Perry's dishevelled helmet facing up.
Well faded.
As Eccleston comes into Perry, who just defends that down to mid-wicket. I'm positive McGrath had a single earlier. I'm like, why does it still say she's on strike?
Yeah, the score's wrong.
Yep.
Everything's gone to pot. We're getting wildly inconsistent results when I search for weather in Trent Bridge. It's Google's telling me 17% chance of rain at 2, and the Met Office is saying 60%. So somewhere in the range.
If anyone is in Trent Bridge and can let us know, like, is there rain coming? What do we need to do? Can you stop the rain?
Will it be cats and dogs like our images here?
Does the rain in Spain stay mainly on the plain? We don't know. We just don't know. So, Australia 107 for 2 after 29 overs.
You know, looking at Perry's faded helmet shows just how much cricket she's played for Australia in a helmet. I noted earlier that Danny Wyatt is playing her first test. She's played 245 one-day internationals over 13 years, and this is her first test. Now, I should check whether that's her first test against Australia. Either way, that's a long time and a lot of experience before playing a first.
And Bell comes into McGrath, who just lets it go through to the keeper. No run there. Bell in again. It's a wide line, and there's nothing about that line that McGrath's going to go, yeah, I want to play that. I want to play that and risk getting nicked. So it's a bit too safe from Bell, I think.
Can't wait till Talia McGrath gets Rye in and some loose balls to hit. What a great striker of the ball she is.
Yeah, it's a good batting lineup for Australia. Like, we've still got Elisa Healy to come in, Jess Jonathan. A lot of power in that lineup. As that's down leg side, and McGrath doesn't want a piece of it. Just lets it go back to Jones, and no run.
I see England has taken on the Australian way of winning, which is just an endless supply of blondes with ponytails in your team.
Yeah, I'm now thinking of like all the like various cricket teams, like in the various iterations.
There's always one short hair. Well, you know, thereabouts. I'm thinking of Elise Villani, who had quite the radical hairdo. There's a couple of shorter-haired Indian players, I think.
As that's into McGrath, and again it's down leg side, and she half-heartedly attempts to it, but no, the bat's not going to get anywhere near that ball. So Australia's still 107 for 2. There's 2 balls left in this over.
Fowler bowled well in the first session. Looked pretty exhausted by the end of it too.
And that's into McGrath, who drives it and he skips the infield and gets all the way down to the boundary. No, they're just about to chase it in and they stop it there. So it's only about 3 runs that they should have been able to get. Got a good bit of batting there from McGrath. And that brings Perry on strike at 37. Yeah,
Elise Perry averages about 75 in Test cricket.
Yep, so she still hasn't really woken up yet. And Bell getting to, I think she's got the longest run up of the English team, from what I can see. As she's in. And that's a better line, full, and just goes straight back to Jones, and that's the end of the over.
We've got a few tweets in. Mog has said, cars, you say, I think he means cats. There's a beautiful picture of a fluffy kitty looking very disgruntled in its soft cone. We've had a few of those in our house recently as well. They never like it. Adidas says, loving Dane's Fremantle hoodie, go Dockers. And
I was going to black out the entire screen, but I thought just a little purple.
And Brian Barry says, g'day and good morrow, cricket nerds from Philadelphia. Thanks to the White Line Wireless folks for covering this since there's no coverage here in the States. Also great to see Dane on the call. Rare to hear someone on GC who I've worked with in my Aussie Rules journalism capacity.
Hey. Enjoying the Hawks resurgence, I'm sure. Great to hear from you.
as Eccleston comes in to McGrath, and that gets a little bit of turn and straightens up, but McGrath is well in control of it and just bats it straight back for no run.
I'm glad you're in charge of the socials. I've got no chance of being able to follow a scoreboard, a screen, looking at your fine faces, and Twitter as well. But I'm curious to hear all the tweets.
As Eccleston in again to McGrath, she gets back to it, defends, but it ball sort of travels around her legs and then just ends up on the floor. So everyone was very excited and nothing really happened. So McGrath on 15 off 27. And the ball's still very shiny as Eccleston comes in, again getting a little bit more turn than first session, straightens up. McGrath just defends back quite comfortably. So
barely 8 runs off 6 overs. Typical Eccleston.
I think she bowls too quickly for anyone to realise, the over's done. And that time it hits the pad first. There's a big appeal for LBW, not given by the umpire. They're deciding whether to review it. I think it was going down leg. I very much doubt it will be given, but we'll see. And no one's really confident in the English side, so looks like they're letting it go. So we'll see in a little bit what the Hawkeye says. And it pitched outside off. It didn't really turn, so it was going straight. It would go down leg. That we'll get the Hawkeye confirmation in just a moment.
Perry played all around that, didn't she?
McGrath.
McGrath.
As another ball comes in on the leg stump line and just defended by McGrath for no run. Oh, and there was a bit of inside edge. So good work not to review that one.
Great tight over too.
As Eccleston comes in, and just as you say that, the name, McGrath hits it through the gap, and they manage to run free. And that's a good bit of work. That brings Australia's total to 113 for 2 after 31 overs.
Interesting to see that catch, not catch, but the inside edge, or whether it went to hand, because they've got so many players around the bat. But we do have some tweets. Anthony Condon's he's on both YouTube and the Twitter. He says, somewhat confusingly, the rain in Spain falls mostly in the mountains. The plains are in the dry parts, which was backed up on YouTube by Pokey, who says the rain in Spain just doesn't fall anywhere. My mate bought a place a few years ago. It hasn't rained in 2 years. It snowed a bit and that's it.
Snow's just rain that's heavier.
Anth also says the train noise isn't too bad on the call, which is good, but it's really loud in the studio. It is very loud in the studio. And I'll give an update while we wait for the next over on the rain. It is what they generally refer to as patchy storm. So if it rains, it will probably make them go off, but it will probably last about 10 minutes by the look of the radar.
And Bell into McGrath. That's short. That's swung at and completely missed. And that's exactly what England want to see. It's a rash shot, trying to whack it away, and a couple more of those, there'll be a top edge and it'll be caught behind, so there's still 2 slips in.
Bell runs in with great intent, doesn't she?
Yep. In again, and a fuller line, and just defended by McGrath out wide on, and no run scored. It looks like they're 2 quite evenly matched teams, which is what you want from a test match. So hopefully it goes down to day 5, session 3 to find a winner, just like Edgbaston.
England's finding a lot of young talent the last couple of years as well, which has, I think, rejuvenated their side a bit.
As Bell in on a very good line to McGrath, who's got no choice but to defend it, and no runs scored there. So they're applying the pressure. They're trying to constrain the run rate, but there's every now and then one or two just slightly loose deliveries that leak at least one or two runs. But there hasn't been too many boundaries so far this session.
Number of young players in both sides, but even Darcy Brown, Annabelle Sutherland, they're youngish players, but they've been around such a good winning unit for such a long time and gained experience.
That's into McGrath, who plays it off her hip down to fine leg. It races to the boundary, but there's a sweeper out there who catches it and keeps them to 2 runs. So that takes McGrath up to 20 off 35.
In a team that doesn't have Meg Lanning, and there's still just so much experience, World Cup, of both forms and the limited test cricket that the women get to play.
Yep, they've been able to keep the run rate up, keep playing well. Bell comes in, and that's cut by McGrath, but it just goes straight to mid-wicket, no run.
And it will be interesting to see where the runs come from for England. 4 and over, it's going to be a long day for them at this stage. And thinking about batting's a long way away, isn't it?
Yeah. So they've got 4 pace attack and 1 spin, I think. As Bell comes in, and that's a middle stump line, almost Yorker length, and McGrath just digs it out. And that's the end of the over. Australia 115 for 2.
We've got a bit of weather chat. We've got a bit of cat chat on Twitter. Messi and
perfect cricket.
Yes, exactly. Messi and Adidas both note there's a bit of a storm north of Nottingham, but it looks like it's going to miss the ground. So for a little while, we're doing all right. Mog sent another. He says K's, you say, and he sent another beautiful photo of a cat. And Ravi Nair said, my cat never had a cone. Instead, when she was spayed, the vets devised a vest for her. I think she looked like an adorable stegosaurus, and there's a photo which you should all go and look at on Twitter.
And where can we find that?
It's on if you search for Gorilla Cricket on Twitter, and then you'll need to turn off sensitivity before you see any Gorilla Cricket tweets, because apparently people swear a lot on the Gorilla Cricket feed.
Eccleston into Perry, who whacks that down, and that's going all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
Another loose ball picked off.
Yeah. It's the wrong field for it. You don't need to crowd Perry in to get wickets from spin. Like, you're better off having your catches a bit further out and just have a misplay a shot. That turns a little bit more. And that moves Perry up to 41 off 69. As Eccleston in again, and Perry drives, and that's a very cheeky single. With the ball only travelled about just to the infield, but they managed it, and that brings McGrath on strike. So Australia 120 for 2. As the field just changes around for McGrath slightly.
How deep are the fielders on the leg side?
I
can't tell. We're just getting a really good close up of a ponytail at this stage on the feet.
So we've got a short leg, we've got a silly point, and we've got a slip, as well as the wicket keeper, and then everyone else is sort of like in the inner circle, as that's in and defended with a straight bat by McGrath. There's a mid on that's up. I think there's a cover that's quite up as well. There's not too many down deep, so if it breaks through the gap, breaks through the infield, it will definitely go to the boundary. But Eccleston's bowling very economically. I think most economical of the English bowlers so far.
Bowling a pretty good line.
As she comes in again, and that hits the pad, but it's outside leg. There's an appeal for LBW, and then they all realise, no, it's outside leg. So I do love the excitement of every single wicket keeper when there's a possible LBW.
It really stands for, look, there's a bear.
And Eccleston in again, and McGrath cuts it, tries to get it through the infield, but they manage to stop it and they only get one run. And that brings Australia to 121 for 2. That's another very quick over from Eccleston.
Mog's giving us more pictures of cats with various different names there. I won't read them, Mog, but thank you. You can't give me enough cats. I run a cat rescue, just to be clear. Brian Barry says, I'm pretty happy with the Hawks dragging themselves off the carpet. I'm actually getting ready to head out to Kansas City this weekend to commentate on a USAFL Carnival, doing 8 games in 9 hours, itching to get back to commentating local cricket in August. Good luck with that, Brian. The US Nationals are a fantastic part of AFL. Not that we want to drag too much AFL into international cricket coverage.
Yes, I'm not sure how much our Gorilla listeners understand AFL.
Well, they need to know it's Australian rules football and they play it in the US as well.
As Bell's into McGrath, who works this down to fine leg. There's a sweeper, but I don't think they've made it. I think that's made it all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
And Brian is a little bit like Gorilla Cricket and White Line Wireless added up together on his own, as far as I can tell from his excellent coverage.
Does he have a beer sponsor?
Very good question. I don't know.
So that 4 brought McGrath up to 25. She's halfway to a half century as Bell comes in again. That's a wide line, and that smashed through by McGrath. That's another boundary going all the way through the covers to the fence for 4 runs. So I'm not sure if it's just McGrath going, that's a bad ball, I'll do what I want, or it's time to actually up the run rate. So it's a very good attacking cricket from Australia here. And there's a bit of a huddle between Knight and Bell to go, oh, maybe we don't bowl like that, or let's do something a little bit different. Which is everything that a pace bowler wants to hear from their captain.
Yeah, I didn't realise I wasn't supposed to bowl short outside off stump. That wasn't part of the plan.
What do you mean this partnership's worth 42 already?
As Bell comes in, tries to Yorker, but it's a 4 stump line. McGrath works it onto the offside, but can't get a single, and there's no run.
Elise Perry isn't even shining yet, and she's 42 off 70.
Yeah. She'll just steadily clap along, not worried. Get a bit of when the rain starts, she'll probably just go inside, not worried. As Bell comes in again. Better line, short, swings in, angled in a little bit, and defended by McGrath for no run.
So I'm pretty sure the Australian women were all together watching the first test of the men's Ashes series. I think that would have put a little pep in their step as they take on this rare test match against England.
We have heard unconfirmed reports that Mitchell Starc had to line up to get a ticket to...
I saw a picture.
Yeah. So hopefully if someone finds a photo of him in the actual stadium, please do send it in to us. As Bell comes in, another Yorker length, and just dug out by McGrath to mid-off for no run.
I was at the MCG for the World Cup 2020 final in March 2020, and I was sitting in the stand directly underneath the window where all the family of Alyssa Healy was hanging out, and it was the rowdiest part of a very large crowd. It was excellent.
That is a very very cricketing family, and that doesn't surprise me.
She had quite the day that day too.
As Bell comes in, and that's edged and doesn't carry to the slips, and it actually goes past him and gets all the way down to third man for 4 runs.
Did it keep too low? Are the slips too far back? Is it just a really dull wicket?
think it's just a. It was just a bit like it was just a wrong slip in the wrong spot. And they've had that problem, not necessarily a problem, but they've been doing that a lot this session, this game so far, where there's been 2 or 3 slips, but they've either been all too close or all too far apart, and leaving a big gap in the middle that neither of them can reach and cover.
Slips 1, 2, and 4, always risky, isn't it? The wandering split of the 4th. They don't look like they're quite right, and there is not a woman who is 6'2" who can cover 2 slips fielders, like the equivalent of Cam Green in the Australian team.
As Eccleston comes into Perry, and again it's a very close infield, trying to pressure her, and she just defends it nice and calm, and no issue. And she does it again, because Eccleston's that quick.
So it's the first half hour after lunch, and there are no wickets for England.
No wickets. The ball's still staying, like they've been shining it, they've been doing everything they can, and it still looks like a relatively new ball even after 30 odd overs. So it's not getting punished as much as they expected. As that's into Perry, who drives it through, and it bisects the field and gets all the way to the boundary for another 4. And that brings Perry up to 46. And very close to her 50. Obviously, because she's on 46.
And she deals in dots or 4s quite often.
As Eccleston comes in, that's flighted up, defended by Perry, but there's a fielder out at square, no run.
Will we do a change at the end of this over too? So, Dan, are we back on the call later? So I think we're switching
yes.
ball by ball, and I think Richard's going to jump back in. We'll have to get him onto the YouTubes.
As Eccleston comes in, and Perry just works that away to square where there's no fielder, and they manage to sneak a single in. So Perry moves to 47. McGrath's now on strike on 33.
And it took me 25 minutes to realise that even though we can hear them, no one else can hear our stings.
Ah.
Because we'd had them muted. So
we had quite a few good stings going.
Yeah, well, that's all right. We can play them again.
I think there's 4 4s that we now need to play in a row. Yep.
We'll just roll them back to back.
We'll just roll them back to back. As Eccleston comes in, and that's defended by McGrath, and that's the end of the over. Australia 138 for 2. Thank you, Danae. We'll be with you short. We'll be back with you again soon.
And you might need to jump up and sort the YouTube channel.
Meanwhile, I will say hello from sweltering Austria, where we're actually hoping for rain, unlike in Nottingham.
Do you say you're the only one who is sweltering? I think there. We've got rain here in Melbourne.
And cold rain, I take it. Cold winter rain.
Well, yeah, but it's a Melbourne winter. It's kind of a depressing, not particularly cold by most standards, but still wet.
Yeah, sounds like a Cape Town winter or a modern English winter.
Yes, I'm not even sure what the temperature is. I haven't barely been outside today, but 9 degrees.
Understandable.
Well, that's not particularly warm, is it? That's actually quite cold.
You'd need a jumper. So who's who? I'm going to be socialing away now.
You are supporting once he gets back up, and you're on the air now, so that's good. We'll do the summary, and I'll take on ball by ball. It's going to be cross bowling to Elise Perry, who's on 47. She's over the wicket, and it's just outside off stump, and Perry's played that. A beautiful shot. Just dabs it through the slips region. Brings up her 50 with that boundary. If we got a 50 sting or a boundary sting, let's play both.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
76 balls for Elise Perry's 50, 9 fours, and her fourth Test 50, along with 200s in only 11 matches. An extraordinary record. Here's cross to her, into her pads. She's clipped that off her legs as well. Perry's finding her stride now. That one's going to run away for 4 as well.
In fact, yes, I've got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Couple of beautiful shots, Perry there.
Beautiful shots. Great intent by Australia. Perry's been a lot more comfortable this session, and just seeing exactly where she wants the ball to go and making sure it gets there.
Something for Cross to think about. She's actually gone for 42 runs off only into her 8th over, so she's got that wicket. It has been expensive the whole way. This one's fuller and on the stumps, and Perry plays it straight back down the wicket.
Yeah, it's quite interesting comparing her to Eccleston, who's been very economical, but no one chance, I think, of Eccleston's bowling, but
yeah, a couple of shouts and an edge or two,
but no real threat. Even with Cross, her wicket was. Let me just check which one her wicket was.
Here's Cross again. It's full into Perry's pads again, and she's played that to mid-on. They take a quick single. Oh, that was actually pretty close. Perry was struggling to get to the end. Slid the bat in. I think she might have been safe, but the throw from, I think it was Bell down there, came in quickly. It might have been a little bit kind of tighter signal than she ought to have tried to take.
Yeah, it's not a T20. You don't have to run for everything. And no one plays a test match by tippity rules, which I would love to see.
It would look like baseball. Someone run out like every ball, and it'd be like 2 to 3 at the end.
It might need to be a 4 innings game rather than a 2 innings game.
He's crossed at McGrath. She's absolutely slapped that to cover. It was wide of the stumps, and both these batters are taking Cross apart this over.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
And Cross was only just brought into the attack as well, so they won't take her out immediately, but they'll have to think what they do differently.
Well, I mean, she just needs to find her line. She can't bowl that wide to McGrath. So one of those wobbly seam deliveries, but it just was out there waiting to be hit. No look of concern on Knight's face, so you can zoom in on her. 13 off the over though, 1 ball to come. It's Cross again over the wicket, full to McGrath. She's hit that well again, past cover. It's going to run quickly away from the fielders. They've come back for 2. They're going to turn for 3 as it's pulled up just inside the rope. And McGrath takes her score on to 37 Australia, 2 for 154 at the end of the 36th over.
Richard.
So yeah, the runs are flowing. The tweets less so. Must be the post-lunch lull. But Mog says they really should handicap Perry somehow. Maybe only let her out there with a still damp papier-mâché bat. Yeah, interesting thought. And I wouldn't mind extending that to all professional batsmen who just upset me by making batting look really, really easy when it's not.
No, it's surprisingly difficult, especially when you're facing someone at 100 k's per hour or faster.
Yeah, or even just a trundler in my case. It's much easier to sit on the sidelines and point fingers and say, you ought to have hit that for 6, than it is to actually do it.
Perry's an interesting bat actually across her career because she started off definitely more of a bowler and sort of in the middle order, but she's so correct and she's developed that technique and that skill over years, and now she's just such a great batter. Here's the ball from Eccleston to McGrath, and it's short, and she's cut that actually very close to her to make the cut, but she's got it through the gap behind square, and she will take a single.
Yeah, like for not too much spin from the pitch, I still don't like the number of fielders around the batsman at the moment. Like I think it's a bit too early when the pitch isn't giving you much at all.
Here's Eccleston to Perry, and she's forward defending. I mean, there's been a couple that have bounced, so I wonder whether they just basically just hoping one kicks and pops off an edge or something. They're still playing the very short mid-off with the bowler, which is they could practically hold hands after the ball's bowled. Eccleston and this fielder, they're so close together. This one's into Perry, he's into pads again. She's forward and she's defending. That'd be a great ball if it was turning, a lot because of that line, but it's relatively straightforward for Perry, and there's no chance of an LBW.
Yeah, and you've still got slips, short leg, and silly point. Like, it's too much for the moment.
Here's Perry. Oh, she's almost edged. Well, she has edged it. She's almost been caught at slip. There was a big dive there. It's going to run away, though, down to third man just for 2 runs. That's that chance that the Exeter was looking for, the one that bounced a little, and Perry's forward and driving, but got an edge. It was fairly wide of slip. They'd probably need a third slip to catch it.
Yeah. No, you don't need the short leg. Put the short leg in third slip.
Not avoiding the chase by diving, landing on the ground on that one. She was never going to get there with the catch. Here's Eccleston to Perry, and it's full, and she tries to drive, but doesn't really get a full piece of it, and it just dribbles out to that mid-off, that very, very short mid-off.
So Eccleston only going at 2.5 runs and over, which is very, very good, considering Australia have reached 157.
Here's Eccleston again to Perry, and she's cut that practically off her stumps, but she's got it away between point. There's a bit of a chase down towards the boundary, but they won't get there. That is another boundary for Perry, taking it to 58.
Do you think fielders in any format of the game, they just do a dive to make sure they don't need to run to the boundary?
Oh, you totally do. If you think there's someone else who can chase it, you let them do the work.
Richard, how's it going on the socials?
Yeah, well, I referenced the post-lunch lull last over round. We have a response in the form of, appropriately enough, coffee. Pokey Bumfinger says, I bought this stainless steel stovetop coffee percolator yesterday from a junk shop, but it's too bloody warm to light the wood burner if I want to play with my new hipster toy. And then Anthony Condon says, I was going to say, you mean a normal coffee pot, and then remembered I am from Melbourne, which I interpret as good old Melbourne coffee snobbery.
Yeah, Melbourne is the coffee snob capital of the world. I don't think there's anywhere that comes even close.
Probably spots 2, 3, and 4 are occupied by other Australian cities, right?
Possibly. I mean, Italians take their coffee very seriously, but they don't talk about it in the same way. They just
they don't even sit down to have their coffee.
Italian coffee, Greek coffee, Turkish coffee, they just appreciate the coffee. They don't brag. Melbourne.
No Italian would ever put his coffee on Instagram. Ever.
Yes, very true.
McGrath facing. Cross is still in the attack despite that last over. This one's short of a length and it's played straight to cover. A better length in line from Cross, that one.
Better length in line. The field's a bit more spread out now. I think that it's a bit more defensive. So we'll see how that plays out. She'll need to keep her line and length quite accurate for this field.
Two covers very close together. Not quite hand-holding close, but obviously think
if
that's
they both dive, they're going to run into each other.
I think that's a spot for McGrath, and it is a spot for McGrath. She's managed to get a misfield out of one of them and will take a single from that full ball from Cross. There's definitely a plan in place there, but I'm not sure it's a great one. She's such a good cover driver. She's going to split them as often as she gets it through there, and she's not likely probably to get caught.
Yep, and that brings Perry on to strike at 62 off 84 deliveries. Amazing run rate.
Yeah, just finding a bit of another gear after the lunch break too. Here is Cross, it's short, and Perry's cut that. Again, it was quite close to her, but it's a beautiful shot. Deep point's going to run around Danny Wyatt down there, and they'll only get the single.
That was a very late cut. Now, like, I'm just like, this is just any later, and like that would have been edge to the keeper. Like, very, very well controlled there by Perry, but she didn't need to really play that shot.
Yeah, it's sort of what you often would, if you mistime it or toe ends to the slip cordon or something like that. But second one in 2 overs that she's played that late and that close. This one's a little further away from McGrath, and she'll cut it as well. Again, straight out to deep point for a single. Cross still a little short. I was going to say a little wide, but the last one actually did. Perry wasn't actually that wide.
Yeah, it's just, and when you've got a player of like this of skills like Perry, where okay, you ball Yorkers, she'll figure out a way to get that to the boundary. You ball short, she'll get that to the boundary. You ball full, she'll get it to the boundary. Your attacking options rely on her making a mistake. You can't force a mistake on her easily.
It's cross again. This one's fuller, and Perry's back and defending. The Jones has come up to the stumps to keep, probably to try and stop Perry coming out of the crease. So open up another option for them to take a wicket. The ball isn't moving as much as it was earlier. It's actually, what life there was in this pitch in the first session seems to have died away.
Yeah, the bounce is sort of steadied out. There's not too much happening. And Perry's as calm and cool as ever.
This one's full. It's a good line and length. Perry's forward defending, straight out to cover. Again, no run. Score stays on 2 for 164. The end of the over. Richard.
Hello. Dave Wood says, nice to see the Aussies embracing Baz Ball. Interesting viewpoint. Brian Barish says, every city in the world has its annoyingly recognizable food stuff. Melbourne has, of course, coffee, as we discussed last over. Philadelphia, cheesesteaks. Montreal, poutine, which I'm not sure what that is.
Loaded
but
fries.
I believe you. Boston has lobster rolls, and so on and so forth, to which, of course, I must add Vienna, just up the road from me, has the schnitzel.
The difference is all of those other places that have a relative level of uniqueness to their food stuff, whereas Melbourne's the most common of all the drinks. So
I mean, we do a lot too. We make them fancy. We make them very, very fancy.
that is...
Well, Anthony Condon says Australians have 43 different ways of adding milk to espresso.
Very true.
Overstating the case, or about right?
About right.
Yeah.
Here's Eccleston into McGrath. She's forward defending. They've got 2 slips in from McGrath now.
Yep, so short leg's gone, so you've still got a silly point and 2 slips, but it looks like they've realised short leg wasn't doing what they needed.
So again, this one's full to McGrath. It's turned away from the bat a little, and she's got a little kind of out of heart of the bat as it runs out to point. Again, no run though. Eccleston's figures now 10 overs for 29, so she's that earlier level of tight bowling has gone a little apart. Here's Eccleston again, short. McGrath tries to hit it off the back foot, but doesn't get it past the cover area.
So there's been good footwork from both McGrath and Perry in handling the spin. And they're very much getting the bat right behind the ball, making sure there's no edge coming through.
Yeah, Eccleston's accurate but slow through the air, so that if you use your feet, you can generally play it relatively safely. This one's very full into McGrath's pads and bounces off the pads but doesn't go anywhere for any runs.
I think that got her onto instep as well. She had a bit of a hop at the end of that.
I think the ball, or do you think she hit
the ball?
Hit her hit her leg with her bat. Eccleston full and McGrath's defending on the onside without that short leg, a little more confidently and able to kind of push it further away from herself. They haven't hit Eccleston out, the field out of the spot though yet, Sapun.
No. I think they're just happy to just see her over through, and then just, funnily enough, attack the medium paces for to get boundaries.
Eccleston again, this one's full, and McGrath plays it out to cover. That's the end of the over, a very quick over. Richard?
Another quick over. Jay Grover would have us know that the Chip Butty from Sheffield should be added to the list. I didn't know that. Also adds that Sheffield is the burning eagle of coffee consciousness. Cafe culture is a way of life here, as are our cosmopolitan and free-thinking attitudes. I haven't really spent any time in Sheffield. I've only seen movies about it. What about you, gents?
Well, you left off the last part of Jay's tweet there, Richard.
There you go.
He says, well, we have a lot... You go.
No, you go ahead.
Says, well, we have a lot of shit facial hair and shit tattoos, which I think he's... Maybe Sheffield's full of hipsters, is that the implication?
Sheffield? Nah. It's
a number of ways you could interpret.
Sheffield's, as I understand, a very blue-collar town. Would it be full of hipsters?
It's never too...
They're everywhere.
Too late to be gentrified.
No, is it still Cross, or is Bell got to take over from the attack?
No, I think it's Cross. She's got the ball, but...
Bell's just standing there going, okay, just don't ball short, outside off.
It will be Cross. It's full into Perry, who's just played it gently through the vacant point region down to deep point and takes the single. She will do that all day if they keep offering them the ball there.
So that's 64 off 88 for Perry. McGrath's on 43, very close to their 50. And saying that, I'm sure I've jinxed her now. The good old commentator's curse.
She'll call you up later and thank you when she gets at 48. Here's Cross again. Over the wicket to McGrath, and it's short, and she's cutting, and it's cutting hard, but again straight to that fielder at deep point. Why it's there, and there will be just the single. Takes the score on to 2 for 166.
The partnership's currently at 82 runs off 17 overs. So this partnership's been going at 4.8 and over. So it's a very good effort from Australia.
Yeah, exactly what they needed after the wicket of Mooney. Cross in again over the wicket to Perry. She's driving, but she won't beat mid-off. No run there. What other options does Heather Knight have at this point?
Dunkley is a batting all-rounder. Bowling style leg breaks. Might be worth a shot. Let's see. Does Heather Knight have a bowling option? She could do right up off break as well.
She can. Used to bowl quite a lot. This one's wide of the stumps. Perry tries to cut it, but doesn't succeed. It bounces out of the keeper's gloves, but no run. I don't think Perry got an inch to that. That's the point.
I wasn't sure. No.
Oh.
It's very close, but it wasn't an edge. But it shouldn't have been dropped.
Well, it should have been played at either because it was about 2 feet away from her. Cross again. It's on the stumps, and Perry's worked it through point again. She'll probably only get 1 for that.
So I think one thing we know in Test matches is when the captain decides to bowl some spin, there's always a wicket. Oh, there's almost always a wicket. Steve Smith, back when he was captain, got a wicket. Joe Root occasionally did. So there's a opportunity for Heather Knight. Put herself into the attack, bowl 2 or 3 overs, maybe before tea, and see if she can break the partnership.
Definitely worth looking at something else. Here's Cross into the pads of McGrath. She's got through Bell, who's done a big rolling dive but didn't take it, but they don't take another run. It'll just be the single. Takes McGrath to 45. The end of the over. Australia's 2 for 168.
Okay, well, I'm going to have some tremendous fun as the South African now stirring the proverbial pot in Australia by reading out Ravi Nair's tweet, which says, so I've only been part listening because the cat wanted some attention. But is it true that Melbourne suffers such an inferiority complex regarding Sydney that it tries to make up for it with coffee? Couldn't you have tried tea instead? Over to you, gents.
Here's the thing. Melbourne doesn't have an inferiority complex with Sydney because we know we're better. It's that simple. Like, have you been to Sydney? It's horrible. You can't get around there. Everything's very expensive, and it's just full of bankers who are also wankers.
It looks nice, though.
It does look nice, and I lived there for 6 months, and the looking nice part is good for 6 months. Maybe it wears off if you stay longer.
It does when you realise that every bus takes ages.
Eccleston bowls into McGrath, who's down the pitch a couple of steps but can't beat it off. We probably due a change. Well, about 6 minutes away from the exchange, but I think not Fred's supposed to come in, so hopefully he can join the call. Here's Eccleston and McGrath, and she's just defending to mid off. Pauses at the top of a run. It's not very often you see a bowler start their run up in front of the umpire. This one's a full toss to McGrath, and she has absolutely smashed it through mid off, past the diving cover, and all the way to the fence for 4. Takes it to 49.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's the sort of boundary where even the cameraman wasn't sure exactly what was happening. It was a very much, it's definitely been stopped in infield. Oh no, it hasn't. Let's go. Let's catch up.
Yeah, I think it had hit the rope before the cameraman realised where it had gone. Really timed that beautifully, McGrath. But a poor ball. An unusual. Eccleston hasn't bowled a lot of them, but McGrath's taken full toll of that one. This one is full and on the stumps. McGrath pushes it back down the pitch for no run.
Maybe Eccleston needs to change her angle, go around the wicket. Just try something different. But then again, she's not getting much spin. It's all in the flight.
This one's onto the pads of McGrath, and she's turned it around the corner for 1. They think about a second, but they won't get there. Takes the score to 173, but it is McGrath's 50, her second Test 50 in 4 matches.
Grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half-century.
It's been a great innings from McGrath. Just from the first ball, she was out there really. Has timed it well. 67 balls to the 50, very quick. This one's from Eccleston's into Perry, and she's forward and playing it through cover. They'll just take the single because the deep point was coming around, or the fielder going back fielded it first.
90-run partnership between these two now.
And end of the over. Straight 2 for 174, Richard.
Dave Wood, with the Welsh flag next to his name, said, Melbourne is actually inhabited. I thought it was just a stopover for people heading to Tasmania. You guys must tell me if this is getting too much.
It could never be too much.
Neutral. It could never be too much. I can just echo what you said about McGrath. The authority her body language has brought to the crease from ball 1 has actually been quite striking. It said from the beginning, you're not going to get me out, and indeed, it hasn't happened yet.
Australia's Melbourne's a bigger and more multicultural city than it was when they filmed On the Beach there. But the Ava Gardner, who came out at the time, said it's a really good place to film The End of the World. So that gives you a sense of Melbourne's reputation.
It's a good place to film The Castle as well.
Yes. So
we will have a bowling change. It's going to be Fowler back into the attack.
We'll see if she tires out after 4 overs again.
Well, yes. She didn't last very long in the first session, so it will presumably be a bunch of short spells from her today.
But if she gets another wicket, it's the right way to play her.
This one's into Perry. It's full and outside of stump, and Perry's carved it down to deep point. Just take the single.
That's 114 kilometres per hour as well.
Yeah, it's getting up there. The good thing about Philo, she's got a very correct action most of the time. She tends to, she works in straight lines. The ball tends to go straight. It's always a good sign. I think her action started to break down a little bit when she was getting tired.
Yeah, maybe 3 over spells.
Mm.
And then maybe just get her changing ends every now and then.
Well, look, that's what Australia does with Mitch Stark. He's obviously, works best when he's at his fastest, and you don't want to tire him out because he is nowhere near as effective when he is. This one's short by Philo, but uselessly short as it bounces well over McGrath's head outside off stump, and she just lets it go.
Yeah, McGrath does have a duck down. Didn't need to because it wasn't in line with the body.
Yeah, real balloon bounce there. Not the sort of bounce that troubles the batsman. This.
But it's the first bit of proper bounce we've seen so far today.
It's Philo again over the wicket. This one's another attempt at bounce. This one's bounced up and over McGrath, but then also up and over Amy Jones, who's dived valiantly but unsuccessfully. They don't get a boundary from it, but there is a wide and another run. So 2 wides to the total. There's a bit of a loose bouncer.
Yeah, and a second warning for the bounce, so no other bouncers allowed this over.
They're playing a short leg as well as a square leg. It's very similar to what England men were trying to do at the end of the Test match a couple of days ago.
Free fielders all in a line.
Yeah, because they can't put any more behind square, so presumably there's a couple of fine legs as well. This one's also way down leg side by Filer, and Perry looks up into the sky to say, I really should have smashed that, but it was probably a little bit too far away.
Yep, and not what I wanted to see from Filer, like after her first session. So,
and we will have a change at the end of this over. So, none of us are actually in the box. It's going to be pause and note that Filer bowls that into Perry, and she's defending straight down the pitch. Fred messes on social, and Danae's back in. So, it'd be nice to have a break.
Yes, I think you and I have been talking for a good 2.5 hours straight.
Good job.
Thank you, Danae. So, do keep listening to us over the next few days. Saturday is going to be a very full day with quite a roster in the Box of Dreams.
This Filer into the pads of Perry again. She turns around the corner to that finer of the fine legs. Takes the single, takes the score up to 68. 1 ball left in the over.
Partnership is currently on 94, so we won't be able to call it a 100 partnership.
Well, you never know.
Could be a 6.
There's 1 ball left.
More trash down the leg side. Probably unlikely.
Couple of no balls.
Oh, yeah. Filer pausing at the top of her mark, thinking about what she wants to do. She'll be bowling to McGrath over the wicket. This comes in now, and it's into the pads again. This time McGrath can't get it away. That's the end of the over. 2 for 178. McGrath on 50, Perry on 68, and we'll have the change.
Thank you, gentlemen. G'day, Fred.
G'day, Messes.
And that's not Will. It says Will on the bottom of your screen.
It's Danae here.
Danae, and you're in Perth?
I am in sunny Perth.
Well, yeah, I'm up in the hills in Perth, and it's not sunny here.
No, it's a bit dark to play cricket, isn't it? You know, it was only half an hour ago that Australia was 2 for 130 odd, and now 2 for nearly 180. That's a good half hour.
It is. The line of the English bowling has not been good. And you haven't felt that the batters have been threatened at all by it, do you?
Eccleston was the only one who...
Sorry to butt in, just a logistical point here, as I think there's going to be some drinks. I appear to be running off a feed which is about 30 seconds or maybe longer behind the pair of you.
No, it's psychic cricket.
So it may be I will be hearing sort of oohs and ahs or applause or otherwise some while before I see the pictures. So I mean, it may help me to prepare myself to say something intelligent, or it may just confuse the hell out of the listeners. Either way, it's going to be interesting over the next little spell. Yes, definitely. Well, it seems to be. I haven't seen much of the play today. It seems like a good toss to have won, and Australia seem to be taking advantage on a reasonably, quick scoring and quite small ground in some areas. Trent Bridge. It's presumed. I mean, I'm a couple of hundred miles away. It's pretty warm and sunny here in London. I'm assuming the same is true in Nottingham. It seems to be by the pictures.
26.7 it is, yes.
26.7. Always good to get it to that closest possible decimal place, Betty. It's been a good start, and it looks like it's been quite a quick scoring. Well, they're scoring at over 4 and over, probably about 4 point something and over. 4.23 according to Cricinfo. So it's going well for Australia. Would people agree? I think it's fairly uncontroversial.
I'd certainly agree. I mean, since lunch, they've certainly been dominating. I can't help feeling that England are missing Catherine Brunt dreadfully. It's just such a big hole to fill for them, and the energy that she brought to the crease when she was bowling just doesn't seem to be held by any of the other England bowlers.
Don't have that same air of expectancy of something's going to happen. Eccleston keeps it tight and oohs and ahs, but I think you're right. Missing that strike bowler.
Okay, it looks like we are preparing to start again after the drinks interval. I'm seeing the wickets again that have fallen. There was a padding up to an in-swinger, which was unwise and a clear LBW decision. And the second wicket was caught low down at slip. Oh no, it wasn't. This was an LBW decision that was given out and then overturned on appeal. I think that was Filer's first ball in.
Yes,
well,
it was.
In first class cricket. I don't think she's played any red ball cricket before, according to her player archive page, her cricket archive page. And this is very much the problem, playing sort of one 5-day game every, 18 months or 2 years. They play so little of it. It's a very different discipline to playing 20 over or 50 over cricket. And, it's going to, there's always going to be some element of doubt when people who have never played a game before are asked to stay in the field for 6.5 hours on a hot day. And,
a little unlike the England men who seem to play golf and then Test cricket.
Well, it seems to be the way they're going as well. They prefer people who don't actually play any red ball cricket to play in the Test team. Anyway, I'm about to see the first ball after the drinks break. 178 for 2 as Eccleston is going to be bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Perry, who easily finds a gap in the offside. Has taken one, is going to come back for a comfortable second. Eccleston has a nice high action, not particularly quick through the air, I think it's fair to say, but certainly gives it some air. A big loop to her bowling as she's at the back of a mark again and in again to bowl, and this is a well-directed ball on middle and leg and defended by the batter, the partnership 97. So we're approaching a milestone of sorts. We've got a slip, we've got a sort of a very short gully and a silly mid-off are the close fielders on the offside, none on the leg side. As this one goes on with the arm and it's cut off middle and leg stumps, down past the third whatever fielder, and they're going to take 2 more. So 182 for 2 now.
Safe to say Perry's eye is in, and that's almost 100 partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, this Trent Bridge wicket has seen some absolutely huge scores in 50 over cricket a few years ago. I mean, people were flirting with 500. I don't even know if they got 500 as Eccleston bowls again, and this is defended a ball on leg stump. Certainly 400 seemed about the norm in 50 over cricket a few years ago at Trent Bridge. The wicket was hard and fast. The boundary's not all that big, especially one corner where they sort of cut off a corner of the ground with a newish stand, which is a bit odd. And it's not the stand isn't odd. It's just the placement is a bit odd as Perry faces up to Eccleston again, leaves this outside the off stump. It was a good leave. And after this ball, we shall have some of your social media messages. As Eccleston yet to take a wicket, none for 39, last ball of a 13th over. Is in now and bowls. And this is on leg stump. There's some hands raised from the keeper and slips, because if Perry would have missed that, it would have been a good shout for BW, but she didn't miss it. She hit it off the middle of the bat, and that's the end of the over. 182 for 2. Messi, are you on socials?
I am indeed. Anthony Condon, who'll be with us on Saturday, I think, won't you, Ad? Says the complex, this is a Sydney-Melbourne thing, goes both ways. I went to a presentation yesterday about how Sydney built the world's largest pipe organ just to get one over on Melbourne. It's a core element of Australian culture. It's pretty pathetic, really, isn't it, when you think about it? Melbourne's a city to live. Sydney's a city to visit, as far as I'm concerned. Dave Wood says quite correctly, that would be Catherine Silverbrandt, misses. Yeah, most of her bowling career, she was Catherine Brunt, though. So, you know, you can give me a bit on that. Jay Grover says, oh, crikey, we're not going to have to be subjected to Fred's views on women's cricket, are we? Well, he hasn't said anything at all offensive, Jay, and I'm quite confident that he won't. And I'm sure you won't say anything offensive about Fred either, will you? Muttley says...
I'd be less sure of that. Sorry, first of all, the new over as Filer bowls right arm round to McGrath, and who just knocks this past the cover for a single, and that's going to bring up the 100 partnership, as far as I can tell. There seems to be a little no punching of gloves at the moment, but the merest smattering of applause from the crowd. Well, it said 99 before, and they've just taken a single. I'm assuming that's 100, but it hasn't been acknowledged by the TV companies. Sorry, Messi, this is going to be a bit tricky with the differences in
just let
viewing
when
times.
When I'm reading
next ball
tweets,
beats
let
the
me
bat.
know.
Sorry, the next ball beats the bat, comes back in and catches Perry high on the front thigh pad. So a bit of movement, which will be have some encouragement for the bowler. It was an inside edge, actually, a big thick inside edge onto the thigh pad. But again, when the score is 183 for 2, anything that doesn't come off the middle of the bat is a moral victory for the bowler. It is indeed the 100 partnership, and it's been belatedly acknowledged by the TV company, as Filer is in again, short outside the off stump and guided backward of point. Is there anybody out there? I don't think there... Oh, yes, there is. Somebody's come back from deep point to field, so it's just a single. Messi, quickly a tweet if you were in the middle of it.
No, I wasn't actually. I'll wait. What I was going to say was let me know, because I'll be reading tweets when it's the third ball of the over for me, and it's just starting for you.
Denai, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Denai, like g'day.
Denai. Like g'day.
That's a good way of putting it.
I don't know what that is either. Interesting to hear the two of you who are sitting in Perth talking about the Melbourne-Sydney
I offered
situation.
nothing.
It's like you don't. This next ball is worked away behind square on the offside again for another single as the deep point wangs it back in. Yes, we can. None of us are from Melbourne or Sydney, so we can say a plague on both their houses, basically.
I lived in Melbourne for 8 years, so I've got a little one camp.
Yeah, but you seem to have left, so that says something, I suppose, in itself. Always good to hear Jay Grover on the tweets. He says, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, just one slip and one gully as Filer into bowl to Perry, and this is a full ball on leg stump, and that's easy as you like, turned round the corner. A desperate dive from the backward square leg fielder, does not manage to cut the ball off, and that's going to be 4 runs. Oh.
4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Oh, we have got jingles. I wasn't sure if we would have, but we have. Excellent. Is that the end of the over? I'm not sure it is. So, Danae, have you been watching much of the day's play today?
I have indeed enjoyed, again, on lag a little. I have enjoyed watching the whole day's play. It started with a very nervous start, and I think England are feeling not quite as confident as they will be in a couple of years' time with a new look to their team, young players.
As the last ball of the over is turned out to deep square, a leg for a single. I thought it was the over. It wasn't the over. Yes, it's. I think, judging by the conditions, I think either team, having won the toss, would have opted to bat.
I understand. I understand
very...
the England skipper was going to bowl anyway.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
That's what I heard.
I mean, even if you
but
think
I'm
that,
a long way from the
gossip. Well, that is interesting. Messi, are people saying anything?
Yeah, Muttley is sent. I'm hugely impressed by your productivity, Muttley. He sent us the picture, finally all done, loaded up with CDs that were in drawers because I had run out of space, cooling off with well-deserved pint of ice water. Ice cold, angry water. He's built his whole CD cabinet from scratch today, and it looks fantastic.
Wow.
Well done, Mutt.
Terrific. First ball of Eccleston's new over is turned by McGrath. I think it's McGrath. No, it's by Perry into the leg side. An easy single.
Perry's,
what a quickish single.
Perry's helmet is much more faded. That's the easy way to spot the diff.
I'm just using the little bat next to their names on the feed that I'm watching. Slightly easier, particularly since I will admit I'm not all that au fait with how some of these players look. As the next ball is. Well, McGrath goes onto the back foot and plays it back to the bowler. And the reason I don't see much women's cricket is they don't play much cricket. They only play white ball stuff, and I choose not to watch much white ball stuff, whoever's playing it. As Eccleston bowls again, and this is full and driven straight up to mid-off. It gets there quickly, no chance of a single.
Suffice to say, Beth Mooney is one of the greats of the world, and when she got out and McGrath came in, it was a good thing.
Both teams seem to be wearing black armbands. It's very rare you see an international match without teams wearing black armbands. It's almost like they're desperately searching Wikipedia or Google News to find out if somebody's died. As this is full and straight and driven up to mid-off. But I don't know who the black armbands are being worn for. Even the umpires are wearing them. You don't see that very often, do you? Or maybe I'm not paying attention.
It may be the same as for Edgbaston, where it was for the Nottingham tragedy.
Okay, there was a... Well, tragedy sounds like it's sort of act of God. This was, some murders, basically, which happened in Nottingham last week, I suppose. Yes, that probably makes sense. Eccleston has been reasonably economical. She's in her 14th over and has none for 40 as she bowls again, full on leg stump. No real sign of turn, but it's smothered by McGrath. Played back to the bowler, 19142. And there is one ball left of this over. So after that, we shall have some incisive comment by Danae and some tweets read by messages. As Eccleston bowls it outside the off stump, it's cut, and actually McGrath cuts underneath the ball, which got up a little bit. It was a good take by the keeper. No run, end of the over. What say you people?
Well, Jay says absolutely not. He won't tweet anything nasty about you, Fred. He says he has a lovely singing voice. There you go. Rich Turner, who's a musician himself, says very appreciative of the laid-back coverage from Melbourne. There have been some technical difficulties, of course, but no doubt these will smooth out over the coming days. Yeah, I think in the circumstances, first time, it was remarkable. Jay says Melbourne versus Sydney rivalry is like Sheffield versus Leeds, except Melbourne and Sydney aren't ravaged dystopian hellscapes filled with Yorkshire people.
I think there are more venomous creatures possibly in Melbourne and Sydney than there are in Sheffield and Leeds.
There's a couple of suburbs that have got some,
Yeah.
I don't know Sheffield and Leeds very well, and I've never been... Well, I've been to Melbourne Airport, and I've been to Sydney Airport, but I haven't actually got out of the airports. 191 for 2 off 45, and... I did see there were some warm-up games last week where lots of runs were scored as Filer starts a new over to Perry, who drives this, doesn't time it, goes straight to cover, no run. Some big scores, which you'd expect in hot weather is always been seen as being good for the batting team and hard work for the bowlers, and it has been quite warm in most of England for the last week or two. It's probably about as warm as a Perth winter almost.
Perth winter can get very cold. Up here in the hills, it gets down to 2 degrees, right? So.
Next ball from Filer is worked expertly through the vacant point region out to deep point for a single. Perry moves to 80, the score 190, I think it's 3 for 2, but it hasn't changed yet.
They're going at a great rate here, and if there's not a calamitous collapse soon, there's still Johannesson, Healy, Gardner and Sutherland to come in. 300 plus easily.
Yes.
Oh, I think 300. I think they'd be disappointed with 300 being 192 for 2. You would expect. Well, I'm not sure what I would expect. As Filer comes in and bowls. Oh, and this is edge through the vacant slip region, a genuine edge. It went at what would have been catchable height had there been a slit there. But the batsmen have earned the right to have pushed the field out. And what might have been a chance is merely 4 runs to third man.
I'm thinking of 300 plus today, not as a first innings score, because it's a 5-day test and they can go hell for leather.
Yeah, and for people who are not used to, as I say, playing red ball cricket, spending a day and a half in the field in hot weather is going to take its toll, you would have thought.
Absolutely.
Filer upset that has gone through a vacant region, but, bowlers have to earn having fielders in attacking positions. This next ball, she starts to run up, and as presumably McGrath has pulled away because she has to go back and find her way to a mark again. 196 for 2. In comes Filer. And bowls a shorter ball, which a semi-duck from McGrath. It sort of followed her down the leg side. Wasn't particularly quick, but needed avoiding. I've had a few comments suggesting that expressing some surprise that I'm commentating on a women's game. I don't know why. I do tend to watch as much cricket as I can. And as I say, they don't play very much, so it's nice when it happens. Filer into McGrath again. This is outside the off stump and cut. And a good bit of fielding actually there by the backward point fielder, preventing a single. It is somebody who they moved away from just as I thought I could see the name on the back of their shirt.
Did you enjoy the 100 season then?
No, that seems to have passed me by somehow.
So you don't watch Red Ball and you don't watch the 100?
I do. I only watch Red Ball. I only watch Red Ball, and the women don't play very much Red Ball. No. Was that a late signal no ball? I don't know. Either way, this is the last ball of the over. Filer bowls, and this is angled in towards off stump and played very sweetly, timed sweetly through the offside. There is a sweeper, but she has to come around from deep point to deep extra cover. So an easy 2 runs to complete the over. The score is probably 198 for 2. Messi?
Yes. Well, Jay says, do come to Sheffield, Fred. I'll lay on a treat for you.
You're not making it sound very attractive, I have to say.
Diana Patterson says, it is good to hear, not Fred. Of course, out of touch as usual, but that's part of his charm.
Oh, dear. And that's my one fan, and I'm still getting grief. Oh, dear. It was a no ball, so we have another last ball of the over, and this is played sweetly through backward point. I think, it is cut off by the deep cover fielder. They only take 1. So the actual end of the over, it's 201 for 2.
Anthony Condon says, might be an unpopular opinion, but I spent 4 months studying in Leeds and found it to be a pretty sweet place. I think most cities have nice areas and not so nice areas, and it's a matter of where you choose to be, isn't it?
So, Danae...
4 months. Yes, sorry, go on.
I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, that you watch a lot of women's cricket.
I do. I enjoy watching as much as I can. Don't get many test matches, you're right, but in Perth we're going to get a test match against South Africa in the new year.
Yeah.
So how many...
At the WACA too, which is great.
Excellent.
They play one test match per season, or is it not even that, would you say, the Australian women's team?
It might average out to that, but it doesn't even feel like that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
shame
it's a
because-
crime. It's a crime.
Yeah.
There should be a test match series here.
Well, something might happen soon because Messi Jess has just let out an exclamation. But I'm well behind as Eccleston's first ball of the over is cut past the second slip and down towards third. It's being chased back to the boundary and will be overhauled. And that's going to be 2 runs. That wasn't the bit that Messi was ejaculating about.
Let's find out how far behind we are.
Oh, God knows what happened. Something might, the George gun stand might have blown up, and we haven't watched it yet. Who knows? 202 for 2 on my TV as Eccleston prepares to bowl the second ball of her 15th over to McGrath. And this is bowled her an absolute peach of a delivery. Wow, that pitched middle and leg, and it looked like it turned just past the outside edge of the bat and probably flicked the off bail. That is a classic slow left arm dismissal.
And I just saw it then.
England needed a wicket, and they've got a wicket, and Sophie Eccleston has done it.
It's like an echo, pal.
Ooh. Well, I don't know if it turned that much. It may have. I'm not going to get into the old Gary Naylor argument of whether it turning or straightening. It may have. It must have straightened. Either that or McGrath just played inside the line. Either way, she's on her way back. So a desperately needed wicket for England.
Yes, indeed.
Well, that's a century nipped in the bud. She could have picked that up on another couple of overs. Once she gets swinging, they stay swung. She missed that by a mile. Straight ball, it seemed to me.
Well,
and
yeah,
just
but I
played
mean the
inside
angle.
it.
But with the angle that it's coming, you may expect that to go on towards leg stump, and that was sort of the line she was playing, and it's hit the top of middle. So credit to the bowler.
Indeed.
It didn't. I'd like to have another slow motion view of that. Messi's probably seen 3 more wickets in the time that we've been waiting.
He's just got a hat trick in a test match, and we missed it.
Yeah.
Today, are you not on Channel 9? It should be on time on Channel. Oh, well, I seem to be ahead of you. I don't know why.
Yeah, and we're about 12 kilometres apart in the real world.
Let me just work out the speed of light. Shouldn't be a tremendous difference. Well, that's going to be a big boost for England because I have to say in the 20-25 minutes that I've been on, a ball hadn't beaten the bat and it was looking very, very, very comfortable for the batting team. But, if you keep, wickets are going to fall if you keep batting. And we've got who's come in now? Jess Jonathan.
Jess Jonathan, yeah.
This is her 5th test match, or either that or she's played 5 test matches before this. A best of 99. Oh, dear. That must be annoying. But
it's good, though, isn't it? 99 is not 94.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'd take it.
I've never been given the option. Anyway, we're in the 47th over. It's 202 for 3, and there's a long gap as the new batsman prepares to face, which may be trying to get in her head a little bit. I wonder if she's going to stay around the wicket. Probably not. We've got a left-arm bowler and a left-arm batsman. Let's see. No, it's over the wicket. Pitched well outside the off-stump. Just the merest hint of turn. We've got a slip and a silly point, as that one is well wide of off-stump and left by Jonathan. Yeah, it definitely did turn. It definitely did turn, because if you see the angle she's coming from, and a huge turn, it can be counterproductive. You just need to miss the edge of the bat, as this next ball is full and straight. It's actually half volley, and Jennison probably misses out. Doesn't try and play an expansive shot, just pushes it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's lovely bowling.
Yeah, that is absolutely classic slow left arm bowling, that wicket. And the delight of the keeper slips as this next ball is it's a full ball outside the off stump, and a slashing drive by Jonathan maybe got close to carrying to the short extra cover fielder, but either way, it's no run.
And the great moment where the batter, McGrath, looked behind to see, I've been bowled. That's
tend to hear
sweet
it.
for the bowler.
As this next ball is short and cut through the vacant point region. It's chased all the way back by Lamb, and I think that'll be 2 runs to get off the mark for Jonathan. That is the end of the 47th over, 204 for 3. Do we have any tweets, Messi?
We do. Joe says, I don't disagree with your theory, Messrs. I just lower the tone of every city I live in, so I always end up saying the worst.
You do.
And he says, I'm hoping someone is sound capping Fred and Jeremy's oohs because they gloriously camp. And Brian Barris, g'day Brian, says, Messi's here. 2/3 of the comms team is the Western Derby now. I still side with Danae and Freo. Well, I've lost interest in football for the rest of this year. Most of our team are in hospital at the moment, so, they're not very good from there.
Talk about Melbourne versus Sydney, West Coast versus Fremantle. Let's get back to the cricket. I might catch you again in a little while. I'll leave you to it, fellas.
Oh, thanks, Danae.
Okie doke. I thought we were having
change.
We did change probably after this over.
Well.
Unless something happens. There's final bowls outside the off stump. We can change now. We can do whatever anybody likes. That was well wide of off stump and left by Perry. Let's wait till the end of the over.
Yeah. Oh.
I've had 47.1 overs gone. Lord knows you're probably at close of play watching it on your live stream.
I've only had one more ball.
Okay. It just adds to the technological interest. We're going to have a 3-person change after this over. As this next ball is on leg stump and flicked round the corner. There were 2 men back on the leg side boundary. There's a deep backward square and a long leg. So just a single to Perry, 81 to her, 205 for 3. Or should I say 3 for 205? No, I shouldn't, because the runs come first and the wicket second.
And it's in England.
It's in England, where the game was invented. Who's coming on? Rusty, Richard Asher, and Supun will be on, relieving us 2 messes.
Excellent.
In 4 balls' time. And both of us will be back later, as far as I can tell.
Well, I still have Australia very much on top, but that was desperately needed wicket for England, wasn't it?
This next ball from Philo is a very ambitious LBW appeal to a ball that pitched well outside leg stump. And it may have gone on to hit the stumps, but you have absolutely no chance, unless the umpire is completely blind and the third umpire's fallen asleep or something, of getting that as an LBW decision. I'm presuming we have reviews, the same number of reviews as
yes.
Is it 3 reviews each?
That's correct.
That pitched about 3 stumps outside. Yes, it did hit the pad in front of middle and off and was going to hit the stumps. But there is no way, according to the laws of the game, that can be given out. As Philo is in again. We've got a backwardish short leg coming in now, as this one is slapped towards mid-off who misfields. But the batsmen were not looking for a single and they didn't get one, as Dunkley overran the ball slightly at mid-off. 205 for 3. Good score if you won the toss. I noticed one of the players had the black armband covering the sponsors. I'm not sure they'll be happy about that. They paid all that money and then you cover up their name. As Filer on first class debut, so on test debut and first class debut, bowls, and this is on middle and leg, and it's turned into the leg side. A good sprawling stop by the shortish leg fielder. No run. 1 ball left, and then we'll have you and I will take a break. We're looking again at that LBW decision. Oh no, we're not. We're looking at the last ball, which was turned into leg side again. It was an inside edge. So Filer is, beating the bat or catching the edge.
I think that little bit of pace is quite useful in terms of discombobulating.
Yeah, I haven't seen the speed gun. And probably won't now, as this next ball is an off stump defended back to the bowler. Let's have a changeover and we'll see you later.
Thank you. We're up to date on tweets, Richard.
That's excellent, Messi. So my plan to read out some tweets is already foiled. Well, I was going to read out some tweets while people change seats. Are we up to date on YouTube as well? Hasn't been much going on.
We're actually also up to date with balls now because we're about 5 minutes in front. So Eccleston's first one was played down the pitch by Perry. and there was no run.
Hello again, Richard.
Hello. That was a quick change of overs somehow.
It was. This is the benefit of being real time versus on a 2-ball delay.
No, it's a time travel, Richard. Russ, it's time travel.
No, I was very excited that my stream seemed to be kind of aligned, judging by what you guys were saying a moment ago, and then they changed overs in the space of 10 seconds. So no, I'm thoroughly confused again.
Eccleston's second and third balls were both into Perry's pad, and she defended them both back down the wicket. And now we're back up to date, but in the future for you, Richard, you'll see it soon. Here is the fourth ball, the over to Perry, and she drives, and it doesn't get past a mid-off.
Yeah, they're still trying to crowd Perry, and we've had a little bit of spin from Eccleston, which has been good, but crowding Perry at this time when she's set on 81, not going to work.
This one's into the leg stump again, and she tries to drive it on the offside, but can't beat cover.
I think England started needing. They got the wicket of McGrath, but to get Perry, they're going to need to do something quite a bit different.
Well, you never know. I mean, McGrath looked fantastic too until she played all very much down the wrong line to that ball from Eccleston. This one's into Perry's pads, last ball the over, and she defends it down the pitch. No run, and I think a maiden, 3 for 205. Richard?
Now, not a lot at all to report from the social sphere, so let's go back to the point of quick over changes, and I think it was discussed in the morning session, just fleetingly, that the women tend to get through their overs more reliably and quickly than the men do. Do we have a theory, anyone, on why that might be?
Shorter run-ups.
There is that. Yeah?
That's the main one, I think. I mean, you think
Even
about
for the quicks, I suppose, yeah.
Quick bowlers, the men are bowling from sort of 30 yards, so it takes them about 30 seconds between each ball just to walk back. The women are normally more like 20 yards, so you're just saving 10 seconds a ball. That's what. That's more or less, I think, what it comes down to.
I hadn't actually realised that the women quicks had shorter run-ups. There you go. I've learned something. Need to watch more. I thought it was just that they were spending less time gossiping and fanning about than the blokes. Could also be that.
Well, I haven't seen much sledging in this game, so they could, it's probably a lot less of Ollie Robinson just going up to everyone who's a slightly different skin colour and getting in their face.
Yeah, that incident just came to mind for me as well. Just getting on with it, and there's a lot to be said for it, I must say, and women's football as well.
And Kate Cross back into the attack, 1 wicket for 57.
It's a very expensive 10 overs in a test match. Now, the 1 wicket's at least some bonus. She's bowling to the left-hander Jonasson, who's defending and plays it out to mid-on. I saw Jonasson's 99 in Canterbury. It was a fantastic, very slow innings across pretty much a whole day.
What stopped her getting 100?
I actually don't remember whether she got out, but she was definitely in the tail at the point where where the game ended. But it set up that whole game for Australia to win on the last day with a Perry wing. So really good knock on a much harder pitch to play on. This one's wide outside off stump. Jonason's played it through the offside. She'll come back for a 2. So they might think about the 3rd here, but they don't risk it. Takes Jonasson on to 4.
Yeah, it's a very, very nicely controlled shot. Looking, again, a lot of the batters today have been very calm at the crease. There hasn't been too much pressure or fear of the English bowling attack. They've just been able to handle it come through.
This one's full to Jonasson. She plays it out in the offside, out to cover, and no run. That innings, she was out to Catherine Brunt in the 9th wicket to fall, and then they declared. So shortly after that. So
I'm glad it wasn't a 99 not out, because there wasn't an opportunity to get the last run.
No, but it was off 197 balls, 259 minutes. So it was
almost a double coward.
Very much so. Here's Cross again into the pads of Jonasson. She's played that well through the onside. There was a chase down. I don't think it's going to run all over the boundary, so it will be picked up there.
They might run 3 though.
Definitely running 3. A jog back for the 3rd. Jonathan on to 7.
So for those who are new to White Line Wireless, one of the things we track here during a game is whether a batter will reach a Cowan ton, which is 100 balls faced. Named after Australian batsman Ed Cowan for his ability to tie up the crease and tie up the batting time and be, what's the best way to phrase this, equally as effective and ineffective as possible at the same time. So
he's crossed into Perry and it's defended back down the wicket. Quite a double count. He got a triple count.
He got a triple count.
Triple count. What a knock.
So that's his, I think, 2nd or 3rd triple count. I think he got one in versus Pakistan in the UAE on day 5. He got to his triple count, and that one was made 100 off 300. So one of the key parts of a Cowan ton is that your strike rate is below 50.
Yeah, monumental failure by Talia McGrath today to only face 80 odd balls for her 61. This is cross into Perry. She drives, but she doesn't beat the field. I think she felt that she could get more out of that shot because the head went in the air. It's getting a little dark out there actually. There's a bit of there's no shadows on the ground.
There's supposed to be a thunderstorm around now, isn't there?
Well, there's scattered storms, so you might get nothing and you might get pissed down for 5 minutes.
Richard, can you check the weather radar for us while we wait?
I'll have a look.
He's crossed into Perry and she drives straight back down the pitch. It goes across, dives across and prevents it from going past the stumps at her end. They put in the straight mid-on, the short mid-on to Perry now too, so they've tried both the straight pointless field. Head in hands. This is no.
It's Elise Perry. She's not a tail ender. You don't get her out with cheap tricks like that. You
can stop her scoring sometimes, like to an extent, because.
But she's already on 80.
I know that, but that's what they should have been trying to do instead of giving her opportunities to hit through the field. Yeah. Anyway, that was the end of the over.
Richard.
Inevitably still clicking on boxes about cookies. Haven't got weather news just yet. Do let me know if there's a specific link I should go to.
What flavour cookies?
The Met Office is the best.
The ones that are really annoying every time you go to a website. There's desperately dull, boring ones. I think it cost a penny each. Jay says Cowan and Denley Tons are brothers from another mother. And Dave Wood says, at least she wasn't full Alex Tudor. I hope that makes sense to someone.
He also got 99 in a match. Eccleston's coming over the wicket now to Jonathan. This one's played forward to the short...
short mid-on, I think.
Short mid-on. I was going to short mid-on or short mid-wicket. No, she's left-handed, so...
Yeah, short mid-wicket. Too many short fielders.
Yeah. Johnson's back to this one. She's dabbing at it and managed to get it behind the point fielder. It's actually kind of curling away from them, making it harder to pick up. So eventually it ends up down 3rd man. But there's only the single. A bit surprising there. I feel like Johnson could have run a bit harder.
Yeah, but now you've got Perry on strike. So Johnson just probably wants to have a nice casual time out there. Let Perry do all the work.
That is fair enough. She's a great player to watch.
And it does look like the ball has gotten quite a bit aged now. So there's no shine to it on either side. It's just very, very dull and scrapped.
Excellent. Round the wicket to Perry. It's full and she's driving through cover, but there's a deep fielder down there. So there'll just be the one. Field switching around left-hand, right-hand combination. Adds a little bit of time to this over. And we're seeing on our broadcast partner the scorecard of that. Jonas, she scored 99 on the first and 54 in the second, so it was a pretty good test from her. This one's full to Jonas. She bunts it back down the pitch. Again, no run.
Yeah, it's at this stage I'd say Australia definitely ahead.
This one's into Jonas's pass. She turns it around the corner to the short leg, but there's nothing happening. End of the over. It's actually they've taken the score from me before I could read it, so I'll turn to you, Richard.
That technical tyke Messi Jez, one step ahead, is already posted on the old tweeting. The picture of the weather radar. It says there's some rain cloud approaching Trent Bridge, but any rain should be short-lived, which ties pretty well in with the old BBC, which says light showers around 6 o'clock is the maximum chance for that. No, 5 o'clock, which is in an hour and a half. So there you go. There is some chance of rain. That we've just had another tweet. Don't worry, ditto. The forecast has now been revised to 10% chance of rain at 4 and 5 p.m., 50% at 6 p.m. Hey, just look up at the sky. If the clouds are getting dark and coming your way, it's probably going to rain. And if not, you're probably fine. Old school.
First ball from Cross to Perry, and she's beaten the outside edge. Perry's gone for a fairly expansive drive and very half appeal from Jones, but there's definitely past the bat, but a good ball by Cross, swinging slightly. Perhaps that cloud's going to bring some life into this England attack.
And there's a short mid-off standing in what I will call the Aaron Finch position.
Cross full to Perry, then she's driven that to cover on the bounce.
I don't understand this field. If you want her to play the drive, why do you have a catching fielder in mid-off, like in short mid-off? Like if someone can explain this field to us, please tweet in at Gorilla Cricket. Because
was that a spot of rain on the screen? Did we just see a little vertical water? Am I seeing things?
Not sure, but Cross is full to Perry. She's played it out to cover.
Not seeing anything on our end yet.
You feel like because we've got this enormous screen.
There's another one. There's another one, and another one.
There are the umpires.
Yes. If you look at the umpires, you can see them. You can see a bit of rain.
You know, there's rain coming in the cricket because they start focusing the umpires to see their expressions. Actually, there's quite a bit of rain coming down now. It's actually quite heavy. As I said, I think this is scattered and they won't last very long. So they probably will pull away, turn off. Perry's stepped back now. It's quite heavy, and the umpire's giving a signal of dead ball. Are they also going to give a signal of let's go off the pitch? There's a bit of talk, and yes,
going off the pitch.
They're going to extend my day by at least half an hour.
So the question is this an early tee, or is it just off for a few overs?
Ooh, that might be true actually. It's 15 minutes to tee. You could probably do the tea break now and get on with it. Surely this won't last long given the weather radar, but it is coming down quite heavily.
Although it could be multiple light showers, one after the other, in which case, even though there's no heavy rain, it could spell stumps. We just don't know.
I'm not seeing any covers come on. So,
no, they've got a levitating hovercraft for a cover here at Trent Bridge. It's fantastic.
Now, all I want to do with that is just jump on it and ride it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's sponsored by the Park Hospital because they get so much business from people trying to ride the hovercraft.
I really want to ride on a levitating hovercraft now. But I suppose all hovercrafts levitate, do they not?
Yes. They push air down and use that pressure to stay afloat. So.
What if you get run over by the hovercraft?
Well, no, because the weight of you don't feel the weight of the hovercraft because it spreads the pressure out across such a huge area.
So you're just being pushed with air.
You'll be pushed with air, but evenly across your whole body. So it's not like getting run over by a car where there's a lot of pressure where the tyres are, where there's 4 ton of weight on that particular point. It's spread over your whole body. It's the same principle as being able to walk on a bed of nails barefoot, but stepping on one nail is a lot more painful.
Mm-hmm. Because now I kind of want to be run over by the levitating hovercraft while you're riding
just
it.
to test.
Just to be clear, this is a guerrilla disclaimer. We do not recommend you get run over by a car or a hovercraft.
It does sound like if you want to run across the highway, though, you should rather pick one that's full of hovercrafts than one that is full of buses.
Look,
it's much safer.
If you want to reenact Frogger in your own time, and for those who are new to cricket and new to, I don't know, the 60s.
Rain breaks.
And rain breaks.
We've got a rain break jingle. Let's play that and then we'll get on to this discussion. Might take us a while to find it. But yeah, hovercraft Frogger, that'd be fun. There's a business in this somehow, I think, Richard.
Indeed. I just wanted to add, because we've spoken so much Melbourne.
Yes, it is raining. If you've just joined us, I'm not sure why you waited 2.5 hours to do so. But this is a very short rain delay. We're going to keep talking our way through it. And Richard, I interrupted you rudely.
Well, I was about to be rude about Melbourne again, so don't feel too bad. No, I was just going to say that that of course, the most dangerous thing anyone can do involving traffic, including running across highways full of buses, is trying to drive a car in the centre of Melbourne with all those trams attempting to take you out all the time.
Trams are easy. Trams aren't the problem.
I'll not hear a bad word about trams.
And you learn to drive in Melbourne.
Yes.
They're easy.
You just hang on the right so you can see just past the tram, and you need to learn, like, you've got a very short period of time to undertake and get in front of the tram, and once you have those two things handled up,
you don't need to just wait until the green light gives you the hook turn to go, and you just go with the green light on the cross traffic. It's just like with a bike, and it's by far the safest way to turn right if you're on a bike. So anyone who rides a bike can do a hook turn, or should do a hook turn.
So it has actually gone to tea break.
It has gone to tea. We should probably wrap up for 20 minutes. I don't know when they'll come back out. I guess 20 minutes from now, assuming the rain doesn't last very long. Richard, are there tweets? Let's get up to date before we go to tea.
Let's just get one. There's not a lot, but let's get one in from Jay before we go, who says, quite aptly for a rain break, I guess. Well, so what can I get run over by now? This is political correctness and the nanny state gone mad. I think we've already given you the answer. You can get run over by a hovercraft. Asterisk, disclaimer. Let's go to tea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll run through the scorecard quickly, and then we'll run. There's probably a tea jingle as well, is there? Maybe we can find it. Australia's 3 for 213. They lost 1 wicket in that session. Tali McGrath bowled by Sophie Eccleston, playing down the wrong line for 61. Elise Perry's moved on to 82, not out. Serenely comfortable. Jess Jonasson is in the crease. She's got 8 off 17. For the bowlers, Kate Cross 1 for 63 off 11. 0.3. She was halfway through and over when the rain came down. Sophie Eccleston 1 for 46, the only wicket in that session, and Lauren Filer 1 for 38 off 9. We will be back in 20 minutes. I don't know what we're going to play in the meantime. I'll work something out. See you shortly.
You're listening to the Women's Ashes, brought to you by White Line Wireless. Because if you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
time for guerrilla roundup. They'll let you know what happened overnight when things transpire whilst you sleep. Right there in the loop you keep.
Well, welcome to our summary for day 3 of the first Ashes Test match from Edgbaston. A shortened but nonetheless very interesting day. I'm joined once again by the wonderful Alan Hotchkiss. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Jez. Always good to be doing a recap at the end of the day.
So I'll run through the scorecard briefly. Australia resumed this morning at 311 for 5 with all sorts of theories as to how they might go, and they went fairly well for the first hour or so until they lost their first wicket of the day when Alex Carey was out, and they became 6 for 338. Khawaja and Cummings batted on for quite a while, and then they lost another wicket at 7 for 372 when Khawaja was out, and we'll talk about how a little later, for a fantastic 141. Given a bit of a send-off by Robinson, but that was it. And the Australian tail did not wag, so they lost their last 4 wickets for 14 runs and were all out for 386, leaving England with a lead of 7. So, as Alan said at the time, well, we've done all this to get absolutely nowhere. England came into bat, and, well, you wouldn't say they looked super comfortable. They weren't going at a huge pace, but they didn't appear to be in great danger. And then it rained at about 2:15. Started raining, so they went off for rain. They were off for about an hour and came back on. It was very dark, clouds around, but they managed to get 15 minutes of play in. And in that time, we saw conditions we hadn't seen at all during the match, with the ball swinging, overcast, Boland and Cummings bowling beautifully, and England went from 26 for no wicket to 28 for 2, as Crawley and Duckett first and then Crawley lost their wickets to Cummins and Boland respectively, and then the heavens opened again, and despite several inspections there was no more play after that. So England ended the day at 28 for 2. That's an overall lead of 35 runs, with decent weather forecast for tomorrow, some doubts about day 5, but the game's still very, very much in the balance. What was your feeling about today, Alan?
I thought the Australians got a bit bogged down in the first hour, 75 minutes or so. Khawaja, while steady, didn't do what we see some people do with the idea of already having 100 in the bank, which is to feel liberated, and carried on, and I think expected the people around him to be more attacking. Anderson's wicket, the first wicket of the morning, was a really good delivery and kind of out in keeping of the general way that the game had gone up until that point today, which is that England had looked, a little bereft of ideas, and then everything switched by bringing Robinson into the attack and this setting of what we might describe as an umbrella field. Mm-hmm. So imagine, if you will, in the section of the ground, if you are a left-handed batsman, Khawaja facing. From mid-on through to square leg, 4 fielders, no more than 20 metres apart. And after 2 deliveries, that then switched to 6 fielders, 3 on each side, and Khawaja played only one un-Khawaja-like shot, but it was his dismissal. With all these fielders in front of him, he decided that there was plenty of room behind square, tried to give himself some room, came down the track, bowled by a beautiful Yorker by Robinson, who then acted like Ollie Robinson and acted like an idiot in terms of the way that he kind of sent him on his way. He's already got 141 in the bank. You just shake his hand and say, well done. There were no surprises about the tail. We've kind of had this feeling that Cummins can bat, but everybody beyond Cummins is a bit of a walking wicket. And so that kind of proved to be Lyon out swinging a big hoik down to deep square leg. Boland didn't know how to deal with a short pitch delivery that was aimed right at his throat, and then Cummins trying to make some runs, holes out, a good catch taken by Stoke. So kind of something for everybody, really. I think Australia will be really happy about the idea that Labuschagne and Smith didn't really do well, but they still managed to score 386.
Yep.
I think it's probably set a precedent for how we might see the difference between scoring rates between the two teams. Aussie's going at somewhere between 3 and 3.4 and over, whereas England managed to score 396, and still have time to declare and get 4 overs in at the Australians going at about 5 and over.
Yeah, you could say both teams have done what they've done over the last year, and just continued on their merry way, basically.
I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I think that if you were to speak to both captains and both coaching setups, they'd turn around and say that we're quite pleased that we've managed to impose our will at various times on the Test match. But this is a game that is it's not played in a vacuum. It's played in atmospheric conditions, and Australia made really good use of atmospheric conditions that didn't exist for the previous 3 days. Yep. The bowling of you would expect Cummins and Boland to bowl well in those conditions, and so it proved. If you are someone who wants to get rid of Zach Crawley, you have all the evidence you need from the second innings. If you are someone who believes that Crawley can come good, you have all the evidence that you want from the first innings, and nothing really moves from that position again.
In that context, we probably should mention that Bairstow managed to drop another catch, a fairly straightforward catch off a fast bowler this time, as well as letting 4 byes through from a spinner, which should never have been allowed to go for 4. So, yeah, I think the evidence is fairly conclusive that as a Test wicketkeeper, Bairstow has a lot to learn.
Well, he's had a lot to learn for a very long time, but this isn't about the idea of him learning anything. This is about the idea that you will accept those limitations, because what he will give you is more in the aggregate than what those debits would be.
Yeah,
so
and it's an interesting equation, because the cost was quite substantial, and although he made a lot of runs, that's not to say Folkes wouldn't have made quite a few runs as well. So
I don't think he would have made as many in that fashion, because
no, I'm sure he would.
Because at that point, he and Root wrestled the initiative of the game back away from Australia, where it was, because at the fall of the 5th wicket, if you're comparing like with like, Australia were ever so slightly ahead. Yeah. For me, I'm really worried about Moeen Ali.
Yeah, well, he bowled in all 33 overs, so he only bowled another 4 overs today, I think, which he looked really tired, very expensive, tired, and he's damaged his finger, and I can't see how, he bowled 33 overs in a day and a half of cricket. In 2 months in the IPL, he bowled 26 overs, right?
Yeah.
So, a spinner knows that they need to harden their hands, and particularly their spinning finger, by just constant practice. And he's not going to be in a condition to bowl again in the next Test match by any.
Well, he might. Well, if you're England, the worry is that he might not be in a condition to bowl in the second innings of this game.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everybody's right back where they started, which is, it's funny how this might be an absolutely fascinating, thrilling game, but every single question that we had about both teams before the first game has been completely unanswered.
Apart from Khawaja, I'd say.
I mean, but if you look at Khawaja in sort of the aggregate of the last 18 months, he's a completely different player.
He's the most successful opener in the world, actually. Yes,
had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Didn't know where to play him. That was his problem. Didn't know where to play him. Is he an opener? Is he a 3? Is he a lower middle order batsman? And they shuffled him around because they didn't know what to do with him. And now that he's got a place and he's settled and knows what his role is, his talent can come to the fore. And over the course of the last 18 months, he's been, as you said, the most successful opening batsman in sort of World Test cricket, and which is nice because he's having to compensate for David Warner's continued lack of runs. You know, and it'll be really interesting about I'm fully expecting that tomorrow the pitch will be the same, but you might see a little bit more green of a tinge in the outfield, and maybe balls might move a little quicker through the outfield.
But it'll be interesting to see if a Lion can get some turn out of it too, because it may well start to break up a little bit. Although, if it's like the Pakistan wickets, it'll just continue and be exactly the same for the next.
I know Bear's been quite disparaging of the wicket. It's a terrible wicket.
It is. It's a bloody awful Test wicket. That's my idea.
But the equations don't change. It just becomes a bit more difficult to be able to do it. And if it sounds strange in this, and I hate to use the word baseball as a noun and as a verb and as an adjective and all this type of stuff. But if ever there was a situation where it might be absolutely perfect, then this is the thing. You have to score quickly enough. It's 2 days. It's effectively it's a 1 inning game. It's a 2-day game. You have to score enough runs quickly enough, and enough of them to be able to give yourself enough time to be able to take 10 Australian wickets.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be difficult to do that on this pitch as it's currently being constituted, but that's the equation. So, I think they're very glad. I think there would have been absolutely zero baseball if they'd have gone back out for another half an hour.
Yep.
England were by far the more relieved team to know that there was no play. Once there was the inspection after inspection after inspection, I'm assuming that whoever's cleaning up in the Holly stand is probably pleased to get rid of all those people anyway.
Yeah.
But people stayed until the very last minute, till there was no play. I think the Aussies would have quite liked another 10-15 minutes at Pope and Root, and no doubt the only English batsman that would have had his pads on as well would have been Stuart Broad for some godly reason.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. It's the 2 English dismissals. Crawley was basically a very nice ball from Boland that just found a bit of movement. He just nicked it off to Carey behind. But Ben Duckett received a good ball from Cummings, went to the gully. Cameron Green is proving himself to be, I think, possibly the best gully fieldsman I've ever seen. Because a man of his size, he's got those huge arms, but he moves so fast with the ball. Took a stunning catch right at the ground.
There was some talk initially about whether he grasped it the same way that he admitted that he'd done one for Gill at the WTC final. But as you say, the days of, don't get me wrong, there's still specializations. Given Pope and Duckett's size, get the helmet on, get close.
Yeah.
But he's probably quite indicative of what you want a modern cricketer to be, about the idea of you're about 10 foot tall, but field well.
Yeah.
we've got to find more ways for cricketers to make contributions. And if it's not with the bat, if it's not with the ball, well, throw yourself around in the field.
Indeed.
And the one he took is just world class, absolutely world class.
Absolutely. So we're at the end of a day where there wasn't a huge amount of play, but gee, it's still anybody's game. The weather may be the winner on day 5, but who knows? I tell you what, I have been so happy, both last week with the Australia-India game and this week with this game, to be back in Test cricket. It has just got so much going on. It's so delicious for me after the I watched a lot of the IPL and the T20 and I enjoyed quite a lot of it, but it's just a totally different game and I love it.
Yeah, all you need is 2 evenly matched sides. They don't have to be great sides, they just have to be well matched. And we knew as England-centric people that we knew that Australia would come and be ready. No sense of being undercooked and underprepared, even though the idea of tours and games against county sides is very much by the by these days. They're a hard-nosed, well-prepared professional outfit. They're an image of their captain. It's going to keep us on the edge of our seat till day 5 of Test 5. Yep. Everyone, I hope, will get to the end of that and go, I wish it could have been something that lasted the whole summer.
Yes, it'd be nice to be going into August. As it is, we're going to the women's test on Thursday, which we will be covering. So we're going to have a pretty full-on couple of months.
And that's going to be just as enthralling as the men's.
Absolutely. I think they're going to be very well matched. The gorilla of the day, for me, was not actually somebody who appeared on air, but a hugely important gorilla for us, and that's Mogg. Because very early in the day, Tony Bishop started calling a ball that turned out to be a replay of Moeen Ali's wonderful ball that dismissed Cameron Green yesterday. And almost immediately the Bear played this new jingle that Mogg had come up with, which relates to the Bishop actually calling replay balls. And I just think that's genius from Mogg, so he's got to be the gorilla of the day for coming up with that so quickly. I have to say Tony's a little unfairly treated because he's far from the only one who's called replay wickets.
Yeah, but he does it more often than anybody else, and he gets more excited by it than everybody else.
That's true. That's true.
It's so thrilling, and then to watch that thrill and excitement turn into the bitter pill of disappointment, and it's terrible to see.
And
just glad it's not happening to me. That's the fact.
Our tweeter of the day, who was the runner-up yesterday, but today continued in his vein, who Pirate Badshah came up with a series of tweets with the help of some AI under the hashtag of GC Sommelier. Given that we are promoting Ponting wines, and click on our website link to get Ponting wines at 15% off. They're really nice. But he came up with a series of tweets. I'll just read one of them. He says, rain halted the match like a full-bodied Australian Shiraz cut short by cork taint. The promise of bold flavours crushed by an unfortunate twist of fate. I think the mixture of the Ponting lilt in relation to the wines and the cricket matches perfectly. So Pirate Badshah, I think you earned that one.
They're absolutely incredible. The only thing now is that he could turn that same thing into, some sort of like, crime noir. That private detective novel where you hear him.
Indeed.
You're kind of narrating his own. As soon as she walked in, I knew she would be trouble. That sort of thing. Gumshoe detective. Yeah.
It's amazing what you can do with AI. Anyhow, we better wrap it up there. Thank you so much for being with us. As ever, if you like it, please click the like button, share it. We love having your comments below or through the Twitter feed, and I'll certainly endeavour to answer anything that you put up there. And if you disagree with us, by all means, let us know. That's what we're about. Because
that's how we got involved in guerrilla cricket in the first place, by disagreeing with what was said. So
it'd be very dull if we all agreed on everything.
Yeah, it's a warm and inclusive church. Everybody welcome.
Indeed. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Al. I love doing this with you. It's been a pleasure.
No problem, Jess. I hope you enjoy tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Good night, everybody.
Okay. Night.
And now it's time for Gorilla Roundup. They'll let you know what happened the night when things transpire whilst you sleep. Right there in the loop you keep.
When you send money internationally with Remitly, you're sending a dream. The dream of paying medical bills, covering school fees, and building a future. Download the Remitly app or visit remitly.com to get.
And now it's time for Gorilla Roundup. They'll let you know what happened the night when things transpire whilst you sleep. Right there in the loop you keep.
Yep. Welcome to the summary from Guerrilla Cricket of the fourth day's play at Edgbaston of the first Ashes Test, and a gripping and enthralling day it's been. I'm very pleased to be joined today by not Fred doing his debut on the roundup. Welcome, Fred.
Thank you for having me, Messi.
I'll start off with a very brief summary of today's play, and then we'll get into some discussion around it. England started the day at 28 for 2, leading by just 35 runs, and took off at a merry rate with Pope and Root batting with considerable freedom until Pope was bowled by an absolute perler from Cummings. But that didn't stop Root, who carried on batting beautifully, it must be said, until he something took him in the head. He wandered down the wicket to the line and was easily stumped by Carey for 46. Harry Brook was batting nicely, though, although he started to get a little bogged down and then got well caught by Labuschagne off line for 46. Stokes surprisingly batted very slowly initially, but ended up with a very decent 43 from 66 deliveries before being LBW to Cummings for 43. And Bairstow was LBW to Lyon for 20. Moeen Ali made 19 off 31 balls before being caught behind from Hazelwood. Ollie Robinson made it a very passable 27 from 44 deliveries, but was caught at deep mid-on by Green from Lyon for 27. Jimmy Anderson made 12 before he was caught behind off Cummings, leaving Stuart Broad 10 not out. So England made a total of 273, setting in Australia a target of 281 to win, which is one less than Australia was set in 2005 at the same ground, which they failed to reach by 3 runs, I think it was it?
I think it was 2, yeah.
Yeah. In reply, Khawaja and Warner got off to a good start. Warner was looking pretty solid until he was caught behind by Bairstow from Robinson for 36 from 57 balls. And then Broad came in and bowled fiercely and beautifully. He had Labuschagne caught behind for 13, and Smith caught behind for 6. And that really put Australia behind the 8 ball. They sent in Scott Boland as the night watchman. He ended on 13 from 19 deliveries, his highest test score. And at the close, Australia are 107 for 3, needing, another 174 runs to win. With the prospect of a pretty wet first session tomorrow, we don't know how much play we'll get, but it may well prove to be a target that requires a reasonable run rate. So we could be set for a very exciting day tomorrow. What's your feeling about today's play, Fred, and your highlights?
I mean, it's been a terrific test match so far. Today was no different. I mean, as you know, after 4 days, when you can argue with 1 day to play who is the favourite, and you get no agreement from 5 different pundits, that tells you how close this game is. Australia, I would say, is slightly in front, but not so much so that just 1 wicket can't turn the odds around dramatically. It's been a really good game. It's been a hard-fought game. I think some of the discussion about the pitch has been
Anyhow, they're about to get underway. You go, Ajit, and I'm sure we'll get the sound on YouTube in that
Fair
time.
enough. So
I think it should be going down now. So
we
I'm going to
just
mute
had the
myself.
first ball after resumption where Cross bowled to Perry full on off, and it was just defended out. We see a huge clump of what looks like sawdust, though it looks a bit pink, on the field. In comes Cross. That's one's full, and it's been left alone by Perry. But I think this may be called a no ball. Oh, no. No, this is fine. It's just left alone. So I don't know if I'm a bit behind ball by ball, guys. This is the feed I have. I hope it's okay.
We'll live with it.
All right. In comes Cross. Right arm over the stumps. There's an on hidden present. That was foolish, and well, Perry took a big stride and drove it to mid-off, where it was fielded. No runs. And it looks like that's the end of the over. The batsmen are crossing over. However, I see something else. Oh, it is a no ball. Yeah, there you go. That's a no ball. As held out by the main umpire. I think there was a consultation and somebody whispered in a ear. It might be a no ball. Yeah, the foot is clearly on the other side of the line. That's a no ball. In comes Cross again. That one's again full, and it's a bit tentative by Perry, but she gets it in the gap between Gully and the second slip, and that one's rolled down to the third man boundary for a 4.
And that is the end of the over, right?
This time it is the end of the over. 214.
There we go. There we go.
218 for 3.
So a bit of social update, which there's not much to report as we've all been on breaks doing interesting things, except Pokey Bumfinger says West Wales boy is not used to the sun. I've had more in the last month than I had all last year. Other than that, not a lot to report except what we all did during our break. I filled my bean back up with new beans, which was very exciting.
What your bean bag?
Yeah, my bean bag was half empty because it's really old.
How 70s are you?
Gotta have a bean bag. You're not living life if you don't have a bean bag.
Is it?
God.
Okay. Then I'm not living one.
Have you got a conversation pit by any chance?
Sounds like a good concept. I'll have to learn more about it.
Conversation pit, Messi. Do educate us a bit.
Isn't that social media?
Well, you could say that. Well, certainly in the 70s, conversation pits in Perth, anyhow, were all the rage. You'd build a lounge room with a sort of a lower bit in the middle where you could all sit around and put cushions on the edge and all talk. What a load of shit. It's like media rooms.
All right.
Nah, you know.
Sorry to interrupt you.
It's all right.
Eccleston is ready to lock and load. Left arm over. That's a full ball that's been driven down to mid-off by Jess Jonathan. No run there. Eccleston is again ready at the top of the mark. That's a very full ball, almost a full toss, and this time she beats extra cover, but a good save from mid-off, and that's a run. So they exchange strike, and Elise Perez is back on strike, 86, not out. I think she runs through the overs quite a bit. Not quite Jadeja, but she does though. And
yeah,
I
you don't get a word in
had
between balls.
She had a very parsimonious first couple of overs. I think they've taken a bit of a shine to her now. I think Sophie Eccleston first 5 overs she had considered only 7 runs or something. Now, Perry's taking strike. They're adjusting the field for her. Looks like, they don't want to concede easy singles, right? 2 slips. And she's coming around the wicket. That was a very adventurous leave, I'd say. The ball was slanting in with the arm, but she let it go. It was a good leave.
I tell you what, England would be in trouble without Sophie Eccleston. She's, I mean, she has strayed a bit, but she's done a lot of the work.
Oh, fair enough. 18 overs almost. Yeah. And she comes around the wicket. That's generously tossed up. There are 2 extra covers and 2 slips. So they're pretty much gunning for a catch in and around. But that's stopped by one of the extra covers diving. That's well fielded as well. It's a bit of a challenge. I mean, I've been shown this occasionally, and you have to get one through, right? Or something. So in comes Eccleston again. That's more a good length ball that's been played off the front foot, defended on the pitch. No run there. And it was Wyatt who actually came up. Wyatt, I think. who came up and fielded that. Well, what do we think of this position? I think Australia will be very happy, right?
I think so. I don't think there's any doubt that England are going to be struggling if they can't take another wicket in the next South Forester. It's interesting. Sophie Eccleston's been going at 2.6 and over for 18 overs. Nobody else has gone at less than 4.2.
Fair enough. Yeah, their average is 4.1 to the over as well. And the last ball, she just drove to one of the extra covers. And that was no run, and that's the end of the over. So now they're swapping ends. And Eccleston has a pat on the shoulder from the captain, I think.
Brilliant. 219 for 3, right? So Stephen Kelk says, wow, refilling your beanbag, that's living the dream. I detect sarcasm. And I would like to counter that the actual dream is lounging in the beanbag for 6 hours of a test match and never having to get up. This is just a mere step along the way. He also asks, is a conversation pit like one of those sunken split-level living rooms? I think that is pretty much what you were alluding to.
Yeah.
I'm all on board with those as well. Do tweet us at Gorilla Cricket. We could do with a bit more material on the Twitter side.
Have you still got your high-heeled shoes and your disco pants?
Sorry to interrupt you. While we speak of 70s, Cross has begun another over. This time she's bowling to Jonathan, who's looking relatively unperturbed as she plays it off the front foot. I think it is a sense of worry if you're an England team for sure. Again, this one, but she's drifting more on the leg this time. This has been guided to long leg, where it's cleaned up, and they have taken a single comfortably, and Perry's back on strike. So I think this is the trend. You see that because there's a right and left combination, they are unable to keep one batsman pinned to one of the ends.
Yeah, that's true, but they've also been not tight enough on their lines. That's the other thing.
Fair enough. I mean, she got one to slant across. She could have gotten the other one too. She bowled it on the pads. Then, in comes Cross. That's a full ball on the middle stump, and it's been played to the on Hayden. It looks like that's Eccleston fielding that, by the way, at on Hayden. She's an imposing figure to be there. Pretty much like the name of the position itself. She's right next to the non-striker almost, just outside the pitch, just 2 yards outside the pitch, to the right of the pitch.
It seems a strange position. It is so close to the pitch, far back. She doesn't really give herself the full breadth of capacity to actually field the ball as well as catch it in that position, in my view.
Could be. Now, this one was more on the middle stump, a little bit back of length. And Perry didn't look very convincing playing that, but she had no issues. She was stuck on the crease, but she played that back to the bowler. So there's a bit of cat and mouse. I think the first 5-6 overs, Australians would be happy to go at 1 or 2 an over, knowing that they're far ahead of the game still. And they would want to see out the day if this is an option 3 down. In comes Cross. Again, on a length. And Perry staying back tries to negotiate a single between gully and point, and she cannot.
Over up?
No, there's one more to come for sure.
Okay.
If Perry can reach a century, she will be the first woman to have a double century and 2 centuries in Test cricket.
In she comes. This is a full ball, but, well, Perry has nothing to do with it. Straight off the front foot, back to the bowler. That's defended. That's the end of the over. 220 for 3 at the end of 54 overs.
Double century and 2 centuries. That would be a decent career. I mean, most would hope for more, but you could take that to your grave and be happy. Actually, no news on the social side, so I'll just say, I'm just going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons and ask if there can possibly be hope for an unnecessarily early declaration from Australia. Maybe that's a trend.
That's certainly not happening tonight.
I've got a question. Said last week.
I've got a question for you, actually, Richard. If you've got the beanbag, do you have the glitter ball to go with it?
No, I'm from the 80s.
Oh, the 80s. Oh,
it just snuck in.
Meanwhile, Eccleston has already begun another over. Left arm over the wicket, tossed up generously, but Jonathan is up to the task. burns it down to a short mid-on. No run there. In the meantime, they look very studious in concentration. Just Jonathan. This one's more held back. She stays on the back foot, just pushes it to cover, no run. And they're happy, as I said, they're taking it comfortably until their eyes get set again. This is as if it's the start of a session, more start of a day potentially.
Very much
tossing
so.
the ball up. Just a two-step run up. That's really full, but no, she can't beat covers. She had a good chance of hitting that hard, but I think she just tried to find the gap rather than hit it hard.
And they've got another 2 hours to play today because they can go to 7:30, as I understand it. So there's a long haul to go, isn't there?
Yeah, it just does make sense to play yourself in properly, as per the start of the session, indeed.
Are we between overs for you at the moment, Ajit?
No, not yet. She's only bowled 4 balls actually. There's another one. She looked a bit uncomfortable there as the ball was tossed up. And she tried to negotiate it from back of the crease. Well, the ball was defended in the crease, but no damage done much. The keeper and the silly point had a ooh and a ha, but, well, not a lot much. In comes Eccleston for the last ball of the over. That's on length. Jonathan defends it to covers. That's the end of the over. That's a maiden. 55 overs, 220 for 3.
You're on
right. So Rich Turner says, I imagine Tony Bishop's rotors are in tatters. He must be used to the descent into chaos by now. Yeah, can probably give that tweet a like. Poor old Tony. And Steve Kelk says, I should probably know this by now, but what's the pitch doing? Has the rain affected movement in the air, etc.? I hope one of you is in a better place to answer this, because I've just really struggled to watch with the odd time shifts going on.
As far as I can tell, the pitch was covered before the rain had any impact on it, and there's no evidence of any movement at the moment. So it's sunny again. The clouds have all passed, and I suspect the conditions are pretty much as they were before the break, actually. Presumably the outfield will be a little slower. I think Filer has had a challenging first day of first-class cricket. She started quite well, but she found it quite difficult to hold her line. But she does have some pace that some of the others do not, and that's what gives her the advantage.
All right. In the meantime, cross has come up. That was a short wide one, and Perry would be a bit disappointed she couldn't get away with the 4 there. There was a deep point set, and it's been hit straight to deep point for a single. It was almost a set piece by the looks of it to give her a single of the very first ball and probably attack Jonathan. It's the same fielder will then become long leg, so that's fine. But just a second, that was a mistake on my side. So it was not cross. There's a bowler called Pfeiffer, Lauren Filer.
It would be that would be a great name for a bowler.
Yeah, Pfeiffer, right? Michelle Pfeiffer. Okay. So she's called Filer, and Filer is running in. It was Filer, and first ball was a loosener, rightfully. And it was dispatched to deep point for a single. In comes Filer, right arm over the wicket. That's more floated up. It was a very full ball that Jonathan missed, and it went through to the keeper. It almost pitched in the crease. It was, I wouldn't call it a Yorker simply because it was way outside off. But
it was a bit of a slow one, wasn't it?
Yep, it was floated up. It was really not, there was not a lot of effort. You would want that as a batter, no? To throw your hands through. Maybe that's what they want as well. England, looking for a breakthrough. In comes Filer. That one's shorter, and Jonathan is able to comfortably place that wide of mid-wicket. And by the time the deep fielder comes in to clean it up, there's another run. Now this would start to grate on England's nerves. If you built a bit of pressure, 1 run every over for last 3 or 4 overs, even a maiden or 2 in between, and then now maybe they're starting to pick up pace. It
must be hard for someone like this. Apart from the trial game they had last week against the Australia A women. Filers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 last games have been T20s, which, you know, it's a big change into Test cricket, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. But yes, I mean, look, things are what they are currently, and I'm sure purists will not like that. But in comes Filer, bowling the 5th ball of the over to the right-handed Perry, who sort of under-edges it into the ground, but that's well fielded by the second slip fielder, which was, I think, English captain, if I'm not wrong, and she saved a couple of runs. Or is that Siver? That's Siver Brunt, actually. Yeah, she saved a couple of runs there. That would have run away to third man and maybe given them a couple of runs. No, that's well done.
They need something in the field because they haven't looked particularly tight today.
Oh dear. Just to emphasize your point, that was a long hop, and Perry climbs into that. It was not very far above the gully's head, but it was clear. That's flown down to third man for 4. So 226 for 4, 226 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so no further news from the land of social media, so do tweet us at Gorilla Cricket or add some comments on the old YouTubes. Just to come back to that point then, during the gap between overs of what a rare and different thing this is to play Test cricket, there are those who will say this is a glimpse into the future of men's Test cricket as well, where it becomes, apart probably from your marquee Ashes series, a very rare one-off exhibition kind of thing, you know, sea of T20 franchise misery. Did I say that out loud?
You did?
T20 franchise cricket.
So. Oh dear. In the meantime, a little bit of action if you're an England fan. Jonathan tried to lap that from Eccleston. Well, it went off the pad straight to short leg. There was an appeal. Beaumont short leg taking the catch. Nobody excited, not even the bowler.
Well, wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh, all right. Basically, just as a point, it's been referred. It has been referred. That's a relevant one. Oh. That's a very relevant point from messages. It looked straight off the pad, and Jonathan doesn't look particularly perturbed as she walks to Perry. All right, the oohs and ahs tell me you guys are a bit ahead, and maybe you see something. All right,
possibly a fraction. I think they're going to be talking about glove here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, as the ball struck pad and then jumped up, Jonathan was completing her shot and her hands were round her leg, and yes, it could have come off the glove potentially. But then, is it just the forearm, or is it that, you know, that extra piece of Velcro or a thing that holds the glove to the hand?
To me, it looks fairly clearly off that wristband, which is part of the glove, if I understand.
Yes.
If it's holding the bat, it is a glove. Yes. If it's holding the bat, it is a glove. If it's not, then it's not. Yeah, it comes off it looks like it may have even taken a bit of the webbing, a bit of the sponge part of the glove. Oh dear. All right. Maybe England have a breakthrough here. Let's wait for the third umpire. Well, Beaumont was looking all over the place, but then she saw it was right up there, and she caught it comfortably. I think the third umpire is speaking to the on-field umpire now. In comes the crossing of the arms. That was out. Well picked, Messi, to hold me back.
This is killing me, knowing what's happening 2 minutes before you say it.
Holy cow. I'm sorry about this.
It's not your fault.
About that. Feed is a bit slow. But yeah, first ball of the 57th over. There's a dismissal. Just Jonathan gone for 11 of 30 balls. Caught Beaumont, bowled Eccleston. You were saying Asher. Sorry.
Richard.
I think
yes.
Richard Asher. Sorry.
I'm also not used to be ahead of the ball by ball. But it's all going to change in 2.5 minutes when we have a change of commentator, right? Isn't it? And then
it depends. It's on ball by ball.
Yeah. Well,
I had been put down again for one more stint, but it was still color commentary.
Well, if we were in the same constellation, then I think me or Jesse could do it, or Jez, Messi, it's a long day. You know what I mean? But we appear to be ahead on the stream. So we probably have the change at the end of this over if we've got anyone set to come in, and that is the big if.
All right. Eccleston is back on the top of her mark. Bit more chipper.
Healy's
top of her mark. Yeah, and the new person is Alicia Healy. Australian skipper coming on to bat. 226 for 4 is not too bad. Maybe we'll get another half an hour, 3/4 hours of play, if that, and she's happy. And well, in test matches, she has a decent average, 23.6. Only 150. She'll want to change that for sure. All right, she takes guard. In comes Eccleston around the wicket now. 2 right-handers. A strong appeal on a ball that's drifted and hit her sort of in line with leg, but it looks like it'll be drifting down leg. Umpire is not interested. But a good start nonetheless. Healy was not on the ball, so to say. And Heather Knight clapping a bowler, clapping a fielders, injecting a bit of energy into the field. In comes Eccleston. Well, she's actually starting from ahead of the umpire. Good cards. All right, in she comes, and that's it. What a ball! What a ball! She's bowled neck and crop here. Healy pitching slightly on off, but holding its line beautifully, taking the off bail, and that's a big breakthrough. So Eccleston suddenly injecting a lot of energy, guys, for England, and 2 breakthroughs.
It certainly is. It's no wonder she's #1 ranked bowler in the world.
Oh yeah.
She just bowled that beautifully. I don't know what Healy was doing. She just played the wrong line.
She played the wrong line. It held the ball held its line for sure. She was expecting the ball to come in, but it didn't. It pitched off, hit off. But then, what I liked about that ball was it was pitched slightly behind a regular good length. It was almost just short of length, but good enough to hit the top of off. So very well done by Eccleston there.
Where are you at? Have you got another batter in yet?
Nope. Now I'm seeing a beautiful ad of beer.
So we can keep
golden
chatting.
Nectar. All right. Golden nectar. Heineken silver. Nectar is golden, but the bottle is called silver. Mind you. Heineken silver. All right. Now we can keep chatting for sure. And well, I think we are still a good minute away.
Right. Well, I've got to say that without Eccleston, England would be in huge trouble. Mind you, that's not the first time that's been the case.
Yes.
But she really is head and shoulders above anybody else in terms of the bowling today. I think she's just been amazing. And when you consider that she's bowled, what is it now?
20 overs.
20 overs out of the 57 overs. That's quite remarkable, really.
Absolutely. New batter is in. This is Ashley Gardner. That was another full ball, almost a Yorker. Sort of ball you would want to bowl at a new batter. She was up to the task. She played it with a straight bat to the short mid-wicket fielder. This is good testing bowling by Eccleston. She's brought England back right in, and we feel she's not yet done. In she comes, 5th ball of the over. That's straight, stump to stump as it's called, and that's played back to the bowler by Gardner off with a straight bat. That was not particularly troublesome, but you're right, Messi. Maybe Alicia Healy was a bit, she was not right there in her head, having waited a while.
No.
Last ball of the over, again more of the same stuff, but this one was tossed up a little bit slower, and it's been played back to the bowler of a straight bat. That's the end of the over. 226 for 5, double wicket maiden.
Okay, so Ross is on ball by ball. Danae is on summarising. Who's on socials?
Ajit's going to stick around for socials. So
brilliant. Okay, I'll have a break.
Can I do socials? Let me see how I could do that, because when I did it, I was in the studio and I had somebody's laptop or somebody's iPad for this. I'm now on.
Make them up, Ajit. We'll believe you.
Come on.
That's a great idea.
And believe you me, you don't want me making up anything. I've been told I don't have a
double wicket maiden. Double wicket maiden. And to think that Elise Perry was very nearly out first ball. Goodness. Thank goodness.
Could somebody else do the tweets, because I don't have a account where I can actually see all the guerrilla cricket tweets that are coming in. I see the last tweet I see is an hour ago by Rich Turner, and only guerrilla.
Okay, I can do the socials then if you like. Okay.
Thank you, Messi. I think I'll let you guys then do it, because I might stay here for a little bit of time, but if I'm surplus, I'll sign off.
I'll have to adjust the YouTube in a second. In the meantime, it's Fila's still on, and she's bowled 3 balls so far to Gardner, and that was the 4th. All of which have basically been left outside off stump, give or take. So, give me a second. Apologies for people who can't see me. Actually, no, we're all good. The studio becomes a bit of a challenge when you're the last person left in it.
And it's 2:30 in the morning or whatever.
I don't want to know what time it is. I've got to work in the morning. Here's Filer. It's short outside off, and Gardner leaves it alone. Again.
Oh, well, you'll be extremely productive tomorrow, I'm sure.
Before you get into the socials, I'm very excited about the remainder of today's play, because Ash Gardner is my favourite of all my favourites, because I do enjoy watching this team a lot. But I think anything could happen here, and I hope it's the anything that includes 30 runs in 20 minutes.
This next ball on a Filer's full, and Gardner plays it out to mid-on, and that is the end of the over.
Stephen Kelk says, what would be a par score here? I don't know enough about women's internationals to know what average scores are like. It's really hard to say, isn't it? I mean, if you'd asked me that 10 minutes ago, I would have said 350. Right now, I reckon Australia will be really happy if they get a lot over 300.
Agreed.
It's changed the shape of the game quite a lot.
Because they were really only just picking off one bad ball and over, and ticking over that 4 runs and over, and then a tight few overs, and it's changed completely.
Yep.
You know, they've got a lot of batting still, though.
True.
This ball into Perry's played out to cover from Eccleston. You know, Kim Garth used to bat sort of 3 or 4 for Ireland. Like, she's a very competent player to have coming in at. Well, they've got to list it at 10. I suspect she shouldn't bat that low, but. You know, Sutherland can bat. These two, if they got going, put on 150 in 2 hours. But anyway, we'll see. They've got to get going first. Perry's forward to the next ball from Eccleston and plays it gently out to that short cover that's been in there for pretty much all day for her.
England will be newly energised by that, though. I mean, it does make it really much more positive for them, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. And it puts a lot more pressure on Perry to keep going, because if not, what will happen? This next one by Eccleston's very full, and Perry jams down on it, and it runs away on the offside. Again, no run.
And if Eccleston's got to bowl 35 overs in a day, then they've got to be energised.
Yeah.
This next one's full to Perry on her pads. It's played back down the wicket to Eccleston. Again, no run. Perry's still on 92.
Batting at about her average for a test match then. I think it's something like 74 or 75.
It's gone up now, of course. It's currently at 84.4.
Wow.
This one by Eccleston's wide of the off stump, and Perry leaves it alone. She's done it a few times where a couple almost grazed the stumps. She's judging the ball very well today, Elise Perry.
And looking at it, you couldn't tell there was rain 15 minutes ago, half an hour ago.
No, you couldn't.
This one's short of a length. Perry's cutting off the stumps. There's a deep point out there, so she'll only take the single. It's the end of the over. Perry moves on to 93. Australia are 5 for 228.
Rich Turner says, Sophie Eccleston is saving this match for England in the face of the usual dominant Australian batting. And Jay says, "Oh bother! It looks like I missed some drama putting an album on and appreciating I am Betamax and you are VHS. Just makes me cry for several reasons." Oh dear, that takes me back. I have no video player of any sort in the house any longer. Everything is on bloody sticks or in the cloud.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
His Filer way down the leg side to Perry. In fact, it's fumbled away from Jones and it's gone down for fine leg for. I think that might. No, it's a bye. That was a generous bye to Filer and a bit of ungenerous to Jones because that was a very wide ball.
Yeah.
I had to go and buy a set-top box to set up the studio because of to get the terrestrial TV on.
Of course. Yeah.
To have something that's moderately close to time. His Filer again. It's into Gardner. She's off the mark with a very lovely straight drive.
Oh, that's
leaning onto it through mid on the outfield is slow now because of the rain. It's actually pulled in on the fence by Bell, and they'll take 3. So lovely shot by Gardner to move her total along.
I feel like the Guerrilla Cricket White Line Wireless collaboration's a bit like Australian summertime where there's 5 time zones across the country, because I think I'm seeing the middle of last over and I'm about 12 k's away from
But you don't have it on live TV, do you?
No, I've got it on the app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've got it live on TV, which is fine.
Yeah, I can't be in 3 places at once.
Oh, that's poor.
I know. A bit like the leg side bowling.
The app is very surprisingly behind. This next one from Filer's full, and Perry's played it past the bowler. She's going to get a couple there as it's picked up at the chasing mid-off, coming around to deep mid-on. Takes her on to 95, creeping closer to that ton. It's Filer down the leg side again, and it's fumbled again by Jones. I don't think there was a touch on that. It might have flicked Perry's pad, but there's no run taken anyway.
She's had a massive problem with her line, Filer, hasn't she? Awful lot of stuff down the leg side.
She has, and it's been a real... her action starts to go in a few different places, and as the more tired she's got, the worse it's been getting.
Yeah.
She's very raw, isn't she?
Yeah.
It looks like there's a lot to like, but there's also a lot to... just at the moment.
Yeah.
One's short to Perry. She's cutting it. It's close to the body, and it goes over the gully fielder. It was very close to gully, but she's managed to get it to the boundary. A very lovely shot by Elise Perry, taking her on to 99.
Is she 99? Is this Pez ball?
Does everything have to be followed by a ball? It's a bit like gate and, Watergate.
Half of the hotel name, yes. No. Elise Perry, worth the price of admission, whatever it is, for the few thousand that are there today, and for all of us to stay up all hours.
Here's Perry, and she's caught! She is caught in the gully!
Fuck!
She has caken that ball. It was short of a length. She's tried to cut it again. She's cut a number of balls that are close to her body, and that one's gone straight to gully. She is out for 99 off 152 balls. Filer has picked up the wickets. Australia goes back down to 6 for 238. A little bit of a slump now, especially with the loss of Perry. And Filer, reward for a well-placed ball, but it's kind of a loose shot from Perry, really, in the circumstances, messy.
Especially when you're on 99. I mean, I know she wants to get there quickly, but oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That seems such a waste, doesn't it? There was no need to play that ball at all, really.
And there's more runs out there too, so it wasn't just the one she missed.
Yeah, that's exactly true.
Yeah,
what a
I mean,
pity.
she was taking those cut shots from so close to her so often.
So tight,
it's,
yeah. And there's a little bit of uneven bounce, and that bounce has been worth digging it in for. That is 6 for now, is it?
Yep.
Yes. 6 for 238.
It was almost as much a drive as a cut. You know, it's sort of half and half because her bat wasn't completely horizontal by any means, was it?
No, it's actually, it reminds me a little bit of a Michael Slater shot. There's ones where you get a little bit on the front foot and try and slash at it, and then it goes in the air and you get caught.
Yeah. Consistently in Michael Slater's case.
Well, he made a lot of 90s too, didn't he?
He did make a lot of 90s.
What a champion. Elise Perry, one of the great generational players, consistently good in big games, has reinvented herself somewhat in the last couple of years, I think, missing that World Cup in Australia, the T20. I would like to have watched her bat for the rest of the day, but she'll probably come out and take 4 for not many when she gets to bowl.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, that she's that good a player with a bat, and it was also probably a bit past it now, but just about the best player in the world with the ball as well in her
Still
prime.
has great control, won't be bowling down leg side like the England bowlers have so much today.
No, she's just lost the pace that she used to have as a younger cricketer.
That's okay.
So that was the end of the over. 60 overs gone. Australia has slumped from 3 for more than 200 to 6 for 238. Eccleston.
I can tell you that's the third 99 in women's Test cricket. The previous two were Jake Kanar in 1984 for Australia and Jess Johnson in 2015 against England at Canterbury. Oh, you were talking about that earlier.
We were talking about that taking 99.
Yeah.
Here's Eccleston.
I'd still take 99. Oh, but I'd much prefer 102.
Eccleston
It's funny, isn't it?
Full, and she's just kind of bunted that to mid on, no run. Eccleston's going to turn, come straight back in. This one's full and played it pretty much exactly the same, also to mid on. Eccleston's consistency is paying dividends. This one's again full to Gardner. She's pushed him forward on the offside. Again, no run. Keeping the field in too, Eccleston, the whole day. Multiple slips, short points. No short point now, but a short leg. This one's onto Gardner's pads, and she's turned that round just past the short leg. She's going to get a single as the mid-wicket comes around.
Well, it does change the complexion of the game. Gardner needs to take it on now, I reckon.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I think you can trust Sutherland to bat for a while, and Kim Garth, no?
Yeah, maybe,
Although,
but how many is enough? And when do you want Darcy Brown to have a dig at the England players?
So that silly points back for Sutherland. Eccleston's in. Sutherland's forward and playing very straight and correct defensive shot or drive that goes to mid-off. It doesn't beat the field. She looks a player who can bat, Sutherland, but hasn't always had the record to match it. This one's full and defended straight to the silly point. No run. End of the over. 61 gone. Straight to 6 for 239.
Jay Grover says, I've got an idiotic theory which is utterly bobbins but makes me laugh due to all this shit we're hearing from the Titan sub. I reckon Russ is too calm. He's going to go mental and send you all through the event horizon. Horror will follow. And he also says, getting rid of all my VHS tapes has traumatized me more than all other forms of scarring given and received. Half man, half biscuits are now the official cheerleaders of the England cricket team. This is magic in the Wirral, as all gorillas know. And I'm always confused by the idea that Perry has reinvented herself. She's gone from being incredibly fucking good to then also being incredibly fucking good. If someone who's gone from shit to shite, I guess I get it.
Fair call. Fair call. She has had to modify her brilliance to just brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair call. Half man, half biscuit.
And Stephen Kelk says Australia doomed.
Doomed.
And it's Pokey Bungfinger says quality curse from Danae.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll take that too.
It's Gardner on strike.
I love it. It's all
Bell.
just one ball away from being something completely different, isn't it?
It is.
That ball's into Gardner's pads and she plays it out to mid-wicket but doesn't beat the field, so no run there.
I mean, it does make the match more interesting, doesn't it?
Mhm.
You know, if Australia pile on 500, you'd think, oh yeah, here we go. But,
Interesting, Filey got Perry out in the last over and then has immediately still come off, so being replaced by Bell. She's put that one, and it's a Filerish ball way down the leg side from Bell, and Jones takes it without any trouble though.
they must have done some work on their matchups. Or Filer was just knackered.
A little A, a little B, I think.
Yeah. I mean, her lines were pretty bad. I think she kind of got a little bit lucky with they got Perry, but you got to put it there to get it out. Here is Bell, and it's into Gardner's pads, but she can't beat mid-wicket. The temptation must be there to just swing through the line and take it over mid-wicket.
Yeah, Annabelle Sutherland's test average thus far in 2 matches, it's true, is 9.
Mm-hmm.
What's her one-day average, Missy? Do you have that to hand?
I'll find it for you. It is...
Here's Bell. It's short of a length to Gardner, who plays it straight back down the pitch.
It's 32.
Which
is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
The T20 is just 11, but T20, when you're batting at 6 or 7, you never know what's going to happen.
No, 11's all right as long as it's off about 6 balls on average.
Yeah, that's right.
Isn't there some mad theory calculation of strike rate plus average equaling around 150 is good? So it could be 20 and you bat at 130.
Well, her strike rate's 126 almost, so yeah, that makes it 137, so that's not far off, is it?
No, that's right.
It's ball from
And her ODI bowling average is 21.7 as well, which is pretty damn good.
It's very good. This ball from Bell's short of a length and it's just defended by Gardner, about to cover. Bell coming in again over the wicket. It's full to Gardner. She's got that one past the field.
Nice
a very nice shot. There was a dive at mid-wicket. It's going to run across, even with that slightly damp outfield, all the way to the boundary for 4 more. Yeah, I'll hit that one.
She timed that beautifully, didn't she?
She did. She's been kind of leaning on those balls and not quite getting them off the middle, but that one's managed to split the field. There's not a lot of gaps out there because the mid-on is quite wide and the mid-wicket is square. And my TV's telling me I've been watching it for too long and should go to bed, which is why I'm going to stand up.
That's not a smart TV, that's a fucking bossy TV. Jesus, mine had to do that. They'd be doing a lot of it, that's for sure. We're up to date on tweets. So what's your prediction now, Danae?
Well, let's hope they... how many overs we got left today, roughly?
About 24, I think so. Hang on, I'll just tell you. It says 28. Whether we actually get those in by 7:30 is a moot point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd say 303 by stumps. Let's go with that. Whether we're
sounds good.
All out, yeah, probably. A 300 would be a good return now after that middle order.
Yeah, definitely. This ball from Eccleston's down the leg side. Sutherland's had a go at it. Jones has done well to actually take that, but it hasn't caught anything. And Eccleston turns and comes in again. Full. Sutherland just pushes it back down the pitch. It's very economical action, Eccleston. Only a few paces and rolls it over. That's why she can bowl 30-something overs a day, seemingly without getting tired. She comes in. This one's short of a length. Sutherland's off the mark with a little dab through point, where she'll take just the single.
The interesting thing is that although Australia was scoring reasonably freely, they never sort of acted like they were right on top at any stage, did they? It was because of the bad balls that they were able to score so well, but there was no sense of breaking out.
Well, even when Perry was around 40, she hadn't done anything that made it look like it was a supreme dominant innings. She was just accumulating.
Sexton ball is full and defended by the pitch by Gardner. There was a brief period, I think, with McGrath and Perry where they started to score quite freely and the pitch looked very flat, but once McGrath got out it changed. This ball by Eccleston's full and into the pads of Gardner, but she can't get it past the field. Fielded it mid-on. One ball in the over. Eccleston turns to come in again. It's full again, and Gardner plays it out to mid-off. That is the end of the over. Gardner's on 8. Australia on 6 for 244. 63 overs gone.
Yeah, Rich Turner says, I've just seen Perry's dismissal on video. A wild swipe and worthy of the "Where's your head at" jingle. Yeah, I think that's right. It was a rush of blood, wasn't it? Very much. Good point by Titmus312, who I assume is not Fred. He says, hard to predict the past score when they play one game every 2 years. It is really, isn't it? We're basing all our assumptions on virtually no evidence. Those clouds in the background, by the way, are moving away according to my radar, so it doesn't look like there's any further threat of rain today. And it's still 27 degrees.
Speculation is really based on conditions of the day, the ground and the weather, more than the, I guess, historical data.
Yes.
Sutherland's on strike. She's facing Bell over the wicket. It's into her pads. She turns it around the corner. She's going to get at least one as the fine leg comes around, and I think it will just be the one. Takes her score on to 2. I think for women's cricket, they used to score a bit less than the men. That was the sense I had. Certainly not as quickly, but that's changed particularly in the shorter formats in the last few years. And really, I don't really think there's a huge difference between them. We haven't, probably because they don't play that many test matches, seen really big innings, the big double centuries, and certainly no one's ever gone any close to a triple. But so I think centuries are rarer, but anything over 300 is probably parish, 300 to 350.
Those recent England A, Australia A scores were pretty mammoth, weren't they?
They were. It's very surprising. Both English sides scored incredibly heavily. Here's Bell to Gardner. It's short, and Gardner's pulled that. He's just smashed it. That's going to run away all the way to mid-wicket for 4 runs. I've got to find some of these jingles that aren't heavy metal. Let's see what I'm going.
Mog will come around and strangle you if you say that, although he wouldn't call them heavy metal.
Beautiful pull shot there by Gardner.
Yeah, it needed some aggression too. Change the mood of it.
It's also, I don't think Bell has the pace to trouble Gardner in that. Those sort of short stuff was dug in. This one's on a better length, just played out to mid-wicket, but for no run.
Yeah, she's bowling about 70 miles an hour, 111 Ks, I think.
That would suit Ashley Gardner.
Yeah.
She's got an excellent eye. If she can keep focused
yeah, easy runs. That's a lovely shot.
That's always the challenge with Gardner, isn't it? Keeping focus.
I think she's got so much better in the last 12, 18 months.
His bell, it's on a length and just played out to mid-off by Gardner. It's picking your moments to play those shots. And in some ways it comes from playing a higher level more consistently. I think the depth of women's cricket isn't always there, and some of the players that come through from lower levels are just dominating so much they think they can play any shot to any bowler and get to trouble.
Well, I mean, that's often the case in white ball generally, isn't it?
This ball by Bell's wide of the stumps, Gardner just leaves it alone.
I have a question without notice that's nothing to do with today's game, but some of the socials, when you're ready. Did Fred Titmus have 6 toes?
No, Fred Titmus lost some toes in an accident with the speedboat in the West Indies. Would that fit in?
Yeah, I knew there was a toe thing. Maybe he had 6 total. I always thought he had 6 on each foot.
No, Gary Sobers was born with 6 fingers on each hand. I can tell you that.
Yes, I was going to mention that, Messi. This ball by Bell is full, and it's just defended out to mid-on at the end of the over.
For real?
Yeah. It had the extra ones taken off shortly after he was born.
But imagine how good a catch he would have been if he'd kept him.
Yeah, but he couldn't award batting gloves. That's his main problem.
Yeah, that's true. Jay says, Russell fed up with our ship before he steers the box of dreams through the event horizon and into the hell dimension. It sends us a link to a sci-fi site, which I'm not actually going to click on right now. So we're up to date on socials.
We're almost due for a change. I'm not sure who's going to come into the box, though. We're in the overspill portion of the day.
Well, Richard's still here.
That is true. Eccleston bowls in to Sutherland. It's played forward. Danae, did you say you had to leave, or you were going to...
Yeah, I have a 6 a.m. start.
Oh, my word.
Jesus.
Yeah, so it's legit. It's legit.
That's as bad as my 9 a.m.
Yep.
Oh.
The equivalent. I was hoping just to stay around for a Perry century, but I hopefully wake up and there's still some more Australian batting to go tomorrow. Been a lot of fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Danae. It's been great having you.
Eccleston's...
Good to have another Perth out too.
Yes.
It is good. This ball by Eccleston's on a length, and Sutherland didn't push it too hard, but it was on the up, but she's managed to actually get it all the way to the boundary down at cover. A very well-timed shot, but really just pushing at it. And I'm going to have to... it's automatically corrected, the OBS, to get everyone on the right camera slot, so that's handy.
Oh, that's good.
That means I'll have to stop looking silly.
You might need to stop looking silly.
Do you want me to do some ball by ball for a bit? I've never done it before, so it might be chaos.
Messes, I would love you to do ball by ball. Go for it. And
Eccleston bowling over to Sutherland. She just moves forward and blocks it outside the off stump. It's currently 253 for 6 at a run rate of 3.92. Gardner's on 12, Sutherland's on 6. The last ball of the over. No, sorry, it's not the last ball of the over. Again, just outside the off stump. Sutherland just moves forward and solidly defends, which seems to be the default when dealing with Sutherland, doesn't it?
Yes, and Eccleston for that matter. So we might see quite a lot of defensive shots.
Sutherland, and again the stump one's a little bit straighter on the middle stump. Again defended forward by Sutherland. Sorry, it was Eccleston. Yeah, I mean it's remarkable. She's bowled 20. This is her 24th over now, and she's taken 3 for 54. That's outstanding stuff. Again, this time just outside the off stump, inside edge to the leg side, gives Sutherland the chance to grab a single. and that takes her to 7. The score to 255 for 6.
The arm ball that time from Eccleston's kind of went straight on and took the edge. I think she thought she might have got through her for a second.
Yeah. Sorry, 254 for 6. Do we have any new socials, Richard?
Right, let me have a look at that. Having established that you are indeed ahead of me on the old feed.
Jay is on a stream of consciousness thing, which is keeping us going, to be honest.
Right. You already read out the stream of consciousness. Oh, no, we have...
No. I might just blast is the next one. Yeah.
Some old school. I might just blast some old school Melbourne post-punk due to Russ's nashness. That's a word I don't understand. Birthday party, the Saints, Radio, Birdman. Also, not Fred, lost more than toes a long time ago. Yeah, okay, that was a lot of words. I get about half of them. Yeah. I speak for middle-aged people everywhere when say... Daniel? Danny?
It's like g'day, Danae. So we're into the next over. Bell's just bowled the first ball. It's been guided down to third man, I think, to third. And Garden's taken us... no, the score's the same. So didn't get a run. I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating. Second ball of the over. Bell is in. It's on her legs. Sutherland hits it beautifully out towards the deep boundary, and it scuds into the Toblerone for a really beautifully timed 4. That takes her on to 11. Australia for 6 for 258. Let's do Australian for a bit.
I've periodically been doing that all day. It's the White Line Wireless broadcast with Guerrilla Cricket, so we can talk it in our own terms. Sutherland has really surprising timing, doesn't she? She doesn't seem to be trying to hit the ball too hard, but a couple of those, both of those boundaries that she's hit, have actually raced across the turf.
Indeed. Bell in, a little bit short and straight. Sutherland is back to defend, and it goes out to almost directly behind the bowler. Mid-on comes around to pick it up.
This partnership has stabilised Australia somewhat. It's already 16, which is, I guess, not a huge number. But when you've lost...
it's double figures.
Well, you lost 4 for 36, you start to need that
Ooh,
kind of thing.
now, Bell was in. That was better pitched up. Sutherland went forward. It got a thick outside edge and just dropped short of second slip. Diving to the left. So that was a nice piece of bowling, actually. It's just the sort of line they want. It was actually quite a long way short of the second slip because there's not a lot of carry on this wicket, particularly with the sort of pace that Bell is bowling at. But she'll be encouraged by that.
And Sutherland has soft hands as well.
Bell in again. This time a bit shorter. Bell just goes back, defends, and it goes back to the bowler.
Curious what crossword is being done or what puzzle is being done on the balcony there.
Sudoku, I suspect. I don't know.
It's the puzzle of the moment.
Yeah, Alyssa Healy is busy doing it, pretending that she didn't get out second ball.
She might have had it on her mind when she was going out there. She just couldn't work out where to put that number.
And Bella's in again, too short. Just on the legs for Sutherland, who pulls it, but with a vertical bat pretty well, and it goes right across to square leg to the boundary for another 4. So she's now on 15 from 18 deliveries. Australia are 6 for 626, and it looks like drinks are coming onto the field.
Oh, I've got it.
So, Richard, do we have more?
I've got a drinks break jingle. Let's play that first.
Oh, right, yeah, play the theme. I'm actually going to fill up my water bottle.
Richard, you're on.
Hey, okay. Nothing establishes Australia when you suck the melted teat of the Chinese mammary, says Jay, who then says he will stop now. Yeah, what else on the old Messi has already mastered ball by ball, says Haroon, and he's not around to hear the compliment, or is he? Can he hear that while he's filling his drinks bottle? I wonder. We'll have to save that for when he gets back, or should we just not tell him?
Oh no, I think we should tell him.
Yeah, he'll read it anyway. That's on YouTube. Messi already mastered ball by ball. Yeah. What else have we got?
The best ball-by-ball advice I ever got was from Jim Maxwell, actually. We're chatting, he said the best thing is before you say who the bowler is and where they're bowling, whether it's over or whatever, before, as they're kind of doing it, because then otherwise you don't have to rush it. So therefore, once they bowl it, you've got the opportunity to say whether it's short or full or how they played it without feeling like you've got to rush through who the bowler was and where they're bowling from. So that's the only advice I can give you on ball by ball, Messi, but use it wisely.
Thank you. I'll take any advice I can get. Who was it?
You had a compliment while you were away.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I sort of heard it in the distance, but only partly. But feel free to send in any compliments.
Oh, there's another one before you get to your next point. Jolly Ollie says, enjoying the WLW commentary. Good match today.
Excellent. Thanks, Jolly Ollie. It's good to have you here. Yeah, I think it was Adam Collins and I think it was Norcroft. I think did a series about alternative cricket commentary, and we're talking about the role that Glenn Mitchell played in training some of the people at White Line Wireless. Were you around then, Russ?
No, I came along a bit later.
All right. Because it sounded like he was just really good at giving people the fundamentals. Because Glenn Mitchell was a really, really good commentator on ABC Radio for a long time. And he knew so much.
Never had the pleasure of hearing him. Maxwell once or twice, yeah.
It's
so many good radio commentators out there. It's a pity we can't say for the same for the current TV crowd, but I think criteria are somewhat different these days.
Yeah, but they're not all in the same basket. Because, people like KP give them a really bad name, but then you get people like Atherton who I really like, and Ponting's very good. They've got real analytical skills and aren't just shouting and making useless cliches, which...
I'll say something unpopular. I think that when KP is not under instructions to shout, whatever the latest shouting script is in T20, he actually also has some analytical skills.
Well, he hit them during the IPL, I tell you. He drove me up the wall.
I don't know.
He wasn't always
wouldn't
shouting.
know.
But he was just saying the obvious, and it was so irritating. Sorry, I've really got a thing about KP and Mark Waugh. They're both dreadful commentators.
Wow, yes.
Mark Waugh is the laziest commentator you've ever come across. He never does any research.
Yeah, no excuse for that. But yeah, when they're under instructions to shout by sponsors and organisers, it's a difficult assignment. That's one I wouldn't want to take, to be honest. And to get excited about 6 number 25 and sound excited about 6 numbers 25 in the third over. How are you going to do that besides shouting artificially annoyingly?
Sophie Eccleston is back on. The first ball was just defended forward by Gardner, back to the bowler. Second ball is wider outside the off stump. Pitched fairly well up. Gardner plays not quite an attacking shot, not quite a defensive shot, out to cover, and it's fielded and sent back to Eccleston. Eccleston then again. This one's pitched up on the leg stump. Gardner's forward and just defends up towards mid-on, although Eccleston ends up picking it up herself.
I sat behind a row of kind of 10 or 12-year-olds at the cricket once who greeted everything that happened as if Michael Slater was commentating. And
oh, God. Eccleston in, slightly shorter, on the off stump, doesn't turn. Gardner's back and defends. It seems that they're quite happy just to defend against Gardner and hope that the other bowlers give them some bad balls to hit. There's not a sense of great attacking intent. That being said, this one's unusually for Eccleston a little wayward, slightly outside the leg stump. Gardner manages to get a tickle on it, so it goes down to long leg for 2 runs as it's chased. Eccleston must be unbelievably tired by now.
Yeah, you'd think that. Even with the amount of kind of effort she has to put in each ball and kind of mostly kind of rolling through, 25 overs in the first day.
Yeah.
when you're used to bowling 4 or 10.
Yeah. Then again, this one again is a little short, slightly outside the leg stump. Gardner goes to pull it, doesn't time it at all. I think it's off bat and pad, is it? And runs down to backward square leg just for a single as it's chased out there by the short leg who's after it. And that is the end of the over already. 265 is the score, 6 wickets are down. Run rate 3.96. Gardner's on 15 from 32. Sutherland also on 15 from 18.
Compliments flooding in for you, Messi. He'd look
if you
great
fish hard enough, they'll come in the end.
You would look great in a bucket hat.
Oh, fuck bucket hats.
You have peaked.
I hate bucket hats.
Stephen Kelk says, I asked ChatGPT what Guerrilla Cricket would have to do to convince KP to join them. It told me to focus on offering attractive pay and conditions. Pokey Bumfinger responds, they wouldn't have him, I reckon, unless he opens a wine company. Smiley, smiley.
He'd have to pay us a lot to get on, because we'd lose most of our listeners. Although, I should say that today, Tony Bishop and Hendo are recording an interview with Ricky Ponting. Hold on. It's Cross who's coming into Gardner, and she defends outside the off stump. It goes out to short cover. Yes, so that will be on our feed sometime soon. In fact, we might want to play that at the lunch break during, day 3 or day 4 as something new and interesting, because they're going to talk to him not just about his wines, but about his cricket career as well, I think. And he's always worth listening to.
And they'll ask him, hopefully, his thoughts on KP, the commentator.
I doubt it. It says Sutherland, Gardner's forward to that one from Cross. It's just outside the leg stump, fairly well pitched up. She sends it to deep long on, and they run through for a fairly quick single. Always quite safe, but they actually had to move quite fast. And that takes Gardner onto 16, Australia 6 for 266. Crosses in again. Pitched up on the off stump. Sutherland comes forward and defends to short cover. It's competently fielded. The English fielding has generally been okay, but not spectacular, I think is a fair way to put it today.
Yeah, they've dived over a few, but otherwise they've fielded relatively well. Cross is really struggling just to find a location that works for her today. I think every ball's just kind of either slightly too short or tightly too full.
Yep. She's in again, slightly short, outside the off stump. Sutherland comes forward to defend, and again it's straight to cover. No run.
That's the line of length she kind of should want and need. That get them defending, work their way towards getting an edge. But too many of them have been kind of into the pads or too full.
Yeah. I think Australia's left quite a few runs out there by not taking advantage of some of the ones on the leg side. Again, Sutherland's in. This one's pitched up a little better, but directly on the off stump, Sutherland's forward to defend, back to the bowler.
That seemed to stay down a little bit as well, Messi.
It did a little. Nothing alarming, but there's not a lot of life in this pitch, is there?
No, the odd one will give you a little bit of bounce, but for the most part, it's a little bit flat. And I wonder what it'll be like tomorrow when Australia's bowling.
Yeah. This one a little shorter, coming towards the leg stump. Sutherland tucks it to short mid wicket, and again there's no run. And that's the end of, I think that was a maiden over, 6 for 266. Have we got any more on the socials?
Yes, we have. We have Liz Mitchell saying KP is as useful and welcome as the radio edit of Common People by Pulp. I'm sure KP is just gagging for a chance to have an interview with us. Rich Turner says, I wouldn't dream of commentating as I know very little about the game, but listeners want to hear 1, the bowler's name, 2, the batter's name, 3, the score. The rest is just opinion and colour. Yes, but there is a subtle difference between TV and radio.
Yes, that's certainly true. Because particularly I've noticed when I've put it on YouTube, the lack of having a crowd track means that if there are periods of silence, they are really noticeable when there's no crowd track at the back. Whereas when we play the crowd track, you can sort of get away with moments of lack of coordination. The pounder has been brought out, which I've always regarded as a totally useless instrument, other than psychologically making bowlers think that the footmarks are going to be firmer as a result of it. But they never seem to have any impact, and they've done a bit of digging, a bit of pounding, and they're running away now.
Yeah, I mean, the pounder is only as strong as the person pounding.
Yes. And
which in this case is not a young man.
Indeed. And Eccleston's in, and you'll be surprised to know that Gardner comes forward just outside the off stump to defend to the short mid off. No run.
I'm still watching the pounding in arrears.
This one is pitched up a little further. It's full on middle stump, and Sutherland comes forward to it, tips it out. Eccleston tries to stop it, doesn't, but it goes quite safely to the mid-on who's backing her up, and there's no run.
I don't think I've ever seen a pounder before. It seems like the sort of thing you'd find at suburban cricket grounds that people would trot out and use random things, but this is the first I'd
it's
seen.
quite a regular feature.
That's interesting. So Eccleston pitched that one up, gave it a little bit of air, and Gardner took the invitation and drove it. I think it might have been a tiny bit aerial for a while, but it was beautifully placed between the short cover and the mid-off, who's very what's the opposite of wide? Narrow, and found its way to the boundary. It was actually a beautiful shot.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she played it straight into the pitch or whether it was in the air, but it raced away.
And she comes in again. This time, Gardner's quite happy just to come forward and defend it to the short mid-off. I'm just going to see that shot again. Yeah, it was straight into the ground, so there was no risk involved at all.
Straight into the pitch, so it got the benefits of the hard surface to knock it away. There's not a mark on this pitch. I mean, other than the apparently the footmarks where the bowler's actually bowling, the rest of the pitch looks completely flat.
Yeah. Next ball's defended up to mid-on, no run. Eccleston in again, defended just on the off stump, up to mid-on again. That's the end of the over, 4 runs from it. Australia 270 for 6.
So, going back to the pounder, having said that the pounder is only as strong as the man doing the pounding, Jeff Perkins has piped up on YouTube, surely the impact of the pounder is proportional to the strength of the pound. Perhaps are we talking about yes, and then Jay Messers is an excellent commentator. Now
thank you, Jay.
But he did not stop there. Unfortunately, he went to a posh school and is a fanatical Jesuit,
as everybody does. Yes,
I don't think anyone can be a good commentator when looking at Tata Cement adverts as a motivation for both success and failure.
Thank you. So Cross is back on, and she bowls That's a little overpitched on middle stump. Sutherland drives it beautifully. Straight drive just past the stumps. Straight for 4. There's no chance of pulling that up. That was a really lovely shot.
Yeah, she's got wonderful timing, as we said before. And
yeah.
Again, like, no real follow through, just kind of leans on it and into the pitch, and away it went.
So it seems that boundaries are their preferred way of scoring at the moment. Not too much running involved.
Understandable at this stage of the day.
So she's in again. This one's on middle stump, also pitched up. Sutherland, I don't know, looked like she was going to drive it, but didn't quite time it and went straight back to the bowler. Did she mistime that, do you think?
Well, she ended up only holding
Russ?
the bat in one hand. I actually wonder if she was trying to get it on the onside and it got a little bit wide on her, and she ended up just kind of pushing it away from her instead of trying to go through with the drive.
Cross is in again. This one's very well pitched up, almost Yorker length. Sutherland comes in and comes forward and just strikes it out to cover. That actually wasn't a bad ball. It could have done with a bit more pace, though, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's probably true of most of the cross bowls, is it not?
Indeed.
That's been the challenge for her because without the accuracy, she doesn't have the pace to take a lot of wickets either.
Next ball's a little short, just outside the off stump. Sutherland defends, no run again. That's the sort of line she needs to be on, as you were saying before us. But maybe not quite so short.
She's not tall either, which I think also means she's not getting the benefits of bounce.
In again. Oh, this one is well pitched up. It is Yorker length on the middle and leg, and Sutherland succeeds in getting it out towards a wider mid-on. Decides against a run.
It was a strange choice not to go for a run there. You'd think they'd have had the wait call waiting for it to beat mid-wicket and taken off, but instead Sutherland turned it back after mid-wicket, even after mid-wicket missed it. So probably cost themselves a run there.
I think that, as I say, they're going for boundaries. Sutherland's got 20 and 16 of those is in boundaries. Cross is in again. This one's on a decent length, just on the off stump. Gardner's forward to defend. Yes, and Sutherland's got 12 of her 20 runs. Sorry, Gardner's got 12 of her 20 in boundaries. Sutherland's got 16 of her 20 in boundaries. So I think they've decided they don't want to run around too much. That's the end of the over. Australia 6 for 275.
Yeah, no further news on social media. So at Gorilla Cricket, for those who would like to share their thoughts with us, by all means, talk about the cricket as well. It doesn't all have to be value judgments about Messi, although they're welcome to.
I'm enjoying it because most of the value judgments in the last test were about me. So switching
it's clear that doing ball by ball attracts the particular attention, Russ. Yeah.
I don't think I did ball by ball the last test.
Oh no, you didn't, did you?
No,
you were just being quiet.
Yeah, no. I mean, the problem is, I think the problem has been quiet. It makes you stand out.
So surprise, surprise. Eccleston's back in. Flighted quite well, that one. Pitched around the off stump, and Gardner just comes forward and plays it gently out to the covers, and there's no run. This is the 27th over Eccleston's bowled today. 3 for 62 she has. She comes in, that's very well flighted on the middle stump, and again Gardner's just forward, plays it out to mid-on.
What's really extraordinary is that, they're only in the 70th over, so there's been 8 overs, I think, more or less at the start of play, and then she's just basically held up one end.
That's right. In fact, Yeah, this spell, this is her 24th over in a row. This spell, she's bowled 23.2 overs and taken 3 for 56. That's quite extraordinary.
We are getting close to the new ball. It'll be interesting to see whether England choose to take it.
Yeah, this one is not so good. She lets it go way down the leg side, and Gardner decides not to do anything with it. It didn't bounce very much. It wouldn't have been too easy to take advantage of, to be honest, with no pace on it. There is a big gap in the field out on the leg side, of course. And she's forward this time. At the moment, there's a slip, a forward short leg, a short mid-on, a short cover, and beyond that I can't see where the sweepers are, to be honest. They haven't shown us the field in a while. Eccleston in again. It's pitched on middle stump, turning to leg. I think she got a reasonable amount of turn to that. Gardner reached forward, got an inside edge, and went down to long leg, where they managed to pick up 2 runs. But it wasn't a particularly confident shot.
No, a lot of edge to it.
Yeah, and that's the end of another over. 6 for 276. Any more action out there, Richard?
Russ, you asked for it. Jay, the only person to have tweeted in, hint, hint. Of course the air is going dead. Russ is not reading out the pearls I'm spitting. He's too busy steering our rescue spaceship into a hubristic hell dimension designed by Egypts who would rather read the cliff notes on Milton and Dante than face their sin. Has Jay considered writing a book?
Oh, I'm sure he's written several. Whether they've been published or not is another question.
Well, one can self-publish nowadays, and at his rate of writing, wouldn't take long.
Sorry, we're back with Cross, who's in again. They seem to be getting through their overs a lot quicker now. They're not farting around so much. This ball is outside the off stump, and Sutherland comes forward, defends. There's no run. Cross is trying to get some shine on the ball, which is now 71 overs old. But we've had no sign of swing all day, to be honest. Comes in and bowls much shorter. Sutherland goes back and then slightly forward. Defends out onto the offside. Mid-off comes around to field. Again, no run. There's a sense that they're only waiting for some bad balls to be able to get any runs, and there's almost a preparedness to let them keep bowling at them until they get the particular bad balls they want, Russ.
Yeah, it's a very ones and fours, except without the ones because of the ring field.
This one is not a good ball. It's well pitched up just outside the leg stump. Sutherland flicks it away, but there is a deep long leg, and backward square leg rather than long leg, I'd say, on the boundary, who managed to come around and save any more than 1 run.
I mean, they're scoring at a reasonable rate, but I think if England was able to hold a better line, they'd probably be able to keep these two tied up.
Yep.
There's certainly the sense, particularly Eccleston, Bond and Gardner, that they're looking for her to try and hit over the top, which she's currently resisting.
Yep, absolutely. Next ball, Cross comes in and it's outside the off stump. Well pitched up. Gardner comes forward and defends. No run. I feel like I'm on repeat.
Well, that's all right. We're due a change at the end of the over, Messi, so you'll
good.
be able to take yourself off. But unless not Fred or someone wants to jump on, it might be the three of
Not
us.
Fred's done for the day, I'm afraid.
As long as you're around, Richard, we could keep alternating Messi and myself.
I think we are de facto staying where we are, but yeah.
So the next ball was eventful. Sorry to cut across you. Cross came in. Gardner came forward to it. It was well pitched up, and she got a very thick outside edge, which carried it to deep backward point, but not far enough. Sorry, it wasn't that deep. It was backward point, and there is a deep backward point, but not close enough to it. So it probably carried about 10 metres, and it needed to go 15 to get caught, something like that. But it was definitely a full shot by Gardner, which was surprising.
Yeah, the slower
considering
ball.
They haven't been doing much. Yeah. And crosses in again. This time it's driven to that deep backward point, deep point. Sorry, what were you saying, Richard? I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
No, I was just speculating as to whether anyone else was coming in. I think I know the answer. So we are here until the bails come off, are we not?
I mean, if you need to go, Russ and I can carry it through anyhow.
Would actually be good, and I wouldn't miss my train.
That's probably a good idea. We'll be okay together.
We can make it work.
Yeah, it's not as if we're getting flooded on social media.
No, I hope to rejoin you guys when we are technically more able, and I'll be doing some ball by balls as well. But enjoy you. I want to just from me before I go, Messi, you're doing an excellent job on the ball by balls.
Thank you, Richard.
We'll have you again. Cheerio.
Okay, see you later. Thanks, mate. Take care.
Bye.
So you're on ball by ball now, Russ?
I am, yes. I've just got to work out what's just happened. I've got to do the OBS in a second. I might just step off camera so I can sort this out. But I'll do this over from Eccleston, actually, then I'll sort it out. I'm sure our listeners can deal with it. Here is Eccleston, and it's defended to short cover by Sutherland. Into the 28th over of the day. It's a marathon effort.
It certainly is.
It's full again to Sutherland, and it's played out to mid-off, and again, no run.
I wonder how her spinning finger looks.
She may be able to give some tips to Mo and Ali of what a spinning finger
yeah.
looks like.
Although she doesn't try to rip it, does she?
No, so it's turning it over, isn't it? Oh, that one turned well, though. It's forward, Sutherland, and she played it outside off stump, and it turned well enough to beat the bat. Arms in the air from Eccleston, but that turned enough.
Ooh, yeah, just the right amount, really.
Perhaps even too much. Oh, she's got that straight through, Sutherland. That was the arm ball after it was followed up from the one that turned. It bounced over the top of the stump. Sutherland had no idea what was happening. It bounced through Jones and it's run away for a bye. But that was an excellent delivery by Eccleston. The arm ball has just gone straight through her. And, well, maybe it didn't go over the stumps. Maybe it was just missing off stump. But Sutherland's so lucky to still be in.
Wow.
Gardner facing now. It's Eccleston again, and it's full, and Gardner plays this out to cover. It surprises you. There's ball after ball of just the same thing, but every now and then she'll get one to turn or to go straight on.
They're allowing Eccleston to dictate the terms, aren't they?
Very much so. This ball to Gardner is edged. Again, another one that turned. It's bounced past Heather Knight at slip, and it's running away down to third man. Picked up, and I think they've come back for just two. Eccleston ends her over, 3 for 66, but almost successful over against both the players. Sutherland on 20, Gardner on 24.
So that was the 73rd over. Eccleston will probably bowl 75th, 77 and 79, so she's got 3 more overs before the new ball is due. And she'll have earned a rest, having then bowled 28 overs straight from that end. But my sense is that, frankly, if both Sutherland and Gardner continue to play the way they do, then they're in great peril. I think they've got to take the attack to her, or they're just going to allow her to wear them out, as it were, because I think as things are going, they're becoming more and more stuck, and she is becoming, Eccleston that is becoming more and more aggressive in her bowling and able to keep them not only pinned down but at great jeopardy.
Yeah, no, very much so. It's and it's interesting because, as you say, they've been scoring okay, but it's only from those bare balls and mostly from the other bowlers. If only they had someone at the other end who could provide a similar level of defence. Filer's back on. It's wide of the stumps and Sutherland's cracked it off the back foot. It's going to run away probably to the boundary. They're running hard because maybe it's going to slow up. They managed to stop it just inside the rope, and they'll come back for 3. Take Sutherland on to 23 and Australia to 6 for 283. Good chase down there by Wyatt.
Yeah, Eccleston must hate it when this happens. After she's tied them down, all of a sudden they can loosen up with that sort of poor delivery.
And it's interesting that England haven't tried other bowlers. I feel like there's a lot more bowling in the squad that hasn't been used. This one by Filer's into the pads of Gardner will be, but it just falls at her feet. She not managing to get it away. Discussed before,
well,
I think, Knight can bowl, or at least used to. Wyatt, I think, can bowl from memory.
Sophia Dunkley's got 1 for 1 in ODIs.
It's always an interesting thing, isn't it? This one's short outside stump, and Gardner's given it the full blade, just carves it over the top of the slips cord. And it's, wasn't those... Perry got a couple over the slips cord earlier, but they were much closer to her. This one was just waiting to be hit and sat up for Gardner to do whatever she wanted with it. A very successful boundary. I must have a jingle. Maybe I can find it. We'll probably have to wait. We knew that one. His father again. This one's on a good length and just short of a length. Played by Gardner out to mid-wicket, and as the fielder runs in, that's a much better ball from her. More troubling for the batter.
I'm surprised that Natsiva Brunt has only bowled 5 overs, to be honest. I'd be inclined to give her another chance because she did go up 5 and over, but whoa, bloody hell.
Filer's bowled that one as a ragful toss outside leg stump. I don't know that the Gardner managed to get anything on it. No, she didn't. It went for byes past Jones, who had basically no chance. But it was picked up by the fine leg, so it only went for the single bye. But Filer, a lot of loose balls mixed in with the odd good one.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit like Mo and Ali in that respect. But the bad ones are really bad. That's the thing.
Yeah, here she is again to Sutherland, and this one is a good one. It's on the stumps and full, played out to mid-on for no run. End of the over. Australia 6 for 288.
Brian Barish is with us. He says, I tune in after lunch here and a long rain delayed to find Messi doing ball by ball. What kind of bizarro upside down Australian world is this? Well, needs must, Brian, needs must. I've managed to avoid it successfully for a long time. And to be honest, most of that time was because it was on games where I didn't get the live feed. I don't know if I heard this. Jay says, has anybody actually been truly nasty to Russ? Well, beyond me saying he's a genocidal scientist who wants to kill us all, I reckon the lads got off lightly.
That's fair.
And he says, no books published under his name. Liz Mitchell says, I should be trying to get all my work finished by 6:45 p.m, but I'm tweeting at White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket because they sound lonely commentating at shit o'clock in the morning in Australia. More swearing, please, chat. Okay, we'll do some fucking swearing for you, Liz. And it's good to have you with us.
Here's Eccleston bowls to fucking Gardner, and it's just defended straight down to mid-off.
This is special Liz swearing.
She's in again. This one's Gardner just playing it forward. Thought about a single, but there was nothing going as it went straight out to a deepish cover as opposed to the short cover they've got in there.
Uh,
75th over now, creeping up on the new ball, although I'm not sure whether England would even want to take it. Eccleston's bowling this one to Gardner, it's full, and she defends back down the pitch.
Eccleston wants them to. Give her a break.
That might be true.
Theoretically, there are 15 overs remaining today.
Another 7 for Eccleston then, as this one's the Gardner just played out to cover. No run.
I think you said they can go till 7:30, didn't you, Russ?
That is correct. So actually
that's 50 minutes. So they'll definitely take the new ball at some stage, won't they?
Yeah, there'll be about 12 overs, you think, in that time?
Yeah.
So,
well, 13 actually. 13 or 14, given that Eccleston's getting through them so far.
That's true. Gardner defends this one back down the pitch to Eccleston. Gardner's made her way to 28. Not totally comfortable. This one to Eccleston, from Eccleston, is played back down the pitch. No run. 2 slips in. End of the over.
God, that was quick.
6 for 288.
That's amazing. Jay says, new book, The Last Two Men Standing, Russ and Jez Warriors, Brothers, Lovers. My literary career begins. Let your imagination go wild, Jay. Not that you ever restrain it anyhow. He says, I'm proud to put my name to that. Might have to stick Russ on a diabolical spaceship at some point, mind. Serious question for once. Am I hearing church bells in the box of dreams? You got bells going there?
Not to my knowledge. It's the headphones block everything except what comes through the mixer for me though. So things can randomly appear at the back of the box that I don't hear. I don't think there are any churches nearby, however. Oh, there are rail crossings though, so it might be the rail crossing.
Oh yeah.
His Fireless is bowling to Sutherland, who's defending back down to mid-on. So yeah, most likely you're hearing the sound of a level crossing going down and the trains going through. Jay?
Or you're imagining it, Jay.
That's entirely possible.
Brian Barris says, you did a great job, Messi. If I wasn't stuck at work for 2 more hours, I'd offer to hop on. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
His Fireless is a terrible ball. Miles down the leg side to Sutherland. She wouldn't even be able to reach it. Jones did well to reach it, and
the
umpire generously doesn't give that a wide.
We're so used to one-day wides that a test wide is really wide on the leg side when you think about it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be can you play a normal cricket shot, and I don't really know that one was within Sutherland's easy reach. This one has died on the pitch. Sutherland's tried to drive it and not a lot of footwork, and it didn't get up at all. Bounced twice through to Jones, and safely, however, for Australia. Fortunately for Australia. A few perhaps interesting things happening in the pitch that might come into play.
It's not going to be easy for England, is it?
No, definitely not in the 4th innings. His father again, it's full to Sutherland. He just can't get it past mid-on, so there is no run.
So, for all the fact that there's been some jeopardy and Eccleston's been controlling, these two between them have actually put on how much now?
250, I think, actually.
To 288. So they put on 50, which is really handy.
He's got them much closer to that 300. This one's down the legs, and this one has Sutherland's managed to get a piece of, and it's running away down to fine leg for 4.
I think this is going to be Fowler's last over for a while.
Yeah, you'd think so. That
was out of the back of the hand.
Oh, interesting. Ran away very quickly despite the slow ball. You'd think that England would try and save up a couple of the fast bowlers for the new ball.
Yeah.
This one's short. It doesn't really bounce very high. It only just got over the top of the stumps. But Sutherland still managed to duck underneath it. It's the end of the over. 6 for 292.
Who was it who ducked one that ended up going over their back and hitting the stumps?
Oh, I don't recall that. I remember Tendulkar ducking one that hit him in the middle of the chest and then got given a WW.
Yeah, it was. They had it on repeat a lot of the time because it was one of Alyssa's Healy's favourite moments when she was keeping wicket. So on socials, Jay says Russ swearing makes me happy, and Rich Turner says wasn't fucking Gardner a novel by D.H. Lawrence? Yeah, well that's the slang term for it. Rich, you're quite right. Stephen Kelk says, can we draft Sophie Eccleston into the men's team? I tell you what, she'd be great. And many overs, control, occasional turn. I like that, says Stephen Kelk. Jeff Perko says, anyone leaving commentary now will be slated as if they were KP.
First ball by Eccleston's full and driven straight back by Gardner. She'll turn and put this one short of a length. Gardner's actually it's bounced through point and it's going to run away for at least a couple. Very frustrating for Eccleston. Their poor piece of fielding.
It was. Yeah.
He's gone out to have a chat to Dunkley.
It's like the air's gone out of England's tyres now, because when they took those 3 quick wickets, they were pumped, and now they're just feeling the length of the day and kind of wishing it was over, and it's still got 12 overs to go, whatever it is. Ooh.
Just wondered Gardner's full, and she's kind of popped it back up, but it was not. They didn't have that short mid-on that they've had for a lot of the day in, and it's bounced harmlessly back. Yeah, I think they're also filling the length of the Australian batting lineup. Sutherland's a very strong player to have coming in at number 8. Here is Eccleston again to Gardner. It's on a length, and she defends straight back down the pitch.
I see they're giving her a second slip now, though.
Yeah, they've moved around the close fielders. Second slips, silly points, short leg. Presumably it's to a plan. Probably in this case, Gardner's willingness to try the cut shot. This one's into her pads and bounces harmlessly in the air, but no run.
And this is what, the 77th over, so yeah. Wow. Well, I think Australia would be pretty happy with where they are at the moment.
Oh, definitely. I think anything over 300 puts them in a reasonably good spot. Obviously, they'd prefer a lot more. Is Eccleston. This one's short, and Gardner's hit that well. It's been well fielded at that deepish cover. They'll still run through for a single, I think. But Cross did well there. It looks like she cramped up after she's rolling around on the ground. That'd be a worry when she's supposed to come on to bowl soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, I'm not actually sure they did get a single out of that because... no, they did. They moved on to 295.
Jay Grover says, I was brought up in the church and live next to 2 cathedrals. Are there 2 cathedrals in Sheffield? Jesus, that's a bit excessive. However, I would be foolish to discount just being totally delusional, which is why I sought confirmation. Also, Jeremy's a left footer, so he might be trying to poison my mind. I was brought up a left footer. I've got to tell you, I can hardly walk at all now, but I don't particularly subscribe to any religious creed. Chris Reed says, Jay Grover, T.H. Lawrence, surely D.H. Lawrence when it comes to fucking Gardners. That's what we said. I must have sounded odd. He says, fair dues, T.H. Lawrence also probably got topped by Gardners. Was it T.E. Lawrence?
I think it was T.E. Lawrence, yes. Sophia Dunkley's going to come on to bowl her leg breaks. So
there you go.
Bit of a change. 77 overs in, 78th over.
She can't be any worse than Filer was.
Yeah, she'll be bowling to Gardner, and this one's a loop to lap. It's not often you see a ball that slow, but Gardner's hit it firmly, but straight to mid-on, on the bounce. This is... it might be interesting if this one hits the pitch. It might turn because it's not moving forward at any great trajectory. This one's down the leg side. It did straighten down the line, but not particularly well. Jones covers it well. No run.
She's previously bowled 1 over for 9 runs in Test matches.
Does she have a one-day record of any note?
One day she's bowled 3 balls and taken 1 for 1.
Oh. The Gardiner's chipped down the ground. He's going to get a single down to deep mid-on. Brings Sutherland onto strike. Gardiner goes on to 32 and Australia 6 for 296. And I have this kind of feeling anything can happen with Dunkley bowling because it's both loose and also enticing. This one's onto the leg stump, just on a length. Sutherland's turned it around the corner. She'll get a single. Takes her score on to 27.
I should probably change my background to encourage her. Actually, hold on. Where are we? Here we go. That's more appropriate.
It's more appropriate. Was that an Edgbaston or Trent Bridge you had in the background before that?
Yeah, when Harry Brook came on to bowl, I think. Oh no, actually it was somebody took a really shit. Moeen Ali got a wicket off a really shit ball, I think.
Oh.
So I put that up.
This ball's into Gardiner's pad. She turns around the corner for a single. No, sorry, I meant what ground did you have behind you before that?
Oh, that was Trent Bridge.
Oh,
yeah.
it was Trent Bridge. It's a very unusual ground, Trent Bridge. Firstly, it's shaped like a baseball.
Yeah, they got that corner cut off.
Yeah, it's a very strange. It's almost perfect dimensions for baseball and not for cricket. Here's Dunkley, and it's driven well by Sutherland. It's actually gone through the short cover, and the deep point's going to run in and keep them to 1 run. It's the end of the over. They were 6 for 299. Sutherland's on 29. Gardiner on 33.
But so the T-Boy, you're back with us, George. Oh, we haven't heard from you in yonks. Good to have you on board. You're a ball behind the pictures. Could you maybe talk fast? Well, that's the problem with sending it out over the airways. The internet slows things down. We've asked the cricketers to slow down, but they won't. And Jay Grover says, yeah, definitely T. Lawrence. I have no idea who T.H. Lawrence was, but I bet he were a filthy wee fucker. Dear, nice one, Jay. So Stephen Kelk says, Russ, are you not enraged about having to commentate a game in England in the middle of the Australian night? Feel the rage. Let it out. Be one of the expletives. Be one with the expletives.
Stephen, I'm mostly just tired at this point in time.
Yeah.
Eccleston's still going. She's not tired, or she probably is tired. It's to Sutherland and it's forward and defended out to the short mid-wicket region. The short leg runs around and stops it.
I've resigned myself through June and July to live on UK time, basically, because I haven't got to bed before 3 in the morning over the last 2 weeks, and I won't.
This is full by Eccleston. It's a full toss, but Sutherland can't get it away, and it goes out to mid-on for no run.
So this is Eccleston's 31st over, and she very much hopes it's her last one for the day.
Sutherland facing Eccleston round the wicket, and that's beaten the outside edge. Still going well in her 31st over. That's pitched on and off stump and turned past the stretching batter Sutherland. She came forward.
That was beautifully bowled.
Yeah, it's a canonical left arm orthodox ball, that one.
Yeah.
This one's not so much. It's into the pads of Sutherland, and she's going to turn it around for probably just a single. Short leg runs back. What did they come back for 2? That was very well run. Takes Sutherland on to 31.
Oh, 49 balls, that's not a bad rate, really, is it?
No, she's going quite well. I mean, when she's hit them extremely well.
Yes.
Not too many worries. A couple that pass the outside edge, but you can deal with that when you're facing someone like Eccleston. This one's full. She's driven it to cover, but cross fields. Again, no run. Possibly Eccleston's last over if they take the new ball, and last ball if they take the new ball. But this one is to Sutherland. She waits. It's wide and she hits that very well, but it's gone straight to that deepish cover. They've got 3 players in that region and they're keeping her from hitting in an area that she wants. 79 overs gone. Australia 6 for 301.
I'd be very tempted to ask Sutherland if she'd like 1 over with the new ball and see how it goes. Because, that extra bounce could prove really useful in that.
Occasionally the seam can really grip too, but it can vary.
Lots of love for the T-Boy. Jay Grover says, T-Boy, mint. And the T-Boy says, I've been listening in, but when you haven't called your mate in ages and then you can't call them because you're a bad friend who doesn't call, so hide from him in the street. Yeah, that. Well, don't worry about it, T-Boy. It's just good to have you back.
Dunkley's back on. Gardner's absolutely clobbered the first ball. It's been looped up as she tends to do. And Gardner said enough of this nonsense and smashed it all the way down the ground for 6. Takes her score to 39.
Dunkley actually thinks it's quite funny.
Well, I think that's what she wants her to do, but that one's just kind of looped out of the back of the hand. And Gardner, she didn't really even get down to the pitch of the ball. She's just taken 1 step down the wicket and smashed it over the fence. Will she try it again? Here's Dunkley. This one's looped into her pads and it's around the corner and Gardner's just got a little tickle on it.
Done.
Very nice
That's a
shot.
Beautiful shot.
It's not going to run away quick enough because Dunkley's bowling about 6 miles an hour, but it's she's got 2 runs from it. Actually, she didn't manage to get it touched. The umpire's given it byes. I feel that was a bit unfair.
I reckon she touched that.
Jones should be ropeable.
Yeah.
It's Dunkley again. This one's looped up. It's a full toss as Gardner comes 1 step down the wicket. And she's played it out to a deep mid-on that's been put in, a long on that's been put in after that 6. She only manages to get the single. Takes her to 40.
If the Bear was on comms, he'd definitely be saying I could bowl better than this.
You, Messi, or Bear?
Bear.
Oh.
I used to bowl quite well when I could hit the pitch. The trouble with being a leg spinner is it's fucking hard to hit the pitch sometimes.
This one from Dunkley is in the middle of the pitch and it's short and smashed to the deep square leg by Sutherland, but she'll only take a single, Gardner rather. No, it was Sutherland. She'll just take the single, takes it to 31. Yes, it is a difficult leg spin. I bowled a bit of it and then also decided that it's more fun bowling quick into people's bodies. So you can take your pick. Here's Dunkley. It's down the leg side and again it's got through. Oh, it's going to hit the helmet. No, it's just missed the helmet that was behind the keeper. Jones fumbled it and it's rolled around. She gave up 3 steps towards the helmet thinking this is just going to cost me 5 runs, but it rolled around it. Instead it's a single bye. It took a little weird bounce after it went through Jones's gloves and it's missed the helmet by a foot, maybe less than a foot.
Yeah.
Chat from the umpires are whether that was byes. It was definitely byes. Not sure about the other one. Hasn't been the best day from the umpires. A couple of reviews gone against them. Dunkley's, this one's lofted up again. Sutherland's managed to get it to mid-off and they've snuck through for a single. It's the end of Dunkley's overs. He's gone for 12 off the 2 overs. 80 overs gone. Sutherland's on 32. Gardner 40. Australia 6 for 313.
Dave Wood says T.H. Lawrence may have opened the batting for Glamorgan in the 30s. He formed a formidable partnership with P.S. Lewis. Yeah, so close but not close enough. Yeah, so you play for Glamorgan. Jay Grover says, I'm just gutted I'm too old and reformed, and Russ is too old and sensible to sort him out with a feast of Benzedrine. The T-Boy says, am I a bad England fan if I was sad that Perry was out on 99? That woman's a bloody marvel. Not in the least. I've been sorry to see England batters out from time to time because I've just wanted to watch them play. And in fact, when Australia played India, I was really sad to see Shubman Gill get out so cheaply because he's so wonderful to watch. So no, not at all. You love cricket, the T-Boy. Good on you, George. And Jay says, ropeable has always seemed like a pretty grim phrase. Does it reference lynching or suicide? That's an interesting question. You can look up the etymology just as well as I can, Jay. And then let us know. We're multitasking at the moment, right?
Messi, you don't have a full copy of the Oxford English Dictionary on your shelf that you can look up the...
Not anymore, no. I've got one up in the library upstairs, but...
Oh, no, I meant the 28-volume version with the...
Oh, no. Sorry, I've only got the concise.
They are taking the second new ball, so we will be seeing, I think, Cross coming on. Eccleston has finished her lengthy spell, and it'll be Cross coming in to bowl to Gardner, who's just forward to a ball back of a length that plays it out to Gully. Sorry, no, it was Sutherland on strike.
It will be interesting to see if there's a little bit of swing around. It doesn't look like there's any clouds around. In fact, there's some fairly red-looking faces in the crowd. I think a few people may have forgotten to put the sun cream on.
So that's just a given in England. You don't really need it. Here's Cross again to Sutherland, and it's Fuller and a good ball. Sutherland's forward. There was a touch of swing from Cross that just started to go late.
Oh, you definitely do need it in England. The sun is really sneaky in England. It actually burns when you don't realise it.
Yeah, I feel like in Australia, though, because you go outside and you get burnt in 3 minutes, that England is a much more gentle place. This ball by Cross is wide outside the stumps, and Sutherland leaves it alone.
The T-Boy also says, I meant to ask, are there any gorillas based in Durham? I've ventured into the Northlands for a day. Not that I know of, George. Yeah. I can't think of anyone from up that way.
Here's Cross, it's full. Sutherland's driving. So it's gone straight through cover. It's gone straight through their legs and now almost get to the fence. Bell's gone back and picked it up, saved them, conceding a boundary. Dunkley there kind of leaned down and then did not get down far enough, and it's given away 3 runs. That wasn't a particularly difficult fielding thing. It may have bobbled a little bit off some of the pitches, but that's one of those ones that they'll tell you to get your leg behind.
Absolutely. The long barrier. Yeah. They're tired, aren't they?
So it must have been 2 runs there. This is 2 Sutherland. She's forward, and this goes to Dunkley, who picks it up cleanly this time. They are tired. It's a long day when you haven't played 80 overs very often out in the field.
This has been quite a long session too, because it's already gone 2 hours, isn't it? Another 25 minutes to go. If Australia can hang on tonight, it puts them in a very strong position going into day 2.
Messi's cursed them, so they'll get out very soon. Cross is full ball to Sutherland's driven to cover, no run. That is the end of the 81st over. Australia 6 for 315.
The T-Boy says that the word ropeable is an archaic term for a good sailor, same root as able seaman. But why does that then turn into, being ropeable? And then Jay comes in with cursory Australian, first used in 1870, meaning furious, like Russell into the hell dimension. I must go deeper. The thing about Jay is when he gets hold of a bone, he does not let go. So this may go on for several days. I've got to warn you, Russ.
Oh, good. The good thing about being in the commentary box is we have the control over what we read and what we pay attention to. So,
absolutely, and if it amuses us, which Jay almost always does, it can carry on for a long time. You do know you were nominated as Tweeter of the Day the day before yesterday, don't you, Jay?
This is Bell, and she's got the edge from Gardner.
well
It's a
bowled.
ball that's come in on the angle. Managed to get the edge. Gardner was forward. Cross has taken a good catch as because it was wrong footing her. Not Cross. Jones has taken a good catch as it's wrong footed her as she's started to move down the leg side. A very good ball from Bell with the new ball. Gardner's out, and Messi cursed Australia.
I did. That was a beautiful piece of bowling there. It just caught the seam a little bit and deviated very slightly. Took that edge. And yeah, well caught. And a good innings in the circumstances. She's not happy with herself, but 40 off 76 balls, not bad. Australia 315 for 7. They would have taken that this morning, wouldn't they?
Oh, I think so. A very good knock. I think she's probably as much as anything disappointed that she didn't go and make a bigger score because she was well placed to do so. Sutherland's still there though. Alana King is listed next on the scorecard, but don't know if she will be next. Kim Garth is on debut. Well, test debut. Oh no. Well.
I've been told off by the T-boy for not reading his hashtag, which was real true etymology in terms of his definition of ropeable. Well, his etymology for ropeable.
It will be King. She has a one-day average of 6, a test average of infinity, I think.
Do you think she's in as a night watch person?
I don't think there's any point doing that at this way down the order. I might be overrating Kim Garth.
Maybe you are. Kim Garth's got an AD average of 17.3, but I suppose a lot of that was in. Whoa.
Well, this next ball by Bell is not as good as the last one. It actually missed the pitch. It went very wide of the crease. It is given a wide.
Don't think it quite pitched off the cut surface to become a no ball. It wasn't far off.
Garth, of course, was an Irish international who actually made her debut for Ireland at the age of 14. We gave her, I think, on my associate podcast, more than one award for Best Associate Women's Player. This one from Bell's into the pads of Alana King, and it's kind of dribbles to Jones as she couldn't get it away down the leg side. So, a bit of licorice all sorts from Bell in this over. Still, she got the wicket of Gardner with a ball that was right on the money first up.
Yeah, Kim Garth's ODI average for Ireland women was 17.92. For Australian women, it's 2.
It's a subtle difference. This ball by Bell's down the leg side, and Alana leaves it go. I don't know how many.
To be fair, she's only batted once for Australia. So.
Well, I was going to say that I don't know how many of those games were the one-day internationals for Ireland would have been against weak opposition because they don't count them in when she was playing for Ireland against other nations. So most of them would have been World Cup qualifiers, I think.
Yeah.
Probably against Bangladesh and teams like that.
Yep.
Here's Bell. It's swinging into Alana King. She's creaming that down the ground. That's the sort of shot that gets you into number 9 in the order. It's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Yeah, in fact, her highest average was against South African women. 69.5 she averages against them. So, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, very, very competent player. Lot of batting in this Australian lineup. It's Bell again to Alana King, and that is hit her in front of the in the stumps with the. I think they are not looking like they're going to review it, which is strange because it looked almost adjacent to me, but maybe it hit it through outside off stump.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'd have certainly gone for a review on that because it didn't look like she was anywhere near hitting it, did she?
You're also down near the order. I mean, you may as well have a go at it.
Ooh.
Oof. She was back and it's pit her, I don't know, 3/4 of the way up the stumps. It might have been going over the top, but it seems unlikely. Very strange choice. Here's Bell. This one's a bit of a slower ball wide of the stumps. Lana King lets it go.
Well, that's an interesting over, wasn't it? I mean, it was real licorice sort of over because the line was all over the place. That white ball took a wicket was a beauty, and 3 of the others were pretty awful, and the one that was almost an LBW was a beauty. I've got to say that at the worst, I would have thought that it would be umpire's call. Where are we? Finding stuff out is part of my job, messes. Talking about tentacle porn is just objectively funnier. Dave Wood says, words confuse me. When I left the door open at work, I was asked, were you born in a barn? But in the past I've been told you couldn't hit a barn door. So do barns have doors or not? That's an existential question almost, Dave.
He's crossed to Sutherland. She's played it out on the onside, but there's no run as it goes to that shortish mid-wicket region.
Where are we? So, ooh.
His cross, it's full and swinging away, and Sutherland's hit it very, very well. It's going to run away to point at a rate of knots.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Over pitching there, Cross, but she got a bit of swing, and it wasn't the worst ball, but Sutherland, just immaculate timing, really lent into that. Once again, no follow through, just taking the ball, hitting it cleanly. Here's Cross again to Sutherland. It's into her pads a little bit, but she plays it out to mid-wicket for no run.
Now, some very dark cloud in the shot, which is just to the south-south-east of the ground, but it's appeared out of nowhere. It hasn't sort of blown in from anywhere, so it's possible that there's a thunderstorm building there. May need to keep an eye on that.
It's about 15 minutes until we end of play, so may not matter either way. This one's full and Sutherland's driving and there's no run.
And I can say the weather forecast for the next 4 days is excellent. There's no suggestion of rain at this stage. Although, you know, it's England. Who knows?
Crosses in and Sutherland lets that one go outside off stump.
Jay says, I refuse to accept any Tweet of the Day award unless Russell joins me on the podium. Well, he did, because you were the Tweeter of the Day and Russ was the Gorilla of the Day. So it fitted together really well. So yes, you're on the podium together, Jay. You should have heard that during the lunch break when Russ replayed the summary from me and Tony.
I did that. This is cross to Sutherland, and again she's playing forward defensively, runs out to point for no run. End of the 83rd over, Australia 7 for 324.
I must say, I found that replay a little discombobulating. I just laid down for a little rest during the lunch break, and all of a sudden my own voice comes over the computer.
I did wonder if it would confuse our listeners, but then I wasn't sure exactly how to play anything at lunch break, so I was pleased to have something that was roughly 25 minutes long that would kind of fill the air appropriately.
Yeah. Oh well. A lot of fun doing this. I have to say that we're not doing the Gorilla Roundup for this test match, fundamentally because everybody's so knackered. Nobody's in a position to actually spend another half hour recording it and then me doing another 40 minutes getting it edited and up. I was shattered by the end of the Edgbaston and I need the break.
Bell's back on. This one seams into King, and she plays it out to mid-wicket for safely fielded. No run. There's a leg slip in by the looks, as well as a couple of slips and a short leg for Bell. It indicates that they're going to try and attack the body of Alana King.
Yeah, the clouds above don't seem to be doing much, so I think you're right. We should be safe.
This one's
swing there.
swinging in a little bit. It's full, but King's played it very well through the offside. There was no one out there at cover. Dunkley's had to run back, and they're going to just get through for a third. So well run from Australia.
Excellent.
King goes on to 7, score to 327.
This is looking quite a formidable total now, isn't it?
It's not bad. You know, in Australia's, we know that they've got a pretty good bowling lineup. So I think they'll miss Shoot a bit because she's such a mainstay of their side. But Sutherland, Darcy Brown, Garth King, Jonas and Perry is a very and Gardner as well. It's a very deep and varied bowling attack. Here's Bell full outside off stump. Left alone by Sutherland.
Yeah, it's funny to think of an Australian team without Shoot bowling, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. One of my favourite players, Shoot. She's always a...
Yeah. She gives so much, doesn't she?
Right at the opposition.
Yeah.
Kicks a good football too, incidentally. You see
another one? A round one or an oval one?
An oval one.
Right.
Unsurprisingly, this is Bell for Sutherland's forward and playing out to cover. I was watching the Australian team warm up once, and you could tell the Victorians and the South Australians who could pick it up with ease and just kind of drop it onto their boots and shoot definitely. Perry picks it up and kind of looks like she's thinking about how to do it, and then kicks an almost perfect drop punt that looked like she'd been doing it, but not in a natural way, just in an incredibly tight technical way that shows the athletic talent that she has. Here's Bell. It's full, and Sutherland is defending, just on the front foot. Goes to cover, no run. But a few of the players within the Australian team play women's AFL as well, or some of the ones that used to play. Jess Duffin, for example, and I think others.
Oh yes, yeah.
So multi-talented athletes, a lot of them. Last ball, the over coming out from Bell, coming to Sutherland over the wicket. Steaming in, but it's down the leg side, and though it's swung late, it would swing in harmlessly. So. No run.
That's been England's biggest problem today, is their lack of consistency with line. It really has. It's really hurt them, I think. Rich Turner says, again, a big thank you to our Australian commentators for going above and beyond today. Thank you, Rich. It's been great to have your company all day too. T-Boy retweets something he meant to include us in. Fuck yes, a bit of gardening has new meaning now. Jay says, in fact, it's my superior detective abilities that revealed to me that Jeremy is a member of Corpus Christi. My God, it's getting worse. I'm probably wearing a shirt of barbed wire and hair. I feel proud to hold the august laurels with Russell. God. Jay asked a serious question. Has Megan Shoot retired? She hasn't retired, has she? She's just not in the team.
We'll get back to that. Cross's ball. That ball actually seemed to swing out and then swing back in after it bounced to Jones, but it was wide of the stumps. The King left alone. I think she may have had a child, actually, and she may be on maternity leave, but I could be wrong. Here's cross again. King is driving, but not in any way that's going to get any runs. So Australia remains on 327 for 7. There's a story here that says set to be snubbed. So yeah, not in the team. Third straight test that she's not there. This one from Cross is full and swinging out and defended well by King, is it? Almost at Yorker length. She was not available against India in 21-22 for the birth of her child, and has not been picked in this match. But
is she in the squad?
I'm assuming so, based on this article written a day ago.
I thought she was in the squad because I was quite expecting her to be in the team today. And
his cross, it's full and into the pads of Alana King. She didn't manage to get any bat on it, but it has run away to square leg and they'll pick up a single. Yeah, no, they picked Kingarth ahead of Shoot, so interesting choice, but obviously both experienced players, and Garth been playing well to pick up the get the gig.
Yes, she definitely is in the squad. Yeah.
My associate instinct says it's bad when associate players switch to larger full members because it makes associate cricket weaker. But
but then you got to
there's no opportunities in Irish cricket, so that is what it is.
Exactly.
This one's short of a length from Cross to Sutherland, and it's defended out into the offside. Yes, no, the issue is opportunities, not necessarily that players do it.
Yeah. And I mean, to do what she's done demonstrates massive commitment, because it's not exactly easy to change countries in terms of residence and spend all that time coming to Australia to qualify.
No, and trying to get professional contracts and so forth. This is full by Cross to Sutherland. She's defending on the onside.
So we've got, 6 minutes left? So they'll still get 87 overs in for the day, probably, which is pretty good going.
There's a lot of high-fiving going on from the English players, so maybe they've called stumps.
Maybe it is. Maybe they said after the rain they only need to get through 85 overs.
Well, that will be it for us then, I guess.
Wow. Okay, so we've got a couple of tweets I'll get through. The T-Boy says, I'm going to be on a train for 6 hours tomorrow. I'm happy to write a quick match report wrap-up for you, but you have to promise to get mad if my predictions are a bit off. I'm with you entirely, T-Boy. My predictions are always off, but it doesn't stop me making them with great confidence. Other serious question from the T-Boy, where is Izzy Wong? When I embarrassed myself meeting Anya Shrubsole, I pledged that Miss Wong will be my new swinger love. No, not that. Get your head out of the gutter. She just wasn't picked. And they brought in Filer in her place, basically, I think. And she's got 2 wickets today, even though a lot of her bowling has been very offline. Jay Grover says, associate instincts. I have to bow out of all superhero talk, but what kind of power is associate instincts? And he also says, thank you both very much, fucking legends. Thank you, Jay, for keeping us company, mate. You and the T-Boy and so many others. It's Rich. It's just lovely to have you with us. Pokey Bumfinger, Jeff Perkins, Stephen Kelk, all of you. It's just great to have you as part of it. And I thoroughly enjoyed today. I think Australia are in a fairly strong position at the end of this, but who knows? England batting may well be able to match this. What do you reckon after today, Russ?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been a very up and down day. We saw, a decent start from Australia from Moody and Litchfield, who was a bit unfortunate to leave one. Perry and McGrath batted really well. You thought they were completely on top, and then Eccleston came back, took those 3 wickets, got England back into it, and then Gardner and Sutherland pushed it back in the other direction. So topsy-turvy day, I guess. But I think Australia will probably be slightly happier with where they've ended up than England.
Yep. And I think the hero of the day is Sophie Eccleston. 31 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 71. That's quite extraordinary in a day when there were only 85 overs bowled. And she went at 2.29 per over. The cheapest bowler apart from her was Kate Cross, who went at 4.26 per over. I mean, that's just massive effort on her part.
Yeah, really keeping England in this one, because the scoring rate and the number of wickets would have been very different scorecard without her efforts.
Absolutely.
Well,
we'll be back tomorrow. Well, are you going to be in? Are you locked into the studio for all 5 days for us? It sounds like it.
Well, I think when Anth's here, I might be able to at least have some naps.
Good.
But he's in Singapore right now, so we'll see that. But I'll play us out, and thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Russ, for all your efforts, mate. You've been spectacular, and the fact that it's 4:30 in Melbourne now, and you've got to be at work by 9 o'clock, is pretty impressive, mate.
Don't tell my boss. Thanks, Missy. Thanks for sticking around. See ya.
See ya.
Cricket all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bowl. The vein of every true blue fan is the Vandex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bowl.